Chapter 990. Female Literature, The Abyss of Demon Beasts? Su Yan suddenly remembered the blood-fire lizard that he had encountered at the very beginning. This was the only powerful demon beast that he had seen in this world. At that time, he had already discovered that the demon beasts in these two worlds were different. The demon beasts in this world seemed to be more violent. Their strength was also more powerful. However, the level of the blood-fire lizard was too low. At that time, he could easily kill it, not to mention the current him. Of course, these days in the Blood River City, he had indeed heard a lot of Shura talking about the abyss of demon beasts. After all, in the Blood River City, 50% of the people relied on the demon beasts to make a living. The abyss of demon beasts gathered a large number of demon beasts, and those Shura hunters made a living by hunting demon beasts. However, this hunting was not one-sided. Many demon beasts also used the Shura as food. It was a competition for survival. Of course, the demon beasts in the abyss of demon beasts would sometimes come out to hunt. The Blood River City had been attacked several times by the tide of demon beasts. If the defense of the Blood River City was not strong, it would have been trampled by those damn demon beasts. From this, it could be seen how terrifying and powerful those demon beasts were. Aina wanted to enter the abyss of demon beasts to improve himself, and then enter the Blue Mask Shura. Before that, Rusty was already worried that he would encounter danger. But according to Aina's temperament, since he had already made up his mind, then he would definitely do it, so Rusty did not stop him. Now, such a situation had occurred. Aina must have once again entered the abyss of demon beasts. After Su Yan knew everything, he said, "City Lord, rest assured, this matter will be left to me. I will do my best to bring Aina back." Regarding Aina, Su Yan had an indescribable feeling. He always felt that this guy would be his enemy in the future. In fact, the best way was to take advantage of the fact that he had not yet grown up and directly kill him. However, Su Yan couldn't be so cold-blooded. In the end, he couldn't do it. After all, Aina was pretty good to him. He would leave the future matters for the future. If he killed his friends because of some premonition, then he, Su Yan, would not be Su Yan. Perhaps the two of them would become enemies in the future, but at least for now, they were still friends. "City Lord, have someone take me to the abyss of demonic beasts. I will go look for Aina." Seeing that Su Yan had finally agreed, Rue immediately let out a long sigh of relief. If Su Yan did not come out or did not agree, then he would have to recklessly enter the demon beast abyss himself. After all, Su Yan was an esteemed guest that the Blood River King had personally instructed him to treat well. Since the Blood River King had said so, it meant that in the Blood River King's eyes, Su Yan's importance had already surpassed his own. Therefore, if Su Yan did not agree, he would definitely not dare to have any reluctance. In fact, his request for Su Yan to enter the demon beast abyss was actually somewhat against the will of the Blood River King. However, this was just a borderline ball. After all, Su Yan himself had agreed to it. At this time, Su Yan had already become a blue Shura. Although Rue did not know what kind of level he had reached, but he was already so powerful when he was still a blue Shura. Even when facing a powerhouse like the Bear Mask, he was still able to withstand it. At this time, he must be even more terrifying. At least compared to when he left the Blood River City, he was much stronger. Entering the abyss of demonic beasts was the best choice. "Well, I will immediately send someone to take you there." He immediately turned around and left. Su Yan turned his head to look at Ellen, and then said, "Ellen, my strength has been improved. Now I will teach you something. During my absence, you should comprehend it well and step into the Blue Shura as soon as possible." At this time, Ellen suddenly knelt down and then said, "Master, I have killed Linda." Su Yan was startled, then he sighed and then said, "It's been hard on you. I don't blame you for this matter." He had also realized that Linda was just afraid of His Majesty. She was really not a reliable person. But after all, she had already relied on him, so Su Yan kept her. Now that Ellen had been killed, so it was just as it was. After all, she was a Shura and not a human like him. The way of thinking of the two sides was different. At this time, Su Yan directly pointed at her. Then, a ray of light entered Ellen's mind. Since he could imitate a Shura, he was naturally clear about Shura's body. What he taught Ellen was the cultivation method that he had recently concluded. It was the result of combining the strengths of the two worlds. In this way, Ellen's strength could be improved. Ellen was indescribably happy. This was the shortcut to success. After Su Yan was done with this, he left the abyss of demonic beasts. Putting aside the matter of hyena, in fact, Su Yan himself also wanted to go to the abyss of demonic beasts to take a look. Now that he had broken the shackles, he had become a venerable. But he himself was clear that his venerable was not the same as ordinary venerables. He was not complete. Ordinary venerables, after breaking through, would face the test of heaven and earth, the baptism of lightning, and awaken their own law origin. The venerable's realm was divided according to the origin, which meant the origin. But at this time, he was in the Shura realm, so the Wuji realm's origin was naturally unable to support his body. Therefore, the limit of his strength could be increased again, but in a short time he could not obtain his own origin. However, Su Yan was not without any other way. At this time, he was also working hard with his own methods. One of them was to treat the king's mark as the origin, and then use it to cultivate. However, this was still not enough. He needed more source energy and energy. Naturally, he could not openly kill more blue-faced Shura. It was too overbearing and would arouse public anger. But those powerful demonic beasts would be a good choice. It was said that there were powerful demonic beasts here that could threaten the Shura king. Now that he had become a blue-faced Shura, or half a venerable, his strength was stronger than before, so he wanted to try and see what level he could reach now. Although he could not defeat the powerful demonic beasts at the level of the Shura king, he could challenge and kill demonic beasts at the level of the martial Shura realm to strengthen himself. The one who brought Su Yan here was a blue-faced Shura. This Shura was actually a genius, and his strength was not bad. It was a pity that in front of hyena, any genius would pale in comparison. That was why this person was not well known. It was obvious that he came here often, so he was very familiar with the surrounding environment. However, he was familiar with the periphery, and could not enter. Lord Su Yan, I can only bring you here because I am not familiar with the inside at all. If I follow you, I will very likely become a burden to you. The blue-faced Shura said respectfully and helplessly. Su Yan said, well, it is good enough that you can bring me here. I will go on my own from now on. You can leave first, but remember to be careful. At this time, Su Yan began to take a look at this place. Compared to the outside world, this place was indeed more dangerous because the miasma here was thicker. The blue-faced Shura was already at his limit. If he went further, the miasma here would hurt him. In fact, the miasma here had already begun to affect the blue-faced Shura. If the blue-faced Shura was not strong enough, he would not be able to withstand it at this time. And from this, one could see that hyena was not ordinary. At least, he was still a blue-faced Shura at the moment, but he directly went in. Although he might be in danger at this time, at least he was not dead yet. The blue-faced Shura had already retreated. Su Yan then walked inside without consulting anyone. This place seemed to be a boundary. When Su Yan stepped into this place, he could clearly feel that there was something watching him in the dark. However, even Su Yan's divine sense was actually unable to determine exactly what was spying on them in the dark. He could only determine the location of that thing. Su Yan could tell that it was not that that thing was so powerful that it exceeded the range of his spiritual consciousness. That thing was able to do so because of its talent. This was an extremely terrifying talent. Even in front of him, it was able to hide. It was naturally very bad to be watched by such a thing, so Su Yan did not intend to let it go. At this moment he directly attacked, and a sword chi immediately burst out. The sword chi passed through at an extremely fast speed. In just an instant, it had already arrived in front of that thing hidden in the dark. However, at this moment, that thing turned into a black light and shot out at an angle. It actually dodged Su Yan's first sword light. Where do you think you are going? Stay here. Su Yan's big hand slapped out, and a powerful Shura power immediately appeared. The black light that was moving rapidly suddenly stopped at this time. At this time, it was still struggling, but unfortunately, Su Yan's power was too strong. Under this power, it could not escape at all. It's actually a small bat. Strange. Su Yan frowned, and then he dragged the thing in front of him. This small bat was very small, and it was no different from the ordinary bats in his world. However, this small thing contained a lot of energy. What was even more terrifying was that this little thing's teeth were glowing with a green light. It was obviously highly poisonous. If one was bitten, it would not feel good. Su Yan didn't even need to try to estimate how strong the poison was. If the green-faced Azura that had led him here was bitten, there was no way he could survive. Chapter 991. Female literature. Even the blue-faced Shura would not have been able to withstand this attack. At this moment, Su Yan's aura continued to rise, and his eyes were focused on one point. He saw something different in the small bat's stomach. It was because of this thing that this little guy had such terrifying lethality. Su Yan's eyes moved, and in the end, his power burst out, and a flame appeared directly at this moment. It was the purest Shura flame. Under the burning of the Shura flame, the small bat first trembled, then his entire body immediately stopped, and his life faded away. Then his body rolled, and in the end, he turned into dust. However, two things in his body did not disappear because of this, and one of them was his two poisonous fangs. The two fangs were so small that they were not even the size of a fingernail, but under the burning of the Shura flame, he was still safe and sound, which showed how terrifying this flame was. The other thing was the core of his stomach, which was a small crystal. When everything was incinerated, the small crystal looked like a black gem. The power contained in it was naturally not comparable to the real blue-faced Shura, but it was definitely not to be underestimated. However, it was not that easy to devour this power. There was an aura constantly rotating in it, and this aura was extremely powerful and terrifying. It was highly toxic. The poison in the bat's two fangs came from here. The fact that the poison could still remain under the burning of the hellfire showed that it was not simple. Su Yan carefully removed the poison and put it away. Such a strong poison might be able to save his life at a critical moment. After all, no one knew what would happen in the future. At this time, he began to sense Aina's location. Since Rusty had let Su Yan enter this place, he naturally would not let him look around like a headless fly. Instead, he gave him a crystal, which could be used to sense Aina's aura. The only drawback was that there was a distance limit. Su Yan took out the crystal and began to sense his location. At this moment, the crystal began to vibrate gently. However, the vibration was so weak that it was almost impossible for Su Yan to use it to determine the direction. Fortunately, there was a reaction, which meant that he was still alive. Su Yan walked forward. This place was filled with dense weeds and thorns. A place like this was filled with danger. That little bat from before was already so terrifying. In such a place, it was very likely that there were even more terrifying existences. Although Su Yan's strength had improved, and the improvement might not be small, he would not be so foolish as to get carried away. In this world, he was still an insignificant existence. Since this place was said to be able to hunt down the Shura King, it would not be strange if he died here. He could not rely on the Godslayer sword all the time. Weeds and thorns were dangerous because they could come to life at any time and give Su Yan a fatal blow. Therefore, Su Yan's body was shrouded in a layer of Shura fire. Su Yan's method of controlling the fire was very delicate. Under his control, the fire was like a windbreaker that wrapped around him. He walked little by little, looking for a new route in this thorny place. Of course, he was also paying attention to the changes of the crystal in his hand. At this moment, a sense of danger suddenly appeared. Su Yan didn't even think as he directly soared into the sky, because his perception told him that this sense of danger came from underground. The moment Su Yan soared into the sky, the ground beneath his feet immediately exploded. That was a huge earth dragon. His entire body was glossy and emitted a disgusting radiance. And on his head, there was an extremely ugly mouthpart. Around the mouthpart, there were densely packed blade-like teeth. If one were to be touched by this terrifying blade, then even Su Yan's body would be scarred. This earth dragon had been lying in ambush underground all this time, and there were almost no signs of life. If Su Yan had not sensed it at the moment it moved, Su Yan probably would not have noticed it at all. Speaking of danger, this was really a dangerous place. If he was careless, he would be in danger of losing his life in an instant. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes flashed, and he directly activated the power of Shura. Then he directly punched out. The power of Shura was the purest power of destruction, which he had learned from the King of Destruction. When he fought with the King of Destruction, the powerful power of destruction directly rushed into Su Yan's body, causing Su Yan's body to suffer extremely terrible torture. However, this was not without benefits. The power of the Exalted in Su Yan's body devoured the power of destruction and analyzed it, helping Su Yan to understand a new kind of power. Of course, he could not master this power in an instant, but he could simulate it. At this moment, when he used this power, it was actually extremely pure. It was just that because of the power, he could not be as domineering as the King of Destruction, who could destroy everything. But this kind of power was more than suitable to kill the Earth Dragon in front of him. The power suddenly came, and the Earth Dragon still wanted to escape. Unfortunately, it was not fast enough. Su Yan's fist immediately smashed the Earth Dragon's body. Half of the Earth Dragon's body was smashed, but it was far from over. After half of its body was destroyed, the Earth Dragon still wanted to escape into the ground. This kind of disgusting creature had extremely strong vitality. Even in its current state, it could still continue to live peacefully. However, it was a pity that Su Yan would definitely not let him live since he had already reached this stage. The biggest characteristic of the power of destruction was its endless destruction. Unless there was a stronger power to suppress it, this power would run through the body and destroy everything. As soon as half of its body entered the ground, the power of destruction had already erupted. The terrifying aura moved and immediately blew up the Earth Dragon completely. After killing this guy who launched a sneak attack, Su Yan did not feel proud at all because he knew that now was far from the time. At this moment, he immediately began to go deeper. At this moment, he felt a sense of crisis. The death of the Earth Dragon was too loud and would definitely attract attention. In this place, the powerful monsters were all hunters. What was more terrifying was that you did not know how the hunters here would appear. Therefore, taking away this place was almost equivalent to courting death. The reason why Hyena could go deep into this place was not because he could push all the way, but because he could rely on a unique method to avoid the attacks of the powerful monsters here. It was a unique and ancient method passed down by Hyena's ancestors from generation to generation. For Su Yan to be able to walk around here, his biggest reliance was his powerful divine sense. At this time, Su Yan was going deeper and deeper. His eyes became deeper and deeper. The brilliance seemed to be able to see through everything in the sky. He had already evaded the detection of at least 23 predators. The density of the creatures here was indeed shocking. Although most of these predators were not in Su Yan's eyes. But Su Yan still did not choose to come in contact with them because he did not want to force those powerful existences out. Just as Su Yan was looking around, Hyena appeared next to a cold pool. This cold pool was called the Dragon Pool. According to legend, a very rare dragon once appeared here. The reason why this place became a cold pool was also because of this dragon. The reason why Hyena desperately tried to enter this place was because of this cold pool. Around this cold pool, there was an extremely rich Shura aura, more intense than anywhere else. Here, he could absorb more pure and powerful power to condense the body of the blue-faced Shura. Hyena was arrogant. He did not want to become an ordinary blue-faced Shura. Instead, he wanted to become a super powerful existence. After all, the blue-faced Shura was just a starting point for him. His body was emitting a black light. It was by relying on this black light that he could enter this place. This was the assimilation light passed down by his family. In other words, under the protection of this light, he could assimilate with the surrounding environment in a short time. Even those monsters with sensitive senses would not be able to easily distinguish him. In this way, he could easily pass through the monster's territory. As for his luck, the last time he came in, he met a powerful demon tiger that could kill the blue-faced Shura. That demon tiger seemed to have an innate skill like the Eye of Truth, which could directly see his location. Because of this, Aina had no choice but to retreat last time. He originally thought that after he returned, that damn tiger should have returned to its territory. Who would have thought that this time, he would be attacked by that demon tiger again? Fortunately, he was incomparably smart and had already made preparations in advance. After suffering a loss last time, he specially paid a huge price to buy a treasure. That treasure could emit a powerful aura, which then turned into the pressure of a Shura king. Under this powerful pressure, the demon tiger immediately retreated, and Aina took advantage of this opportunity to enter the depths. However, later on his assimilation light seemed to be affected, so he was attacked several times. At this time, Aina was gasping for breath. At this time, his mind relaxed a little because he knew that he was a little safer here. There was the aura left behind by the legendary dragon, so no other monsters dared to enter this place. This was recorded by an extremely powerful blue-faced Shura. Chapter 992. Female Literature. Although he was seriously injured at this time, he was still very happy at this time. At least he finally made it here. Feeling the aura that was constantly emerging in this place, he felt an indescribable satisfaction in his heart. The pain he suffered didn't matter anymore. At least he was still alive. As for the rest, he would think about it later. At this time, he directly closed his eyes. Rays of light began to revolve around his body. Such power was a little shocking. His power was flickering. This was his body absorbing the cold Shura's aura. He suppressed his realm to the limit. At this time, he didn't know how many difficulties he had experienced. His absorption of the Shura's aura had reached a terrifying level. If he wanted to become a blue mask Shura, he didn't need to spend much strength at all. However, the difficult thing was to become the strongest blue mask Shura. He wanted to stabilize the Shura king, so he had to be the strongest. At this time, his power was condensing little by little. His aura was constantly changing. At this moment, his power turned into endless brilliance. Feeling such a powerful Shura's aura, he felt a kind of satisfaction in his heart. It's begun. It's time to transform. At this time, his heart was burning. Becoming a blue mask Shura meant that his power would enter a new level. At that time, he would become even more powerful. The demon tiger from before dared to chase him. When he became a blue mask Shura, he would directly pull out the tendons of the demon tiger and skin it. Only then would he be able to eliminate the hatred in his heart. At this moment, Aina's aura was constantly rising. He was so focused that he didn't notice that at this time, the cold pond suddenly began to ripple. These ripples weren't obvious. They were like faint ripples of water. Such ripples were even filled with an indescribable beauty. However, under this beauty, there was a great danger. Su Yan once again avoided the patrols of several hunting beasts. At this time, he suddenly frowned, because at this time, the crystal in his hand had a reaction. This crystal could sense Aina's aura. Such a reaction meant that Aina was nearby. At the very least, he had appeared here before. Su Yan immediately followed the direction of the crystal. In fact, he had spent a lot of energy to go in a big circle around this area. Only when he reached this place did the crystal have such a reaction. At this time, the crystal's reaction became even more intense. Unfortunately, Su Yan's divine thought could not detect anyone in the surroundings. Even demonic beasts were rare. Su Yan didn't understand what he meant, but he still continued forward. Suddenly, he stopped because he found a pool of blood. At this time, he was sure that Aina had indeed appeared in this place, and that the vibration of the crystal had originated from this place. Judging from the degree of the blood, Aina had suffered serious injuries in this place. As long as there was blood, he could roughly lock onto Aina's location. Compared to finding a needle in a haystack, this was much better. However, at this time, Su Yan's heart felt a sense of danger again. Su Yan was very familiar with this feeling. He had been targeted by a powerful hunter. Su Yan's divine thought was very sharp at this time. He could clearly sense the strength of this danger. At this time, the sound of wind whistling suddenly came from the weeds and brambles. This sound of wind was chilling. In this sound of wind, there was also the sound of light footsteps. Su Yan didn't escape this time. Instead, he stared ahead. At this point, he had naturally discovered this hunter. It was a huge demon tiger. It was a huge demon tiger with blue fur. On the top of the demon tiger's head, the Tiger King tattoo was so conspicuous and terrifying. Such power made Su Yan feel a little apprehensive. There was no doubt that this kind of power was terrifying. This was a blue-faced Shura-level demon beast. After walking in the depths of the demon beast abyss for so long, this was the first time that Su Yan had seen a demon beast of this level. Of course, this was the corresponding demon beast after the translation of the Shura language. In fact, it was more accurate to say that they were all Shura beasts. In their bodies, there was an extremely strong and violent Shura aura. The power was simply frightening. That terrifying power was filled with an extremely violent aura. Their powerful strength was simply unimaginable. At this moment, they were incomparably terrifying. That terrifying deterrent power was deeply rooted in people's hearts. They were more powerful than half of the blue-faced Shura beasts. This was what Su Yan felt from their bodies. This was a terrifying monster. At this time, the power of their bodies was constantly trembling. This is the terrifying demon tiger that Aina encountered before that Nana Xiao mentioned. Since Su Yan came here to save Aina, Nana Xiao would naturally explain everything to Su Yan. The strength of this demon tiger was indeed terrifying. If it was the previous Su Yan, under the situation that he did not use his original strength, he would only be able to escape. However, at this time, there was no need for that because the current him was strong to a new level. Although time is tight now, your appearance has pointed out a path for me. It's a good opportunity to test my current strength. According to Su Yan's judgment, such a demon beast must have a certain level of intelligence. When Aina entered this place this time, he would definitely encounter it again. However, Aina must have been prepared, which was why he was able to escape. Now, if Su Yan wanted to know the specific whereabouts of Aina, he could go through this demon tiger. After all, relying on the crystal's perception was not very reliable. The information he got was not accurate. Ayo! The demon tiger roared at this time and directly attacked Su Yan. It seemed like it only jumped lightly, but in the next moment, it was already in front of Su Yan. Such speed was really terrifying. The speed of Carlet and Arthur's back then was not as fast as this. At this time, Su Yan did not take half a step back. Instead, he took a step forward and directly blasted out a force. The moment that force appeared, it directly suppressed the front. The powerful aura had already overturned the opponent in an instant. At this moment, Su Yan once again took a step forward. Within his eyes, a ferocious radiance flashed. "Get down." After he finished speaking, he exerted more force with his palm. The Shura demon tiger's forehead was pressed down by Su Yan's palm. Just as it was about to retaliate, it did not expect an extremely terrifying force to directly appear. Its huge body was actually forcibly pressed down. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, its entire body sank directly into the ground. At this time, Su Yan had no intention of letting it go. He took another step forward and sat directly on the Shura demon tiger's body. At this time, he was exactly the same as when Wu Song was fighting the tiger. However, Wu Song was an ordinary warrior and only dealt with an ordinary tiger. At this time, however, he was sitting on a Shura demon tiger. The Shura demon tiger's strength was extremely terrifying, but at this time, it was suppressed by Su Yan and could no longer move. It was so angry that it directly threw itself, trying to break free. Unfortunately, Su Yan would not give it a chance. Under the suppression of such a powerful force, its body could not move. After being resurrected from the dead last time, Su Yan's body had been condensed again. The double impact of the destructive force and his original strength had strengthened his body to an extremely powerful level. At this moment, he was comparable to a god. When the Shura demon tiger saw that its powerful strength was unable to break free from Su Yan's suppression, it immediately roared in a low voice. At this time, an extremely powerful gale suddenly appeared. At this time, the terrifying hurricane constantly changed at this time. An incomparably terrifying aura reached its peak at this time, and its body began to expand at this time. Originally, Other than his fur, his appearance was not much different from an ordinary wild tiger. However, at this moment, his body had expanded by more than 10 times. Su Yan was just right to suppress it, but at this time, his entire body could not press down on the top of its head at all. The terrifying huge Shura demon tiger just shook its head, and Su Yan immediately felt a huge force trying to throw him away. "Humph, beast, how dare you be so presumptuous?" At this moment, Su Yan was already angry. The more the Shura demon tiger wanted to throw him away, the more he refused to let go. At this time, Su Yan suddenly turned his palm into a claw, and then directly pierced the huge Shura demon tiger's skin and flesh. In an instant, his palm had already pierced through the Shura demon tiger's fur defense. Su Yan's palm could only be said to be small compared to the Shura demon tiger's body. However, at this time, the Shura demon tiger could not bear it and let out a loud scream. Obviously, this attack caused great pain to it. In fact, this was inevitable because when Su Yan pierced the demon tiger's skin, the destructive force also directly entered its body. The impact of such power naturally caused the demon tiger to be in extreme pain. At this time, the Shura demon tiger's eyes suddenly burst with light, and a ray of blue light appeared. In an instant, an earth-shattering roar sounded between heaven and earth, and a terrifying majesty was displayed at this time. The strong wind and the strong grass were directly turned into fine powder, and even the huge trees that had existed for who knows how long directly fell at this time. Chapter 993. Female Literature. The moment this power appeared, it was simply unbearable, and the heavens and earth were annihilated. Such a violent power could only be described with the word terrifying. Even Su Yan was blown away by this sudden powerful force. The moment he was blown away, he used both of his hands to block in front of his chest. In the end, he managed to block more than half of this terrifying power. What's going on? How could this demon tiger become so powerful? Su Yan was shocked because at this moment, this demon tiger's aura actually increased by more than 3 times in an instant. Such a terrifying aura was almost comparable to martial Shuras. At this moment, he paused in midair and looked towards the gigantic demonic tiger. At this moment, the Shura demon tiger was shrouded in a light shadow. That light shadow was also a huge Shura demon tiger. Although it was a bit hazy, the aura it emitted was terrifying and powerful. It was like a natural king, coldly watching everything in this world. Su Yan was shocked. He didn't expect to meet such a terrifying existence at this time. But in the next moment he already understood. Ancestor Spirit. This is the Shura demon tiger's ancestor spirit. He summoned it, which is why his power increased so much. At this moment, Su Yan was very alarmed. No wonder the big Shura of Blood River City were so afraid of this place. The Shura demon beasts here were a bit too powerful. Aina was lucky to be able to escape from this Shura demon tiger's claws. Good. This demon tiger's spirit, I want it. The Shura demon tiger's ancestor's spirit should be a terrifying king-level existence. That's why it was able to protect its descendants after its death. Facing such a terrifying existence, all the demon beasts in the surroundings fled. Such a terrifying giant demon tiger was an existence they couldn't face. In front of it, they were only prey. At this moment, only Su Yan and the huge Shura demon tiger were left facing each other. However, Su Yan didn't have any intention of retreating. His aura also increased at this moment, and then the scorching sun sword appeared. He was very clear that facing such a terrifying existence, just relying on the Shura's strength wouldn't be enough. Moreover, there was no need for him to hide in this place. The scorching sun sword appeared, and a new power slowly moved around it. This power made the huge Shura demon tiger uneasy. A man and a tiger, just like that. Right at this moment, a thought suddenly appeared and was transmitted to Su Yan. Shura, you dare to invade my territory? You're courting death. Su Yan was slightly stunned at first. This demon tiger was actually able to make such a sound. However, he quickly dismissed the shock in his heart. It wasn't strange for such a powerful demon tiger to be able to send out a thought. At this moment, Su Yan waved his sword, and a ray of sword chi suddenly turned into a ray of light that flew towards the demon tiger. Su Yan's sword light was extremely fast. In just an instant, it had already arrived in front of the Shura demon tiger. The terrifying aura that erupted from that berserk power was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was increasing crazily, and the demon tiger also suddenly clawed down. The berserk tiger aura and the demon claw seal appeared, and that powerful force immediately exploded. The terrifying aura directly rose at this moment, and in the midst of the berserk power fluctuations, Su Yan directly stepped forward. At this moment, he turned into the most otherworldly existence. His speed was so fast. Cold light of the sword. Su Yan's cold light of the sword was already in the midst of the huge fluctuations. At this moment, the power of the cold light of the sword was extremely terrifying. The tiger obviously didn't expect that the Shura would dare to directly pass through such a terrifying collision of energy. The sword immediately slashed into his huge body. Such power fell on its body. Even if its defensive power was several times stronger at this time, it was still incomparably painful from this sword strike. That terrifying pain continued to provoke it. Su Yan would not give it a chance to breathe. This Shura demon tiger had become so huge, and although it had given him an advantage in terms of strength, its speed had also slowed down. Perhaps in the face of an ordinary opponent, such a change would almost be fierce, but its opponent was Su Yan. Su Yan activated the regal sword flight. At the same time, his dragon chi flashed, and dragon wings appeared. At this moment, his dragon wings changed again. He originally had 3 pairs of dragon wings. However, at this moment, they became a pair again. However, the power contained in these dragon wings could be said to be incomparably terrifying. The dragon wings flapped, and they could easily cut the air directly. Such speed was simply unimaginable. After several consecutive times, that demon tiger's powerful defense was finally broken, and blood immediately fell. The Shura demon tiger roared, and at this moment, its body changed again. Evidently, at this moment, it had realized that its huge body would not be able to bring it any advantage in this small Shura. Instead, it would become its weakness. At this time, it could not continue to maintain it. At this time, it had already summoned its ancestor's spirit soul. Under its ancestor's spirit soul, its strength would become incomparably powerful. After his body had shrunk, his speed had indeed increased in an instant. Then, the two of them immediately engaged in an extremely intense collision. At this moment, the intense battle between the two sides escalated. At this moment, Su Yan only felt indescribably carefree. He began to calm his mind, and at this moment, his aura began to slowly stabilize. After becoming a blue mask Shura, this was the first time he truly felt the terrifying power in his body. Unknowingly, his strength had become even more powerful, and his speed had become even more terrifying. The more Su Yan fought, the braver he became, but the Shura demon tiger was more and more surprised. It had already killed many Shura, and among them, there were even blue mask Shura. It was just that it had recently discovered that it was so unlucky. Not long ago, it encountered a blue mask Shura. In its opinion, a mere blue mask Shura should not be able to escape from its hands. However, this guy had escaped from its hands twice in a row. Letting its prey escape, and twice in a row, was simply an insult to it. At this moment, it encountered a blue mask Shura that could actually force it to this point. At this moment, the Tiger King's spirit soul's power gradually increased, and the terrifying aura began to surge. The Tiger King's majesty at this moment became even more powerful. Su Yan naturally felt the pressure coming from the demon tiger, but at this moment, Su Yan was still fighting bravely and had no intention of stopping at all. Su Yan's fighting style was displayed once again. After another 15 minutes, several marks appeared on Su Yan's body, all of which were the masterpiece of the demon tiger. However, at this time, the demon tiger's body was in an even more miserable state. Countless wounds had already appeared on its body. Not to mention itself, even the Tiger King's spirit soul had dimmed a little at this time. That was a gift from its ancestors. Not only could it protect it, but it could also allow it to continue to grow until it became the Tiger King again. However, at this time, the Tiger King's spirit soul seemed to have been injured. There was a terrifying power in this human sword chi. Every time it came into contact with the Tiger King's sword chi, that terrifying power would invade and begin to eat away at its body. To the Tiger King, this was simply the cruelest blow. Shura, you and I have no enmity between us. I can let you leave my territory. At this moment, the Shura demon tiger transmitted its thoughts again. At this moment, it was already feeling afraid. Su Yan's reckless fighting style, as well as his extremely domineering aura, made it fearful. Although it seemed that they were evenly matched at this time, it was clear in its heart that if this continued, it was afraid that it would lose its life. Since it couldn't win, it naturally couldn't continue to fight to the death. Therefore, at this time, it wanted to make peace. However, it wanted to make peace, but Su Yan didn't want to. You're courting death. At this moment, when the Shura demon tiger transmitted its thoughts, an extremely slight flaw appeared. Su Yan had experienced countless battles, so how could he not grasp this flaw? Rumble of thunder. At this moment, Su Yan directly sent out an extremely powerful bolt of lightning. The moment this bolt of lightning appeared, the bolt of lightning immediately surged forward, and this rolling bolt of lightning rumbled continuously at this moment. The terrifying aura had already reached a state of limitless. Lightning was the most domineering power. Su Yan cultivated the lightning technique, but very rarely used it. Firstly, this lightning technique wasn't his original cultivation. Therefore, although it was very powerful, it wasn't as smooth as using sword chi. Secondly, it was because the lightning technique was simply too terrifying. When the lightning technique was used, although it could cause enormous damage to the enemy, it would also have a slight recoil effect on the user. Therefore, Su Yan didn't like to use this lightning technique. However, the lightning technique was extremely domineering, and its power was unquestionable. The Tiger King's spirit that the Shura demon tiger had summoned was indeed powerful. According to Su Yan's speculation, when this Tiger King was alive, it was definitely more powerful than the owner of the king's inheritance mark that he had just obtained. In fact, it was more than just a little bit stronger. Unfortunately, it was only a king-level existence in the end. It couldn't withstand time. Even if it used this method to merge its power with the bloodline of its descendants, it was still beginning to weaken. Chapter 994. Girls' Literature. Su Yan had fought with the Shura demon tiger earlier because he wanted to feel his own strength. Secondly, he wanted to analyze the characteristics of the Tiger King's strength. Although the Shura demon tiger had already developed intelligence and could even communicate with Su Yan through its thoughts, it was still too weak. However, it had only followed its instincts to hunt and kill its prey until now. Although it had been fighting nonstop, how could it compare to Su Yan? At this point, Su Yan had already figured out its strength. Naturally, this guy had no chance of winning. At this moment, Su Yan had unleashed his strongest lightning power. No matter where it was, the power of the soul belonged to the power of the yin. On the other hand, lightning was the power of the yang. When the two met, it was a natural counter to each other. The demon tiger thought that Su Yan was at the end of his rope, so it asked Su Yan to retreat. It wanted to kill Su Yan with a sneak attack when Su Yan wasn't paying attention. When the lightning power appeared, the power of the Tiger King's spirit immediately began to stir. Whether it was the Shura world or the Wuji world, the division of yin and yang was the Tao of heaven and earth. This was the greatest principle of this world. When the lightning power appeared, the Shura demon tiger immediately let out a roar of fear. It felt that its Tiger King's seal, which had always been invincible, began to tremble at this moment. At this moment, it knew that it was about to lose. Once it lost, it would have to pay a huge price, death. No matter what, it didn't want to die. Therefore, at this moment, the Shura demon tiger immediately turned around and tried to escape. Although if he were to escape at this time, he would have to endure a blow from Su Yan, which would cause him to be heavily injured, but at this time, he couldn't care so much. It had to be said that his current appearance really did have a bit of the appearance of a brave warrior cutting off his wrist. Unfortunately, it had already come to this. How could Su Yan allow him to continue escaping? It's too late to leave now. A wave of energy appeared at this moment, and a violent and terrifying roar rang out. It was the roar of a dragon. After the thunder, it was the sound of a dragon's roar. Su Yan's power had long been combined together, reaching a level of mastery. At this moment he released his dragon chi. The dragon aura and the lightning fused and immediately turned into a lightning dragon that coiled around the Shura demon tiger. At this time, Su Yan had completely taken out all of his trump cards. The Tiger King's spirit soul seemed to have sensed the threat of death and suddenly released an extremely terrifying aura. It was a power that far exceeded his current level. Obviously, after he sensed danger, he wanted to release all of his energy in one go. This would form the most powerful attack. Of course, it was powerful, but after this attack, everything would dissipate. He would no longer be able to bring good fortune to his descendants. However, since Su Yan had already come into contact with the Shura's king's mark, he was naturally aware of this. He had been on guard from the very beginning. Soul-suppressing seal, four corners seal, appear. At this time, 2 consecutive roars were heard, and the 2 seals that existed in his sea of consciousness immediately appeared. This was the most precious treasure of the Stupa sect. The soul-suppressing seal suppressed the soul and was extremely powerful. After the 4 corners seal absorbed the power of the black tortoise, it became even more powerful. At that time, the white-boned black tortoise tried to cause trouble and was directly killed by Su Yan, who then turned it into the power of the origin. Although the 4 corners seal lost its spirituality, it made Su Yan more proficient in using it. The 2 seals exploded at the same time. The soul-suppressing seal directly suppressed the Shura Tiger King's spirit soul, making it unable to fully unleash its power. The 4 corners seal formed a special boundary, isolating it from the surroundings. Thunder Dragon, devour. At this moment, Su Yan no longer held back. He went straight for the Shura Tiger King's spirit soul. As for the Shura demon tiger, after the 4 corners seal appeared, it was immediately suppressed and could not even struggle. At this point you still want to resist stubbornly? Don't think too much. Obediently become a tonic for my soul seal. Dragon and tiger unite, dragon soars, tiger roars. At this time, Su Yan's powerful sea of consciousness burst out. The green lotus swayed, and the bright moon suppressed it. The powerful force immediately suppressed it completely. When the power of the sea of consciousness was activated, the Tiger King's spirit soul was finally unable to struggle. The thunder dragon slowly coiled around it, and for a moment, the dragon tiger's roars were endless. Time passed slowly. In just a moment, the seal was directly suppressed. The 2 powers finally completely merged into Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes. The Shura demon tiger crawled on the ground and trembled. Its ancestor's spirit soul was actually devoured by the Shura in front of it. This made it extremely frightened. The demon beast abyss was incomparably terrifying. There were killings here at any time. This was not only for the Shura, but also for the demon beasts here. He could run rampant in this place because of his high-grade bloodline and powerful strength. More importantly, it was because of his ancestor's spirit soul. In the past, there were even more powerful demon beasts that wanted to devour him. He relied on this spirit soul to escape and even counterattack. But today, his spirit soul was directly devoured by Su Yan. He should have been full of hatred for Su Yan, but when Su Yan's gaze fell on him, all the hatred disappeared. At this time, the only thing left was fear. Yes, at this time, he was already afraid. To him, Su Yan was simply a demon-like existence. Tell me, where did Aina go? At this time, Su Yan's eyes widened. Aina's appearance immediately appeared in the Shura demon tiger's mind. At this time, the Shura demon tiger did not dare to be presumptuous. He kept moving his claws and then said what he knew. It's very likely that he went to the dragon's cold pond. Great master, don't kill me. I am willing to be your servant. At this time, he immediately began to beg for mercy. Su Yan had even taken care of his ancestor's spirit soul. It was naturally not difficult for him to deal with him. In fact, his begging did have an effect. Su Yan originally wanted to kill him directly. After hearing his begging, his heart suddenly softened. Then he said, "Okay, then you will be my mount." This was the Tiger King's spirit soul that he had refined, begging for mercy. Moreover, he was now a blue Shura. Even if he devoured this Shura demon tiger, it would not be of much benefit to Su Yan. It was better to keep him alive. He was not familiar with this place. Although he had a strong divine sense, with this big guy leading the way, he could save a lot of effort. Su Yan directly sent a puppet seal into the demon tiger's mind. After the demon tiger confirmed that Su Yan would not kill him, he finally calmed down. Master, the dragon's cold pond is actually very dangerous. Even stronger demon beasts are not willing to provoke it. Are we really going? The Shura demon tiger's strength was not weak. At least when he had the Tiger King's spirit soul, he was incomparably strong. Ordinary blue Shura could only become food in front of him. However, at this time, the Tiger King felt fear. This was a fear that came from the depths of his heart. Su Yan frowned slightly. To be honest, he and Hyena were only acquaintances. In fact, he wanted to kill him in the depths of his heart. Naturally, he would not risk his life for Hyena. However, Su Yan had not reached the point where he would not dare to go after hearing about danger. Su Yan had a spirit of adventure in his bones. He would not avoid the so-called danger. Instead, he wanted to know more about it. At this time, he immediately made a decision and said, "No, I must go to this place. Just bring me there." Su Yan immediately made a decision. The Shura demon tiger, who had already become a slave, naturally had no right to speak. He could only droop his head and squat in front of Su Yan. Originally, he was an extremely arrogant overlord. Those stupid blue-faced Shura who wanted to hunt him had already become his food. But today, he had to carry a blue-faced Shura. He felt that he had lost too much face. However, at this time, his life and death were already in the hands of others. At this time, he did not care so much. Su Yan said, "No need, just lead the way." When the Shura demon tiger heard this, he immediately turned from sadness to joy. For him, carrying a Shura on his back was a shameful thing. But now that the Shura took the initiative to give up, it could not be better. At this time, he directly went forward. His speed was very fast. Because of the previous battle, there were no creatures in this place that dared to stay, so they walked very fast. However, the Shura demon tiger gradually slowed down. Obviously, he felt a lot of pressure. This place was already out of his territory, and there were already other powerful monsters in this place. The Shura demon tiger had already lost his Tiger King spirit soul, but at this time, he was followed by the powerful Su Yan, so he was not afraid. However, he also knew what Su Yan wanted to do at this time, so he would not take the initiative to provoke those powerful monsters. In fact, in his opinion, it would be best if those monsters found Su Yan and directly jumped out. Whether Su Yan killed them or they killed Su Yan, it was all what he wanted to see. However, just as this thought appeared, Su Yan sneered, "It seems that you have a lot of thoughts." This sentence was calm, but it scared him. Chapter 995. Female Literature. At this moment, he finally understood how powerful the seed that Su Yan planted in his mind was. His thoughts could actually be so clearly perceived by Su Yan. This was simply not letting a tiger live. However, at this moment, he also knew that silence was the best answer. Thus, he directly walked forward. Gradually, the surrounding cold air deepened. Su Yan could clearly feel the chill, as if he had entered a world of ice and snow. And the surroundings gradually changed. The surrounding plants were completely different from the previous place. At this moment, Su Yan directly strode forward. And the demon tiger was actually already anxious in its heart. The dragon's cold pond is in front. Are we really going to continue forward? Shura demon tiger asked again. At this moment, Su Yan said, "The dragon's cold pond. In that case, there's a dragon in the cold pond?" Shura demon tiger said, "I don't know. In this generation, almost no monster dares to enter. In my memory, there's an innate fear of this place. As for whether there's a dragon now, I don't know." Shura demon tiger was helpless. Monsters like them had many things that came from their innate inheritance. This was the strength of demonic beasts, and it was also one of their instincts. Su Yan sighed. He knew that since it was such an inheritance, it would definitely not be aimless. However, at this time, since he had already made up his mind, he would not care so much about so many things. Su Yan directly walked forward and completely entered. In fact, just now, he had already discovered that the spiritual energy here was completely different from other places. The spiritual energy in this place was terrifyingly rich, and the power in it had an indescribable depth. At this time, he finally understood why Aina came here. He wanted to become a more powerful Shura. Then, when he broke through this realm, he would naturally become different by absorbing the high level of Shura here. If he was lucky enough, he might even be able to awaken some innate abilities. When Shura's cultivation level gradually increased, there was a certain chance of awakening his innate abilities. It was just like Wang Baichuan's cold state when he was in the dragon realm. Once the state was awakened, it would play a huge role in battle, and could even decide life and death. This is an interesting place. At this time, Su Yan was interested in this place. He did not care about this place and directly walked forward. As soon as he entered, Su Yan's powerful devouring ability was immediately displayed. Countless auras directly gathered towards Su Yan's body. It felt like a giant whale swallowing water. The Shura demon tiger immediately felt the change in Su Yan. At this time, even the Shura demon tiger was secretly shocked. After entering this place, he also did his best to devour the aura here. Although he was afraid of this place, he was very clear that this was indeed a good place to cultivate. If this place could become his territory, then his strength would increase even faster. However, if even his ancestor was so fearful of this place, then he wouldn't dare to approach it. He believed that it was not only him, but many monsters with powerful inheritances were also like this. However, at this time, since he had already stepped into this area, he did not care so much. First, he would devour the aura here. The Shura demon tiger actually had a unique advantage. Compared to ordinary Shura, these monsters' ability to devour Shura's aura was stronger. Therefore, generally speaking, Shura monsters of the same level were often much stronger than Shura monsters of the same level. But now, the Shura demon tiger's devouring speed was more than one level lower than Su Yan's. Such a powerful force caused him to feel extreme fear in his heart. His master was simply a monster. If he knew this, he would not have jumped out at that time. He was afraid that he would have gone crazy from hunger. Aina continued to condense his aura. He did not know if it was an illusion, but at this time, he felt that his speed of absorbing aura was getting faster and faster. The cold and powerful Shura's aura was constantly gathering towards his body. In the end, the Shura's aura seemed to be flying towards his body. Aina had never heard of such a strange situation. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but for him at this time, this was a good thing. The faster and more of these auras came, the more powerful he would become when he advanced. In order to become stronger, taking risks was a must. Thinking of this, he immediately threw all his worries away and began to focus his attention, then began to condense his power. At this time, his body's color had begun to gradually change. The power in it was constantly rotating, and there was a power that was constantly changing. At this time, a faint light appeared in his lower abdomen. The light turned into a strange shape, and the light it emitted surrounded Aina's body. If Su Yan was here, he would find that it was actually an inheritance mark. The power of this mark was more powerful than the mark Su Yan obtained before. Of course, compared to the imprint that Su Yan had obtained, this imprint was even more profound. Every time it released its power, it seemed to be only a little bit or two. Inheritance marks. Only powerhouses above the Azura King level were able to condense their own laws of strength. Aina also had an imprint of inheritance, and it was a high-level imprint. Aina's talent was outstanding, but it was definitely not a coincidence that he could be so heaven-defying. This mark was passed down by his ancestor. However, it was really difficult to awaken this mark. Aina's father did not even awaken this inheritance mark. Aina had never told anyone about this, not even to Inyui. The inheritance mark was the most fundamental secret of Ashura. No matter who it was, he would not tell anyone. After the inheritance mark was awakened, Inyui gradually had an impression of his ancestor. His ancestor was not the Shura king, but the more powerful Shura Emperor. It was also because of this that it was even more difficult for him to awaken his power. Therefore, when he found out that Su Yan had the king's inheritance mark, he did not pay much attention to it. He came to this place because, on the one hand, he wanted to devour the rich and powerful Shura aura here. On the other hand, he wanted to awaken this inheritance mark as much as possible. At this moment, it was simply the right time, place, and people for him. The boundless Azura aura circled around his body, causing his aura to rise continuously. To him, this was an extremely wonderful feeling. At this time, his energy was gathering faster and faster, and his aura was skyrocketing at this time. Su Yan, who was outside the cold pool, suddenly felt the change in the icy Shura's aura. He did not need to think too much to immediately deduce that this was because of Aina. Has the impact started? At this time, Su Yan did not stay any longer and went straight inside. At this time, the Shura demon tiger could only bitterly follow Su Yan into the pool. The surroundings of the cold pond were so strange and cold, making it feel very uncomfortable. Su Yan ran while feeling the changes in the aura. Su Yan knew Aina's ability very well. After all, he had fought with Aina before. At that time, even if Aina had a final hidden move, Su Yan already knew his approximate strength. Even if his strength had increased rapidly during this period of time, the speed at which he devoured aura should not be so fast. However, at this time, the aura here was changing at such a speed. Something's wrong. There seems to be a mysterious existence gathering the aura. He wants to help Aina. There was no free lunch in this world. This was the principle that Su Yan pursued from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, this change was definitely not a good thing. However, at this time, Su Yan was getting more and more curious. At the same time, he liked this place even more. His ability to devour the aura here had reached an extreme level. It was as if he was fighting with that mysterious existence and sharing the aura. The operation of the very supreme power was faster by a bit. At this time, the God-Slayer's sword transmitted its will. There seems to be something interesting here. Su Yan boy, don't worry. I will protect you. Let's go take a look. After arriving in the Shura world, the God-Slayer's sword seemed to have become unusually active. Moreover, Su Yan could feel that the God-Slayer's sword's power seemed to be gradually increasing here. This increase was faster than in the infinite world. The God-Slayer's sword and the Shura world must have some kind of connection. Su Yan was very sure of this, but he didn't ask. When the time came, he would find out. After going a little deeper, the icy cold aura in this place had reached a terrifying level. The Shura demon tiger began to tremble. It had to be known that even without the Tiger King's spirit soul, its strength was enough to easily kill an ordinary blue-faced Shura. Its defensive power was also incomparably strong. The defensive power of its fur was incomparably terrifying. Naturally, it was not afraid of cold or heat. However, at this time, it was actually trembling. From this, it was obvious that the cold aura here had reached an extremely high level. Oh my God, the tiger is freezing to death. I'm going to become an ice tiger. It kept crying in its heart. At this time, Su Yan's body suddenly emitted an aura. After that aura entered the tiger's body, it immediately swam through the tiger's body. The bone-chilling aura that he had felt before was now disappearing bit by bit. Chapter 996. Female Literature. Oh my God, what is this aura? It feels like my strength is going to increase. This was the first time that the Shura demon tiger felt that following Su Yan was not a bad idea. The aura that Su Yan injected into his body not only dissipated the cold aura, but it also showed signs of a breakthrough in his strength. For monsters, other than relying on the power of inheritance, the biggest way to cultivate was to hunt and kill. The higher the level and the stronger the prey that they consumed, the stronger their own strength would become. Other than that, there was no better way. However, at this time, Su Yan's aura actually increased his strength. This was unprecedented. Without the threat of the cold, his body immediately shook. Or, you damn dragon, Grandpa Tiger is coming. Grandpa Tiger wants to eat a frozen dragon. The Shura demon tiger immediately went inside happily. Su Yan. This Shura demon tiger seemed to be a little chunibu. However, this was not the time to care about this. Su Yan's divine telekinesis had already sensed Aina's existence. At the same time, he had also discovered the imprint on Aina's body. It's the Emperor's inheritance imprint, TSK. The Godslayer sword's voice sounded. This surprised Su Yan. Although Su Yan's strength had increased greatly at this time, he still did not have the confidence to defeat a Shura king. However, at this time, the Emperor's inheritance imprint appeared on Aina's body. At this time, he even had the intention to kill and steal the treasure. However, until now, he and Aina were still friends. Su Yan would not treat his friend like this. At this time, the Emperor's imprint shone brightly. Countless Shura's aura directly condensed and then directly poured into Aina's body. Aina's skin began to change, and his aura skyrocketed. The ground he was on was directly destroyed layer by layer. At this time, Aina finally began to break through. The terrifying energy gathering surprised Su Yan. This level of strength was almost comparable to a powerhouse like Xianxia. One had to know that Aina had just begun to break through. Xianxia was already a veteran powerhouse. After becoming a blue-faced Shura, he could become so powerful because he had already devoured 8 blue-faced Shura and gathered all the power of these Shura into his body. However, at this time, Aina was truly relying on his talent power. Just based on the cultivation of the Shura, Su Yan was inferior to Aina. At this moment, Aina suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Su Yan. At this time, Shura's to Shura's Shura to Shura was Shura's Shura. At this time, Su Yan's eyes also became cold. Aina had developed killing intent towards him. Although he didn't know why, it was real. However, a moment later, Aina's killing intent disappeared without a trace. Moreover, from his expression, it seemed that he didn't know that he had developed killing intent. This Shura's will seems to want to kill the two of us, hee. This was naturally the will of the Godslayer sword. Hearing his words, Su Yan immediately understood that Aina should have entered a state of emptiness. At that time, the will of heaven descended and directly entered Aina's body. Although Su Yan had isolated himself from the will of heaven under the power of the exalted. However, that was only a temporary isolation. In fact, the will of heaven had already remembered Su Yan. Moreover, this memory was very deep. The moment the heavens will seize the opportunity, the power of the heavens would descend immediately and kill Su Yan. However, when Aina's consciousness returned, this inexplicable will of heaven immediately dissipated. Su Yan had thought this through, but Aina clearly didn't know this. He saw Su Yan and immediately felt warmth in his heart. He immediately guessed that Su Yan was here to find him. This place was so dangerous, but Su Yan still came here. This was a friendship. Aina remembered this in his heart. Moreover, Su Yan had already seen his own legacy mark. Legacy marks were extremely powerful and precious. Even the king of Shura would be tempted by one. If it was any other blue-faced Shura, perhaps they would have already taken it by now. However, Su Yan didn't. Focus and attack well. At this moment, Su Yan's voice sounded. Now was the crucial moment to attack the blue-faced Shura. The most taboo thing to do now was to be distracted. If he continued like this, he might even be seriously injured. Aina was naturally aware of this. He once again focused his mind. At this moment, the powerful force formed a light curtain that completely surrounded him. When the light curtain reached its peak, all the power was directly absorbed by him. At this moment, Aina's aura rose again. At this moment, his skin had completely turned into a deep blue color. His aura also stabilized. The king's mark emitted a gentle light and drilled into Aina's body. At this moment, Aina had finally become the blue-faced Shura of his dreams. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful blue-faced Shura. Su Yan didn't doubt that at this moment, Aina could directly defeat the bare face. Moreover, under the situation where he didn't use any other power, he could fight with him. It seemed that he and he were really born to be enemies. However, facing such an enemy, Su Yan didn't fear. He only looked forward to it. Not daring to face the enemy was cowardice and cowardice. How could a cowardly person become a true powerhouse? Of course, this also depended on the specific situation. If Aina and himself were enemies, then at this time, Su Yan would definitely directly kill him. But at least for now, Aina was his friend. Su Yan was happy for him that he could become a blue-faced Shura. Fate was really too unpredictable. He didn't need to directly kill a friend for some unknown feeling. At this time, Su Yan's expression suddenly changed. Because at this time, he finally realized that something was wrong. This strange feeling had existed before, but just now, Aina's sudden killing intent had diverted Su Yan's attention. At this time, that feeling of danger made him pay attention again. It was the person behind the scenes who controlled the change in the ice-cold Shura's aura. At this time, the ripples of the cold pond became incomparably mysterious. It was clearly a gentle sound of water, but at this time, it became so ear-piercing. Aina, get out of the way! Su Yan immediately shouted. However, at practically the instant his voice left his mouth, a burst of power suddenly appeared from the cold pond. The moment that power appeared, the cold pond water rushed straight to the sky. Then, the water rushed directly towards Aina. At this time, Aina had just become a blue-faced Shura. He was restraining his mind so that he could carefully experience his new strength and state. But he didn't expect such an unforeseen event to happen at this time. However, he was also a powerful person who had experienced countless battles. At this time, his fighting instincts saved him. The moment Su Yan's voice sounded, he had already moved horizontally to the left. This time, he had used up all of his strength, and his speed was much faster than any of the previous times. Almost in an instant, he had already returned to his original place. Because his speed was too fast, and he obviously couldn't control his current state very well, he even directly hit the mountain rock. His speed was so fast that the power of the collision was naturally terrifying. Such an attack should have been able to shatter a normal boulder into pieces. But at this time, Aina's body was in pain, but he didn't have any problem dodging. But at this time, Aina didn't care about this. At this time, he was really scared and broke out in cold sweat. At the place where he was originally standing, there was now an ice pillar. If he didn't escape in time at that time, he might have been the one on the ice pillar. That power appeared so suddenly and so terrifyingly. Even after becoming the blue mask Shura, he still felt an incomparable feeling. A woo-woo. At this time, the Shura demon tiger immediately roared. It was a kind of angry roar. The strange thing was that at this time, the Shura demon tiger was clearly very scared, but after this aura appeared, it became incomparably angry. At this moment, a large amount of fog immediately emerged from the cold pool. The fog spread, and in an instant, it had already enveloped the entire surroundings. At this time, Su Yan frowned. The moment the fog appeared, his divine thought was actually blocked, and his perception ability was reduced by at least 1/3. This was not a good sign. Don't be noisy. Su Yan directly transmitted his will to the Shura demon tiger. Then he forcibly suppressed the Shura demon tiger's anger. At this time, he had already devoured the Tiger King's spirit soul, and at this time, he could somewhat guess the situation. Back then, the fall of this powerful Tiger King was most likely related to the mysterious existence of this cold pool. Come out, why hide? Anyway, we can't get out now, right? Su Yan directly transmitted his will. When the icy mist rose, the entrance to this place was already shrouded in it. The ice fog spread everywhere and directly filled the entire valley. At this time, this place had already turned into an ice prison. Chapter 997. Female Literature. Now, Su Yan, Aina, and the Shura demon tiger had become turtles in a jar. All of this was done by the master of this mysterious cold pool. It seemed that this dragon really existed. Smart. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. And what was even more creepy was that the location of this voice was actually behind Su Yan. The moment the voice sounded, a claw had already appeared directly, grabbing towards Su Yan's body. It appeared so strangely and silently, and at the same time, it immediately launched an attack the moment it appeared. Such a method was simply terrifying. Su Yan. At this time, Hyena saw the huge claw directly pass through Su Yan's body, and he immediately became extremely angry. At least, Su Yan came here to look for him, and after seeing his inheritance imprint, he did not move at all. This had already won his approval. Originally, he was so polite to Su Yan. It was only because Su Yan could fight with him, and at the same time, it was also because of Rusty. Hyena was very proud, and he was also a lonely person. And Su Yan had gained his approval. In other words, at this moment, he had already regarded Su Yan as a friend. A lonely person, after having a friend, would naturally cherish it very much. At this time, his friend died in front of him. How could he not be angry? However, the next moment he breathed a sigh of relief. Because after the claw passed through Su Yan's body directly dissipated. It was as if a mirror had been broken. That was not Su Yan's real body. This guy, his strength has actually become this frightening. When he had fought against Su Yan earlier, Su Yan did not possess such an ability. At that time, if Su Yan was able to use such a strange method, then in the Blood River Tower he might have already lost. From this, it could be seen that after Su Yan became a Blue Mask Shura, not only did his strength increase, but his methods also increased. But at this time, it seemed that this was a good thing. Oh, you actually dodged my attack? You Shura are quite interesting. The voice sounded again, but this time, its body did not move. Through the fog, Su Yan and Hyena finally saw this guy clearly. This was a standing creature. Its entire body was pitch black, and there were 2 horns on its head. There was also a long tail on its back, and the tip of the tail was a long needle. It was suffused with a cold light, and one could tell with a single glance that it was an extremely terrifying thing. The moment this strange thing appeared, it brought great pressure to Su Yan and Hyena. One had to know that at this time, they were already Blue Mask Shura, and both of them were at the top of the Blue Mask Shura. If the 2 of them joined forces, they could even challenge the Martial Shura. But in front of this huge guy, the 2 of them did not feel the slightest sense of security. This was really a terrifying thing. You were the one who was condensing the cold air before. Let's focus on Hyena. What are you? Are you that dragon? Su Yan asked directly. Yes, if I want to make food more delicious, then I can only fatten it up. Although it will make me a little tired, it can't be helped. That strange thing opened and closed its parrot-like mouth, and actually spoke the Shura language. For a monster like the Shura demon tiger, although it could communicate with Su Yan, it did so by transmitting its will. But this guy could directly speak the Shura language. It was obviously a higher-level existence. With a light flick of its tail, it directly smashed a rock into powder. Su Yan and Hyena's pupils shrank. Hyena had just experienced the horror of these rocks. He did not break the rocks when he slammed into them, but this guy, with just a light flick of its tail, did it to this extent. What kind of terrifying power was this? Whether it was Su Yan or Hyena, both of them were shocked. But whether it was Su Yan or Hyena, they did not have any fear. At any time, a scared Shura was destined to fail. This was the same for everyone. The stronger the person, the more fearless they were. At this time, the monster's gaze suddenly fell on the Shura demon tiger. Oh, so it's the descendant of that stupid tiger. That's great. At this time, it suddenly laughed. Its smile was so evil. From this sentence, it seemed that the Tiger King from back then was related to this guy. At this time, the Shura Tiger King was completely furious. Even if Su Yan's will was suppressing it, it could no longer control itself at this time. It almost wanted to rush up and bite at this guy in an instant. However, Su Yan was clear that if this guy went up at this time, he would definitely die without a doubt. This strange and mysterious existence was very likely to be a dragon. It was really powerful. Not to mention the demon tiger at this time, even if he could gather all the power of the Tiger King's spirit, he would not be a match for this guy. I'm going to kill it. At this time, the weakness of a monster was revealed. Even if it was so powerful, the Shura demon tiger still could not control its emotions. When its killing intent rose, it immediately wanted to fight with its opponent, even if it had to die together with it. But at this time, Su Yan would not let it do so. He suddenly said, In that case, you are that dragon. I really didn't expect that a dragon would look like this. Strictly speaking, this was indeed the first time he saw a dragon. No matter where in the mythology, as long as the word dragon was related, it would be a synonym for power. The human race's cultivation had a saying that they wanted to become as powerful as a dragon. Once upon a time, dragons were the main characters of the world. At that time, Su Yan went to Dragon Island. At that time, even the powerful Godslayer sword suffered a great loss on Dragon Island. Although the Godslayer sword later killed a dragon king, it was also injured. From this, it could be seen how terrifying those dragons were. Moreover, that was only the Dragon King. If it was the legendary dragon god, then it would be even more terrifying. Not to mention other things, the great demonic dragon was already one of the most powerful existences in the world, but according to legend, its fall was caused by the dragon god. This caused the powerful great demonic dragon to fall directly and fall into a dead silence. At this time, Su Yan was sure that although this dragon looked very strange, it must have the bloodline of a true dragon. Because the dragon blood in Su Yan's body reacted. The great demonic dragon had a natural hostility towards the dragons. This was an instinct, so much so that even if Su Yan's dragon blood was slowly cultivated, it still brought out this hatred. However, Su Yan was not a beast, and his willpower was very strong, so he was not affected by this will. At this time, Su Yan coldly stared at the dragon. Although his words were mocking, he did not dare to be careless at this time. The dragon had already proven its strength, and Su Yan did not forget the sneak attack just now. If he had not been careful at the beginning and directly launched a skill similar to Kyoka Suigetsu as a precaution, he did not think that he would have been able to avoid such a terrible blow. This guy was not only powerful, but his speed was also terrifying, and in this fog, he seemed to be able to move freely. When he was talking, he unconsciously linked his power with Shura, Demon Tiger, and Hyena. Only in this way could he spread his divine will to the greatest extent possible. Originally, to restrain such a strange and elusive movement, divine sense was the best way, but this fog suppressed divine sense. This greatly reduced the range of divine sense. At this time, Su Yan could only do this. Humph, are you trying to stall for time? You sure are interesting, you give me a very special feeling. I originally thought that this guy with the inheritance of the emperor would be the most delicious food, but now it seems that your appearance has given me a new surprise. At this time, his eyes fell on Su Yan's face without any scruples, as if he wanted to directly devour Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan ignored his words. He was secretly controlling his power, and at the same time, communicating with the Godslayer sword. Senior Godslayer, what kind of creature is this? Is it really a dragon? Although he had never seen a dragon before, he had after all dealt with the dragon clan, and he always felt that this guy in front of him was neither fish nor fowl. If this was a dragon, then it was a bit too unreliable. At this time, the Godslayer sword said, "Dragon? If you must say that, it's possible because he was indeed a dragon, but now he's not." Su Yan's brows furrowed. He did not really understand what this sentence meant. At this time, the Godslayer sword transmitted its thoughts again. "Kid, as a senior, I'll give you a good explanation. Have you noticed his tail?" Su Yan naturally noticed that tail that was emitting a cold light. How could he not notice it? This strange and terrifying fellow, the part that gave Su Yan the most pressure was its tail. This tail seems to be very powerful, and its lethality is terrifying. Su Yan said, "Ha, is that so? Isn't your divine sense very strong? Then take a closer look." Su Yan did as he was told, and his divine sense directly focused on the tail. Suddenly, Su Yan's expression changed. Chapter 998. Female Literature. He discovered that at the tip of the tail, there was actually a small, invisible hole, and around the hole were densely packed tiny bumps. This thing gave Su Yan a very strange and dangerous feeling. At this moment, the Godslayer sword continued to transmit its thoughts. "Let me tell you, that's this guy's real mouth. Why do I say that he can also be considered a dragon? It's because the blood of a dragon is flowing in his body, and he has the innate magic of a dragon, but he's not a dragon himself. He's a devouring worm. A devouring worm. Su Yen had never heard of this term, but he could tell that the God-Slayer sword was not friendly to this creature. That's right, that's a devouring worm. It appeared at the end of ancient times and was hated by many powerful creatures. In the end, almost all of them joined forces to extinguish the devouring worm. I really didn't expect that such a creature would still exist, and that you would encounter it. Hee, you're really a child of destiny. Su Yen continued, Senior, please enlighten me. Just how terrifying is this devouring bug? How could it make so many powerful clans in ancient times join forces to deal with it and destroy it? In the world he came from, human history was a history of development. At least, that was the case according to human research. From the earliest primitive civilization to the last few advanced technological civilizations. However, this was definitely not the case in this world. In this world, until now, civilization had regressed a lot. The word ancient often meant that they were powerful. The powerful races of ancient times were extremely powerful, and some of them were even more terrifying. If those existences were to be resurrected, Su Yen did not even dare to believe that humans would still be alive at this time. In that extremely terrifying era, all the powerful races hated the devouring worm, and in the end, they joined forces to eliminate it. How terrifying would that be? Devouring worms, as the name suggests, are terrifying creatures that rely on devouring to strengthen themselves. They devour not only to obtain energy, but also to obtain all of their abilities. This includes their bloodline talents. Therefore, very few people know what a devouring worm looks like. When they devour a true dragon, they become a true dragon. When they devour humans, they become humans. When they devour both creatures at the same time, they will evolve. It can be said that such creatures are even more terrifying than demons. Their existence is born to be enemies with this world and this world. Hearing this, even Su Yen, who had always been bold, could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This devouring worm was actually so terrifying. If it devoured a dragon, they would become a true dragon. If it devoured a black tortoise, they would become a black tortoise. If their numbers were large enough, wouldn't they be able to devour the entire world? With such a heaven-defying and terrifying existence, it was no wonder that the powerful races of the ancient times would band together. Hee, the one in front of you is a devouring worm. Originally, there should have been a dragon here. Unfortunately, he has now become the devouring worm's food. Moreover, this devouring worm must have planned to devour a dragon. Many powerful monsters have died in its mouth, which is why it has evolved into such a ghastly appearance. The Tiger King that you just devoured must have been its prey, which is why it is so angry at it. At this moment, Su Yen was really alarmed. Such a monster's existence was a sin. It was the most terrifying thing in the world. Su Yen took a deep breath and his gaze fell on the creature. The devouring worm had not made a move until now. At this moment, Su Yen realized that the surrounding cold air had become stronger. At this moment, he understood that the devouring worm was waiting for an opportunity. The stronger the cold air became, the more suitable it would be for its battle. If it continued to reach its peak, it would be extremely disadvantageous for Su Yen and Aina. Aina, get ready to attack. This monster is very scary and very dangerous. We must be careful, especially its tail. It's best not to give it a chance. Su Yen was naturally very cautious after learning about the danger of this thing from the Godslayer sword. However, Aina did not know how scary this thing was, which was why Su Yen warned him. Otherwise, if Aina acted rashly without knowing, it was very likely that this thing would seize the opportunity. If that happened, it would be terrible. Okay, I understand. Aina nodded. He could see that Su Yen must have known something. However, to be able to make Su Yen treat it so seriously, the thing in front of them must be extremely terrifying. Use the Shura fire. As soon as Su Yen finished speaking, he had already made his move. A flame rose. The blazing flame appeared silently next to the devouring worm. Shura fire had always been known for being overbearing. In the Shura world, those who could use Shura fire to its extreme were all top-notch powerhouses. Among them, the most famous one was the Flame Emperor, whose origin was Shura fire. Back then, the Shura Great Emperor was almost invincible, and there were few who could match him. However, it was said that the Shura Great Emperor left this world later on, and his whereabouts were unknown. Of course, to be able to leave this world freely, only such a powerful great emperor would have such means. At this moment, Su Yan's power began to increase. The Shura fire was refined and directly shrouded the devouring worm. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. "Damn it, be careful behind you." He immediately noticed that the thing his power shrouded was actually a fake. This damned thing actually used a similar method as he did before. This damned thing really deserved to die. His power suddenly moved, and then the flames directly shrouded Hyena and the Shura demon tiger. The Shura fire also turned into a shield at this moment. Boom! Almost at this moment, a terrifying wave of air exploded. At this moment, an azure cold air appeared. Sure enough, the devouring worm took advantage of this moment to launch a sneak attack. If it wasn't for Su Yan's quick reaction, they would have already been hit by the attack. Damn it, die, blade of reincarnation. At this moment, Hyena directly made his move. This was a powerful power that he awakened after becoming a blue-faced Shura. However, after such a short period of time, it was naturally impossible for him to control this power well. Even so, when this power was used, it was still terrifying. When he thought that this guy actually treated him as food, his heart was incomparably furious. At this moment, he naturally would not show any mercy. At this moment, the Shura demon tiger also used all its strength and directly spat out a terrifying light. The powerful force tumbled at this time, directly colliding with the cold wave. When the three forces collided, an extremely terrifying rebound force came, and Su Yan, Hyena, and the Shura demon tiger were directly sent flying. This terrifying devouring worm was fighting one against three without any effort at all. At this moment, the devouring worm was coldly looking at the three. Not bad. To be able to have such power and reaction, it is a pleasant surprise. However, the more it is like this, the more I am happy because this means that this time the food will be more delicious. At this moment, it let out an extremely strange laugh. To be treated as food by a guy, this was naturally something that would make people angry. At this moment, Hyena turned around again, and his Shura fire directly erupted. Although his attainments in Shura fire were not as good as Su Yan's, in reality, his flame power was also very powerful. The two Shura fire burned at the same time, immediately dissipating the surrounding fog. The Shura Tiger King once again spat out a destructive light beam, and directly flew towards the devouring worm. The devouring worm let out a disdainful sound, and with a turn of its tail, the devouring worm's breath was directly destroyed. The three of you are no match for me. If a Shura king were to come here, then he would have the qualifications to threaten me. However, the three of you are still far from that, so you should obediently become my food. As soon as its voice fell, it fiercely stomped on the ground, and icicles immediately flew forward. That terrifying and frightening power was so suffocating. The two icicles seemed to have a life of their own, and turned into monsters that wanted to devour the lives of the three. Shura Berserk Blade. At this moment, Hyena once again urged his power. His power turned into an extremely terrifying blade light, and then it fiercely slashed towards the attack. At this moment, Su Yan also made his move. He once again grabbed, and a spear appeared. It was the spear that he had taken from the Aganda family. This spear was very terrifying, and it had an extremely terrifying destructive power. At this moment, he directly injected his power into it. The infusion of the power of destruction caused the spear to tremble directly. Spear of destruction, go. At this moment, the Shura Tiger King also erupted his power. If it were any other existence, the Tiger King would have already wanted to escape at this time. However, this devouring worm was the only one he would not choose to escape. This was because at this time, the hatred buried in his bloodline was. In his inheritance, his ancestors were extremely afraid of this devouring worm, so the Shura demon tiger instinctively did not want to get close to this place. However, after seeing this guy, the boundless hatred instantly erupted at this moment, and it could no longer be suppressed. Therefore, he still attacked with all his might. Chapter 999. Female Literature. The power of the three once again clashed with the power of the engulfing ice. The moment the power clashed, a terrifying shockwave appeared once again. Such a shockwave was truly terrifying. The bodies of Su Yan and the others trembled at the same time. Futile. But since I'm bored anyway, I'll play with you. I'll let you know what it means to be dominated by despair. Only prey filled with despair will become more delicious when eaten. His voice was so disgusting. It was as if just this voice alone was filled with a huge power of attack. This voice could even attack one's soul. At this moment, the Shura demon tiger had already begun to tremble. The hatred that originated from his bloodline supported him to not retreat, but fear had slowly crept into his heart. Not to mention him, even the powerful Shuraina, who had experienced countless battles, was gradually shrouded in fear at this moment. Bullshit! At this moment, Su Yan directly shouted angrily. When he shouted angrily, the green lotus in his sea of consciousness trembled at this moment. A mysterious wave was directly emitted at this moment. This wave was integrated into his voice. At this moment, the Shura demon tiger and hyena swayed at the same time. The feeling of fear actually dissipated a lot at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan directly said, "Bullshit. You don't have the ability to deal with us in one go, right?" Su Yan urged his power while saying, "If I'm not wrong, you don't want to play with us at all. You just don't have the ability to kill us quickly. You ugly bug, it seems like you're seriously injured." After Su Yan's words, the Shura demon tiger and hyena's minds shook again. The fear they had for the Shura demon tiger disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the Shura demon tiger's expression was extremely ugly. Because Su Yan was right. Damn thing, how can you tell? Just as Su Yan had said, he was indeed heavily injured. If it wasn't for this, he would have already captured Su Yan and the other two and directly devoured them. And now, he had no choice but to use psychological warriors to make Su Yan and the others feel fear. In such a powerful battle, one's mental state would, to a large extent, determine the outcome of the battle. It was like a battle between two armies. One side's momentum was like a rainbow, while the other side had no morale to speak of. Thus, the result of the battle was obvious. This was similar to subduing an enemy without fighting. He continued to convey his fear with words. There was a subtle spiritual fluctuation in his words that could penetrate people's hearts. Therefore, even a warrior like Hyena, who had experienced countless battles, would fall for it. This is a hint that the devouring worm is stronger than you. Then this fact would be directly magnified, and the fear and despair in one's heart would increase. In such a powerful battle, this trick was actually very effective. However, it was a pity that Su Yan's consciousness was too terrifying. Moreover, he had a treasure like the soul-suppressing seal, so he naturally had a strong resistance against such tricks. The green lotus and bright moon in his sea of consciousness were even more mysterious. They could even reverse the direction of this power. Therefore, the moment he opened his mouth, Su Yan had already seen through his purpose. However, he did not immediately organize it. Instead, he waited until the devouring worm's trick began to affect Shura, demon tiger, and hyena before directly exposing this trick. Of course, this was also Su Yan's intention. He was suppressing first and then raising it. After that, hyena and Shura, demon tiger's fear of the devouring worm would be greatly reduced. Unknowingly, their morale would increase. Even the anger caused by being deceived would make them work harder to fight against their enemies. So that's how it is. You despicable bastard, how dare you deceive this Tiger Lord? This Tiger Lord is going to skin you alive. At this moment, Shura, demon tiger, suddenly roared. He directly burst out and charged towards the devouring worm. Shura, demon tiger's strength was displayed. In an instant, he directly transformed into his giant tiger form. Then he slapped down with his claws. Disregarding everything else, the power of this attack was extremely terrifying. A huge shadow descended and directly enveloped the devouring worm. At this moment, Su Yan also moved. In an instant, he directly turned into a stream of light. In fact, he obviously knew that Shura, demon tiger, could not resist this terrifying devouring worm. Even if he transformed into his giant tiger form and increased his strength greatly, it would still be the same. However, this was not a one-on-one battle between Shura, demon tiger, and this guy. Shura, demon tiger's attack was used to restrain this guy. At this moment, Su Yan's spear of annihilation was launched again. Aina was not to be outdone. Shura, wild blade, danced. When he used this attack again, it was obvious that Aina's strength had increased again. At this time, his strength was so terrifying. This attack was almost 5 times stronger than before. He was constantly adapting to his strength. At this time, his strength and terror were displayed. He would become more and more courageous as he fought. Of course, it was not only him. Su Yan was the same. Aina had devoured an extremely dense icy Shura's aura and became a powerful blue-faced Shura. However, Su Yan had devoured 7 or 8 powerful blue-faced Shura. With so much energy, how terrifying would it be? If he directly released all of it, then even martial Shura would be killed. Of course, Su Yan could not do it at this time. However, he could release this energy as much as possible at once. At the same time, he could fuse this energy with the Godslayer sword's will. Now, Su Yan had firmly remembered the sword will that the Godslayer sword had given him back then. The so-called Godslayer was to destroy the sky and decimate the earth. When this power was fused with a huge force, the power was incomparably terrifying. Moreover, Su Yan did not stop there. He combined this terrifying sword with the Godslayer sword passed down by the great Devil Heaven Lord. Godslayer and Godslayer. When combined, it became Godslayer. Such power, under the same energy source, had already passed through any sword. This was Su Yan's strength and genius. When such a sword fell, the terrifying power seemed to have burned everything into nothingness. Kill! Su Yan roared. This move was similar to the hidden sword style. After the first attack, another attack followed closely behind. At this time, the devouring bug was facing the spear of destruction and the terrifying Shura's wild blade. As for the Shura demon tiger's attack, he had decided to ignore it. Nirvana is just asking for death. Dragon Nirvana Ray. Being threatened by such power, he could not afford to underestimate it at this time. In fact, the current situation had already exceeded his calculations. At this time, he thought that Aina was alone. Therefore, when Aina was preparing to become a blue-faced Shura, not only did he not stop Aina, but he also tried to find a way to help Aina. There was no need to say which was better, devouring a green-faced Shura or a blue-faced Shura. Moreover, he had absolute confidence that even if Aina became a blue-faced Shura, he would not be able to escape from him. However, Su Yan's appearance disrupted his calculations. However, even if he was severely injured, he was confident that his strength and methods were enough to control everything. Therefore, he might as well treat Su Yan and the Shura demon tiger as food. He could see that the energy contained in Su Yan's body was not to be underestimated. If he could devour Su Yan, it would be very beneficial for him to recover from his injuries. Moreover, the Shura demon tiger's bloodline was extraordinary. It was a high-level monster. In the past, he had killed and devoured so many powerful king-level monsters. Only the Tiger King had escaped from him. This showed that the Tiger King was not ordinary. But now, he realized that he couldn't eat anymore. Among the three, the one he hated and feared the most was Su Yan. If it were not for Su Yan, he would not be in so much trouble. This guy seemed to know something about him, and many of the rhythm of the battle were disrupted by him. Unknowingly, Su Yan became the core of the three and brought him a lot of trouble. Regarding the attack at this time, his judgment was very accurate. Although the huge tiger claw fell, in terms of real lethality, it was naturally not comparable to the spear of destruction and Shura's wild blade. At this time, he would rather take the Shura demon tiger's attack and block the power of these two people. However, this was not the most troublesome thing. Su Yan's hidden sword style that followed closely behind was the most troublesome thing for him. Therefore, this time, he directly used the dragon's ray of destruction. This was the innate power of the dragon he had devoured. It was similar to the breath of a real dragon. The destructive power of this move was extremely terrifying, but the disadvantage was that it consumed a lot of energy. If he was not injured, this would not be a problem. However, the key now was that he was injured. Such an attack would be more troublesome for him. However, at this time, he could not care less. If he was hit by Su Yan's hidden sword style, he would not have a good ending. The dragon's ray of destruction was indeed terrifying. This terrifying light directly covered this power, and the terrifying power destroyed the spear of destruction and Shura's wild blade bit by bit. At the same time, it once again slashed towards Su Yan's ray of destruction. When these two powers came close to each other, terrifying and terrifying fluctuations immediately appeared. The incomparably terrifying power spread out, and even the extremely hard rocks began to shatter at this time, and even evaporate at this time. At this time, that power was actually so violent. Want to defeat me? Dream on. Chapter 1000. Girls' Literature. He laughed proudly, feeling that he had already grasped victory in his hands. The dragon's ray of annihilation had cost him a huge price, but did these guys not have to pay a price for using such a terrifying attack? That was absolutely impossible. The price they paid must be even greater than his. Since that was the case, he still won in the end. Don't forget that this was the dragon's cold pond, his home ground. That was why he was the final victor. However, at that moment, another unforeseen event occurred. The tiger claw that he had ignored suddenly erupted with an extremely terrifying power. A shadow directly unfolded at that moment, and a powerful and terrifying power directly suppressed him. The power of that attack was simply terrifying. At that moment, that power actually became so strong. The devouring bug clearly did not expect such a change to occur at that moment. How is this possible? That's right. How could this be possible? Although this demonic tiger was considered to be one of the stronger demonic beasts, how could it possibly cause any harm to Yi Shiwen? At that moment, not only him, but even the demon tiger himself was shocked. Although he wanted to kill the devouring bug directly, he already knew that he could not do anything to it when he launched his attack in the Sea of Consciousness. At most, he could only coordinate with the two Shura, Su Yan and Aina, to attack. But all of a sudden, his strength had grown to such an extent that it was simply astonishing. At that moment, he seemed to have seen himself being possessed by his ancestor's spirit again. No, the power of this attack was even stronger than that time. No, this is your method. The devouring bug was directly hit by the attack, and then his entire body was immediately sent flying. At that moment, even someone as strong as him vomited blood. At that moment, he already knew that this was definitely Su Yan's method. Otherwise, how could a stupid tiger manage to injure him to such an extent? Su Yan said, as expected of an ancient disaster, "You're quite smart." Just now, that was indeed Su Yan's method. In fact, it was simple to say, that was the method of hiding the sword. However, he didn't hide one sword, but two. The first one followed behind the spear of annihilation, while the second one merged with the tiger claw. Su Yan did not dare to underestimate this devouring worm. After all, that was a powerful existence that even the Godslayer's sword called a scourge. For such a thing, no matter how careful one was, it would not be enough. It was also because of this that he had already calculated this when he unleashed his power. And the effect of this attack seemed to be unexpectedly good. The devouring worm looked at Su Yan. When it heard Su Yan mention the ancient scourge, it immediately knew that Su Yan knew about its origin. At this time, he looked at Su Yan with even more fear. "Shura, you really know a lot. Since that's the case, I will definitely kill you today." At this time, it seemed to be really angry, and smoke wafted out of its head. Such power had an extremely terrifying aura, and it was so powerful that it seemed to be able to annihilate everything. Su Yan's face became serious. The combination of his attack and the demon tiger's power was definitely very heavy. However, he did not expect that this thing would still be so lively under such circumstances. It was also fortunate that it had been severely injured. Otherwise, they would have died immediately this time. However, this attack must have been very effective. Otherwise, this guy would not be so irritable. At this time, the devouring worm's appearance changed. A thin layer of green moss-like skin appeared on its body. Although Su Yan did not know what this thing was, it was definitely not something good for it to appear at this time. Be careful. At this time, it was either you die or I die. They must not be careless at all. Otherwise, it would be a disaster of life and death. At this time, Su Yan was already on full alert. At this time, Aina and the demon tiger were also the same. Speaking of which, Aina was still quite annoyed at this time. Because at this time, he could only fight under Su Yan's guidance. He originally thought that after he became a blue-faced Shura, although he could not be said to be invincible, he was strong enough. Other than the kings and a few powerful blue-faced Shura, he did not put other existences in his eyes. However, at this time, it seemed that he was too proud and arrogant. In front of this strange creature, he was actually so weak. If it was not for Su Yan's appearance, he was afraid that he would have died in the hands of this thing. This was something that he could not tolerate. At this time, he had begun to fully activate the power of his ruler's inheritance. He knew very well that if he wanted to kill this monster, he would not be able to do it with his own strength. Thus, he could only rely on the power left behind by his ancestor. Although doing so would harm the source energy left behind by the ancestor, it was unavoidable at this point in time. Otherwise, if he were to die here today, the losses would outweigh the gains. At this time, his power was expanding bit by bit. At this time, his aura was quietly rising. In just a short moment, Aina's aura had surpassed Su Yan's. When his aura reached its peak, the devouring worm suddenly made a strange sound. Its green skin suddenly shrank and began to peel off from his body. The strength and terror of that power was simply unimaginable. A terrifying aura directly condensed. Damn it, I can't let it go on like this. At this time, Aina suddenly attacked. Although he did not know what this thing wanted to do, he knew that he could not let it go on like this. Therefore, he did not hesitate to attack at this time. At this time, his short saber directly released an extremely terrifying aura. At this time, the silver blade actually flowed with a dense light that was like blood. At this moment, he was directly in front of his opponent. Die! He roared. The extremely powerful and terrifying power immediately floated at this moment, and a terrifying light directly descended at this moment. The power that such a light flashed at this time was simply incomparable. The terrifying aura was so oppressive that it made it difficult for people to breathe. At this time, the power that Aina exploded at this time had reached an endless level. However, Su Yan immediately shouted, "Aina, come back quickly." At this time, Su Yan felt that something was wrong. That was the devouring worm. The method that he used was definitely not that simple. At this moment, Aina's power was indeed incomparably powerful. However, Su Yan did not think that Aina's attack could hurt him. This was because the difference in power between the two was too great. That terrifying halo had simply reached an endless level. Hee hee, you want to hurt me? You'd better become my food. At this moment, the green light finally completely peeled off. At the moment when it peeled off, it actually turned into another devouring worm. Damn it. At this time, Su Yan immediately rushed forward. His divine thought was extremely powerful. Although the ice fog here would suppress his divine thought, causing his divine thought to be unable to fully unleash its power. However, in such a close range, he could still control everything. Through his divine thought, he had already discovered. The figure that reappeared was definitely not an illusion. Instead, it was real. In other words, at this time, there were two devouring worms. In the ancient times, the devouring worms were attacked by so many powerful clans before they were finally destroyed. They must have extremely terrifying abilities. Therefore, even if the devouring worm was injured, Su Yan still felt an incomparable headache. However, at this time, Aina had overestimated himself. At this time, Aina was an extremely important fighting force. If Aina died, it would be an extremely huge blow to Su Yan. If he was directly devoured, Su Yan would not even have the intention to fight. He would directly summon the Godslayer sword and kill this thing directly. However, before that he still had to make a final effort. At this moment, an extremely terrifying power burst out from Hyena's body. His blade light was so faint at first, but later on, the blade light covered the sky and the earth. The power contained in it could be said to be incomparably terrifying. This kind of power was enough to make people tremble in fear. If it was an ordinary enemy, even if it was Martial Shura, Su Yan felt that this attack would definitely be able to severely injure him. He might even be able to kill him. However, at this time, he was facing a devouring worm. This kind of strange and terrifying creature could never be imagined with common sense. The second doppelganger that suddenly appeared was abnormally dangerous. Sure enough, at this time, the green thing suddenly let out a strange laugh. Then it directly pounced over. That overwhelming blade light was so terrifying, but at this time he actually turned a blind eye to it. Instead, he laughed sinisterly. Its speed was too fast. At this time, Su Yan's eyes surged with a ray of light. This was because he clearly saw that this thing actually took the damage of the blade light directly and then hugged Hyena. Within Hyena's range, the damage he suffered was naturally extremely great. It was easy to imagine how terrifying this saber light was. Chapter 1001. Female Literature. However, the clone did not seem to care at all. From the looks of it, this thing must have its own agenda. Although Su Yan did not know what the clone's goal was, he knew that it was not a good thing, and it was definitely very dangerous. Unfortunately, Hyena's aura had reached the pinnacle of perfection when she unleashed her attack. It was the most powerful power that he had ever achieved in his life. If such a feeling had to be described with a word, it would be that it was wonderful. At such a time, he would not give up. That was because it was too important for a cultivator. Only those who had experienced it before would understand how wonderful it was. On the contrary, if one had never experienced it before, they would never know. At that moment, as long as he completely slashed out that sword, he would be able to truly experience the power of that slash. Only then would he be able to remember that feeling and have a goal to pursue. Of course, he heard Su Yan's exclamation at that moment, but he was not afraid at all. He never thought that there was anything else that could make him afraid. At that moment, his power had risen to a certain point. The terror of that power had reached an endless level. Streams of aura continued to rise at that moment. That was his sword aura. At that moment, an invincible will was born in his heart. He thought that there was nothing in the world that he could not accomplish with that sword of his. At that moment, even if the person standing in front of him was a Shura king, he would still fight. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. At that moment, the green devourer worm was actually able to pass through his invincible blade. It was as if he was not afraid of that terrifying and powerful power at all. It was clear that at this time, under his terrifying and sharp blade, he was already injured, but that thing actually didn't care at all. His blade was causing tons of damage to him, but he had no intention of stopping. What is this guy trying to do? Is he trying to destroy himself? However, he did not have time to think too much at that moment. He would be able to end his opponent as soon as his blade landed. This was the feeling in his heart at this moment. No matter what he wanted to do, it was no longer important, because his blade could end everything. It was a powerful force that was combined with his ruler's inheritance mark. The power of the mark gave him absolute confidence. However, in the next moment, he was immediately shocked. Because at this moment, that strange thing actually hugged him. His sharp claws suddenly wrapped around his body, and so did his tail. Of course, there was an extremely terrifying saber light outside his body, so he could not really come into contact with Hyena's body. He had to pay a huge price just to maintain this posture. But for Hyena, this was an extremely dangerous signal. If this continued, he would definitely be in danger. At this moment, his body began to emit a green light. That radiance filled the air in an instant, and then Hyena's mind suddenly became a little dazed. Damn it! What kind of trick is this? Hyena realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. Damn it! This thing wants to self-destruct its doppelganger to cause damage. At this moment, Su Yan had already figured out what was going on. He was very familiar with this. This detestable fellow indeed wanted to use this trick to hurt Hyena. That doppelganger contained an extremely violent yet irregular power. At this moment, his power was constantly burning. That was only secondary. The most frightening thing was the faint layer of green on it. It was highly toxic. At this point, Shura's body should be very powerful. However, there were no absolutes in this world. Su Yan did not forget that when he first entered this area, a small unknown bat gave him a huge surprise. The poison was so terrifying that even Su Yan was pleasantly surprised. This devouring worm was much more terrifying than the little bat. Needless to say, the poison released by his clone was even more terrifying. At this moment, that terrifying aura finally spread out. Hyena was indeed extraordinarily talented, and he had inherited the most powerful ruler's power. However, at this moment, he was still just a blue-faced Shura. Potential and current strength could never be mixed together. If he was contaminated by this power, then even he would die without a doubt. At this time, the power in the sky immediately burned to the extreme. The speed at which the poison spread was so fast that it was hard for people to believe. But at this time, Su Yan had already taken action. Since he had made up his mind to save Hyena, he would not allow the other party to be presumptuous. Square seal. At this time, the best way Su Yan could think of was to use the square seal. It seemed that only the square seal could exert the greatest power at this time. With this attack, a powerful force suddenly shrouded Hyena. After the square seal appeared, the devouring insect seemed to have sensed something. At this time, the devouring insect did not attack again. Instead, it fled into the distance. Su Yan did not expect that this guy would be so decisive and leave just like that. However, it was obvious that it had planned everything. Su Yan could not do anything to it if it left at this time, unless it wanted to see Hyena die in front of it. At this moment, the power of the square seal finally began to take effect. The powerful domain wrapped Hyena directly. At this time, Hyena was already contaminated by the green aura. If it were not for the protection of the ruler's inheritance imprint, he would have ended up in a miserable state. But even so, he definitely didn't feel good at this moment. If it were not for the fact that he was constantly using the saber chi to protect himself, the poison would have caused greater damage to him. However, at this time, he was already in a state of delirium. The poison was really terrifying. In such a short period of time, Hyena was already unable to withstand it. If it continued for a longer time, it would not be strange for him to lose his life. Fortunately, Su Yan's square seal appeared in time. The square seal was the power of a domain. When this power appeared, it completely suppressed the power of the poison. It was obvious that the two of them were so close, but in fact, there seemed to be a new world between them at this time. The doppelganger was furious when he sensed the change in the situation. However, at this time, he was horrified to find that he could not even move. An extremely ancient and powerful consciousness suppressed him, making him unable to move. At this time, 4 rays of light appeared above his head. The light swayed gently and finally formed a huge millstone. It was this millstone that brought everything to an end. His poison and strength were slowly being ground away by this millstone. Great Millstone of the 4 Divisions, Murder of the Black Tortoise. This was the move that the square seal had awakened after the white-boned black tortoise was completely destroyed and devoured previously. It had an extremely strong killing power. However, it was extremely difficult to perform this move. At this moment, Su Yan just so happened to be using this technique on top of him. The devouring worm was directly devoured by the square seal. After an unknown period of time, the process finally ended. At this time, Hyena had already fainted. Su Yan looked at him and sighed in his heart. At this time, Hyena had indeed shown that he was invincible. After this, his mind would definitely become stronger. His enemies in the future would become even more terrifying. However, the current Su Yan would not do anything to him. At this time, he actually wanted to chase after the devouring worm. It was an extremely terrifying ancient mutated species. Moreover, when it escaped, Su Yan clearly saw extreme anger in its eyes. It was obvious that this guy would definitely not let him go. If that was the case, Su Yan was in huge trouble. However, Aina was not in a good condition at this time. Moreover, the ice fog had not dissipated yet. Even if he wanted to, he would not be able to achieve his goal in a short time. Therefore, he calmed himself down. This devouring worm is extremely terrifying indeed. Such power had reached a whole new level. It's no wonder that it was a taboo existence in ancient times, Su Yan lamented to himself. At this time, the God-Slayer sword's consciousness was transmitted again. You're considered lucky. What you encountered now is only a larva. Moreover, it seems to have suffered a heavenly tribulation, so its power is weak. Otherwise, do you really think you could have defeated it so easily? Su Yan naturally did not doubt the God-Slayer sword's words. If that was the case, this devouring worm was even more terrifying than he had imagined. This was not a good thing. Moreover, the devouring worm's true strength has a lot to do with the creature it devours. However, have you ever thought about why this worm has been staying in this cold pool for so long? After the God-Slayer sword asked this, Su Yan immediately came to a realization. That's right, this devouring worm had stayed in this place for so long. There must be a reason for it. He was injured, so naturally he had to find a way to recover from his injuries, then find a way to make up for it, or even improve himself. Chapter 1002. Female Literature. If that was the case, his last resort was not to hide here, but to kill and devour. Even if he was wary of the powerful Shura kings or the powerful king-level monsters, he would have no problem killing the blue-masked monsters. However, he had always stayed in this place, treating this place as his home. Su Yan did not think that this thing was unwilling to leave because it was homesick. If that was the case, there could only be one reason, and that was that there was something at the bottom of the lake that could help him recover, or even make him stronger. Was it that dragon? What's the use of racking your brains? If you want to know the answer, why don't you go in and take a look? At this time, the God-Slayer's sword urged again. Su Yan's heart moved. In fact, at this time, he also wanted to take a look at the bottom of the lake. However, Su Yan had been in contact with the God-Slayer sword for so long, so he had a certain understanding of the God-Slayer sword's nature. The God-Slayer sword seemed to be kind, and when it talked to him, it even showed a bit of cold humor. But in fact, cold-bloodedness flowed in its bones. It was a kind of cold-bloodedness that was absolutely superior to others. Su Yan could understand this kind of mentality the best. After all living beings in this world seemed to be too weak for it. It was a powerful existence that had once slaughtered gods. Although it only existed in the body of a sword, there was no doubt that it was the most powerful and terrifying existence in this world. How could it, who was high and mighty, treat a small person as a friend? Therefore, Su Yan never dreamed that he could be its friend. At this time, Su Yan's thoughts were very simple, and that was that the God-Slayer sword must have some purpose. The thing at the bottom of the lake must have made the God-Slayer sword interested. At this time, the God-Slayer sword saw Su Yan's soul fluctuation, so it said helplessly, Okay. Kid, you really have a lot of ideas. I'll be honest with you. There is indeed something that I am interested in this place, but that's it. You can go or not. Su Yan did not say anything else, but transmitted a thought to the Shura demon tiger. Guard here. Don't let anything come close, and don't let anything hurt Aina. If that thing comes back, immediately transmit a thought to me. In fact, Su Yan was most wary of the devouring bug. This was the devouring bug's territory, and it had been operating for a long time. In the past, the Shura demon tiger did not even dare to come close to this place. Naturally, the other demonic beasts wouldn't have the guts to enter this place. Since the thing at the bottom of the lake was so important to the devouring bug, it would not give up so easily. Previously, he was only forced to retreat. However, the devouring worm possessed an extremely high level of intelligence. Who knows, it might suddenly turn around and attack at this time. Therefore, Su Yan had to be very careful about this. Su Yan immediately unleashed his power and wrapped his body up. After that, he dived into the cold pond. The moment his body fell into the cold pond, he actually shivered. So cold. Even with the quality of his body, he still had such a feeling at this time. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the temperature of this cold pond was. He increased his power again. He did not want to be frozen into a popsicle before he could see the treasure at the bottom of the lake. When he finally did not feel cold, he immediately activated his power and then directly dove to the bottom of the lake. The cold pool did not look big, but when he entered the water, Su Yan felt as if he had entered another world. The deeper he went, the thicker the Shura aura could be felt. It was no wonder that the devouring bug would stay here. Not to mention other things, just the powerful aura of the Shura was enough for him to enjoy. At this time, Su Yan directly opened his true sight. The true sight that he obtained from the Oriole had helped him greatly many times. Under the power of the true sight, the dark bottom of the lake became clear. Everything, even the smallest sand and stone, was clearly seen by him. All of a sudden, Su Yan was stunned. This was because he realized that at the bottom of the cold pool, there was a huge dragon skeleton. The dragon skeleton was coiled at the bottom of the lake, motionless. Although only the dragon skeleton was left, the dragon aura that permeated from it was able to make the aura of the great demonic dragon in Su Yan's body react. So powerful! Su Yan couldn't help but exclaim. Well, it's not bad. If this bug was alive, it could be compared to the Dragon King on Dragon Island. No, maybe it's even stronger. At this time, the Godslayer sword said casually. When the Dragon King was mentioned, the Godslayer sword still seemed to be full of killing intent. He was the high and mighty Godslayer sword, but those guys dared to scheme against him. This was simply unforgivable. Of course, in his eyes, even those Dragon King were still ants. It was just that they were much stronger ants. However, that was only for him. For Su Yan, or even for ordinary Dao Masters or Shura Kings, those Dragon King were extremely terrifying and powerful existences. And this dragon bone was even stronger than them, so its origin was indeed extraordinary. It seems that the dragon's aura on the devouring bug came from this dragon bone. The Godslayer sword said. At this time, Su Yan also began to ponder. Although the devouring bug was terrifying, Su Yan didn't think that it could kill such a powerful dragon. The reason why he could have the characteristics of a dragon was probably because he was lucky. He picked up a bargain after the dragon died. That was why he could achieve so much. However, the real problem now was not the devouring bug, but why did the dragon die here? Boy, go and take a look under the dragon's corpse. At this time, the Godslayer sword transmitted its thoughts again. It must have felt something for it to say this. However, Su Yan's eyes of truth didn't feel anything. At this time, the Godslayer sword said, "Your eyes of truth is indeed extraordinary, but your strength is ultimately not strong enough, so you can't fully display its true strength. And didn't you notice that the dragon aura around the dragon's corpse hasn't dissipated? This dragon aura protected the bones and shielded everything around it. The devouring bug must have been hiding here to devour the dragon's aura at all times to make itself stronger. Unfortunately, it was neglecting the essentials. In its opinion, the dragon's corpse was the most precious thing, but it didn't know that the dragon died here because of the real treasure here. Perhaps it was an illusion, but at this time, the Godslayer sword seemed to be a little excited. Su Yan didn't hesitate and directly went down. At this time, the Godslayer sword transmitted its thoughts again. You don't need to have any doubts. I really did feel something good that moved even me. And don't worry, I won't take it all for myself. I'll share the benefits with you. And when you're in danger, I'll protect you. You don't have to pay anything." Su Yan was surprised that the Godslayer sword would be so easy to talk to at this time. However, since he had already put it this way, how could he still hesitate in the slightest? He directly used the regal sword teleportation. At this time, he really realized how extraordinary this place was. After using the regal sword teleportation, his speed should have reached an extremely fast level. The bottom of the lake should be in front of him, and he could reach it in the blink of an eye. But at this time, he felt that the bottom of the lake was so far away. To think that you've already crossed the Ten Dragons realm and come into contact with the secrets of space. Can't you see that this is a technique that's so close yet so far away? It looks like it's right in front of you, but it's actually so far away. Fortunately, it seems that a lot of the arrangements here have been made. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to break through. But it's also because of this that the devouring beetle can't find out. Good. It seems that you're really someone who's favored by the heavens. The God-Slayer sword was extremely excited at this time. At this moment, Su Yen rolled his eyes and said, "Aren't I being targeted by the Shura realm's heaven's will, who wants to kill me at all times? How can I be favored by the heavens?" The God-Slayer sword seemed to be really happy today. After hearing this, it immediately said, "What do you know? Can the Shura realms will be called heaven's will? What a joke. That's just the will of the realm. The so-called heaven is high and mighty, eternal and boundless. Let alone you, no one can fathom it." After saying this, the God-Slayer sword suddenly paused. "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Anyway, trust me, I won't harm you. I'm so awesome, how can I go against a little thing like you?" "Su Yen, God-Slayer sword, does your master know that you're so awesome?" However, he immediately threw away these distracting thoughts. A treasure that could make the God-Slayer sword feel this way must be very amazing. After an unknown amount of time, the space suddenly changed again. This time, what appeared in front of Su Yen was a world of ice and snow. This was a pure white world. At this moment, Su Yen was suddenly startled. He felt that this place was very familiar. "Well, kid, don't you think this place is very familiar?" At this moment, the God-Slayer sword spoke. At first, Su Yen was only suspicious, but now that the God-Slayer sword said so, it couldn't be wrong. He must have been to a similar place before. Chapter 1003. Female Literature. Indeed, but I can't remember. At this time, Su Yen really couldn't remember. You have a good memory. Don't you remember that you were almost killed by a sword? When the God-Slayer sword said this, Su Yan's body shook. Yes, at this time, he finally remembered. Indeed, he was almost killed by a sword. Evil sword Cold Jade. That was the world created by the evil sword Cold Jade. At this time, it seemed that these two worlds were not only similar, they were the same. How could he forget such an existence? Well, it seems that you remember the fear of being controlled by an evil sword. Not bad, not bad. This old man seemed to be very happy. But what was there to be happy about? Su Yen couldn't help but want to complain. But to be honest, Su Yen was really miserable at that time. In front of the evil sword Cold Jade, he was so small. If he hadn't released the God-Slayer sword from the scarlet parting sword case at the last moment, he would have become the scabbard of the evil sword Cold Jade. But now, it seemed that he was also the scabbard of a sword. At this time, the God-Slayer sword directly said, "All right, kid, be content. Although I said that I would let you become the scabbard, I was just saying it. You should have seen the Cold Jade scabbard. Don't you realize that compared to him, you are much better now?" After the God-Slayer sword said this, Su Yen immediately thought of the Ghost Fork. That was the supreme genius of the limitless demon sect's ghost-killing hall, and also the second hall master. His talent was even higher than that of Sun Luo, but after he became the scabbard, it seemed that even his own thoughts were directly erased, and he completely became like a puppet. That was no longer a life, but a tragedy. In that case, this person was really good to him. At least he wasn't so miserable now. Su Yen didn't want to dwell on this topic, so he asked directly, "Senior, is this related to the evil sword Cold Jade?" The God-Slayer sword would never mention Cold Jade for no reason. Su Yen did not believe that the God-Slayer sword had some inexplicable feelings for evil sword Cold Jade. They were both swords. The God-Slayer sword said, "Of course it's related, and it's very much related. The evil sword Cold Jade is one of the best swords in this world. Aside from the great me, no one else can suppress it." "Su Yen, I already know that you're very awesome, so stop bragging." Su Yen didn't know why he liked to ridicule this person so much today. At this time, the God-Slayer sword continued, "I've fought with him before, and I know that his sword is very scary. Since it's a sword, it naturally has to be forged with materials. If I'm not wrong, the material used to forge it is Cold Jade Heavenly Heart. This was the first time Su Yan had heard of this, but it seemed to be very awesome. Actually, I just said that the will of the Shura world can't be called the will of the heavens. It can only be called the will of the world, and only geniuses are the most supreme things. No one knows how the heavens exist, where they are, or what their trajectory is, but they know that the heavens really do exist, and the heavenly heart is related to the heavens. Kid, you're rich this time. I know you want to make your scorching sun sword a divine sword, right? The God-slayer sword asked. Su Yan nodded. The scorching sun sword was passed down to him by Chobo. Chobo spent a lot of effort to make this sword a sacred sword, but he couldn't improve it any further. Although a sacred sword and a divine sword were only one step away, the distance between a sacred sword and a divine sword was very far. However, the distance of this step was incomparably far. It was unknown how many people were unable to take this final step. The majesty of a divine sword was so powerful that it could almost crush any opponent of the same level. With a divine sword in hand, it could even suppress fate. This was only one of the aspects. With a divine sword, one could use it to increase one's cultivation by another step. For example, Zhang Zhe, as the sect leader of the Taihang sword faction, his cultivation was extremely terrifying. However, among the many experts, Zhang Zhe was still very young. The Hall Master of the Ghost-Killing Hall and the Master of the Limitless Demon Sect were old monsters of the 1,000-year level. These people had been around for a long time. Although they were stronger than Zhang Zhe's cultivation was getting closer and closer to theirs. The reason why the Limitless Demon Sect launched an attack on the Taihang sword faction was because they saw a threat. In their opinion, because of Zhang Zhe, the Taihang sword faction had become a sect that could threaten them. Therefore, they had to suppress them. The most important reason why Zhang Zhe's cultivation was able to improve so rapidly was because of the Taixing divine sword. In the world of the 9 continents, the 10 divine swords were extremely terrifying and powerful. Su Yan had seen the majesty of the divine wind sword and the Taihang divine sword. If he could also have a divine sword that he could use, then his cultivation would definitely be even more terrifying. However, it was extremely difficult to refine a divine sword. One had to know how difficult it was to forge a divine sword in this world. Chobo had never succeeded in his entire life. Even Hai Chuan of the Taihang sword faction could not forge a divine sword. From this, one could see how difficult it was. At this time, the Godslayer sword said, "The Taihang divine sword and the divine wind sword are not true divine swords. Although there are 10 divine swords, I feel that there are less than 3 true divine swords among the 10. Do you know how terrifying and great the word divine is?" Hearing the Godslayer sword say this, Su Yan felt a little strange. However, he knew that the Godslayer sword would not joke about such things. Therefore, he said seriously, "Senior, please enlighten me. Above the sacred sword is the divine sword. Actually, this is wrong. It takes a process for a sacred sword to give birth to divinity. Obtaining divinity is only the beginning. In layman's terms, this is just a half-step divine sword, or a quasi-divine sword. Anyway, that's what it means. A true divine sword is one with a god in the sword. For example, the cold jade, or for example me. When the Godslayer sword said this, it was very proud. In fact, this was indeed the case. In this world, the number of divine swords that could become divine swords could be counted on one hand. This was not within the same period of time, but was calculated by adding up all of the long history of the world. Actually, you should know these things. Perhaps you have not realized it yourself, but your sword already has spirituality. This spirituality is the condition for turning into divinity. Su Yan said respectfully, "Senior, please enlighten me." At this time, the Godslayer sword smiled and said, 2 hours. Su Yan naturally knew what it was referring to. Therefore he said, "Okay." The Godslayer sword laughed, obviously very proud. This way, it had an extra 2 hours to comprehend the regal sword spirit. Your scorching sun sword walks the path of the purest yang. Unfortunately, a lone yin does not give birth to a lone yang, and a lone yang does not grow. The person who made the sword thought that as long as the purest yang was evolved to the extreme, it would become the strongest sword. This is simply laughable. Look at all living things, look at all the things in the world. Which one of them does not have a balance of yin and yang? The path of swordsmithing is naturally like this. When one's strength reaches the extreme, one will be strong, but there will also be limits. If one wants to take another step forward, it will not be so easy. Hearing the Godslayer sword's words, Su Yan was silent. If it were not for the Godslayer sword's guidance, he would not have known these things. After so many years, Su Yan had bitterly cultivated, but in reality he was still walking the path of extreme strength. This was not just practicing the sword, but cultivation was also like this. Okay, you have heard these principles today. Remember them and slowly understand them in the future. Now, we should go and find the heavenly frost jade heart. If you can fuse it into your sword, then your sword will naturally be able to take another step forward. At this time, even Su Yan could not help but feel a little excited. However, he knew in his heart that this place was definitely very dangerous. Otherwise, why would this dragon die? A place with such a precious treasure of heaven and earth would definitely be filled with danger. Although the treasure is right in front of you, whether or not you have the ability to obtain it will depend on your own means. Su Yan was very familiar with this frozen world. However, although the scene was similar, it was already different. Thinking back to the time when he had rescued Xue Xingchuan from here, and encountered the evil sword Cold Jade Heart. Fortunately, this was the world of Shura and not the Wuji world. Otherwise, the evil sword Cold Jade Heart would not have missed this place. According to the Godslayer sword's words, the Cold Jade Heart was a true top divine sword. However, compared to the Godslayer sword, it seemed that it was still a little lacking. If she could obtain the heavenly frost jade heart here, she might be able to take another step forward. The deeper Su Yan went, the more violent the storm became. In the end, it was already difficult for Su Yan to move forward. Su Yan could only rely on his own strength to support himself in order to move forward. At this time, Su Yan was breathing rapidly. How long had it been? He had almost forgotten this feeling. In a daze, he suddenly remembered that the Regal Sword Codex was in the Great Snow Mountain. At that time, although he had achieved success in martial arts. However, compared to Mother Nature, he was too weak at that time. He was nothing in front of the great and violent Mother Nature. He had climbed to the top of the mountain and was unfortunately buried by the university. At this time, Su Yan was moving forward step by step. Chapter 1004. Female Literature. Such a change made him feel as if he was starting from scratch. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was a little flustered, but also a little nostalgic. Unknowingly, his heart began to calm down. Thinking of the past, his heart began to calm down completely. At that time, compared to now, the difference was too great. It could be said that he had almost nothing. However, at that time, he was much calmer and more indifferent than he was now. Su Yan did not miss the past because he knew very well that the reason he could be like this at that time was because he had less at that time. Now, he carried too much on his shoulders and had too much. He wanted to obtain more things. No matter what, as long as he wanted to obtain something, he had to pay the price. This was the truest principle in the world. Su Yan knew that he would never give up. At this moment, the peace in his heart allowed him to understand himself more clearly. Then he would continue to move forward. At this moment, a powerful pressure was pressing down on him. That kind of terrifying pressure was not inferior to the power of the King of Destruction at all. This place was really terrifying. It was worthy of being a place where treasures of heaven and earth were buried. Of course, this was the only way that treasures of heaven and earth could be preserved until today. Su Yan did not know how powerful that dragon was, but he knew very well that the power of that dragon must be very terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan began to move forward bit by bit. At this point, although he had put in all his effort, he could only move forward a little. However, Su Yan did not feel afraid at all. During this process, the Godslayer sword did not seem to have any intention of helping at all. In fact, the Godslayer sword, which was very active before, actually fell into silence at this time. However, Su Yan did not care about this. Right now, he could not even take care of himself. Naturally, he would not care about the actions of the most powerful divine sword in the world. For him, the most important thing at this time was to be able to move forward more steadily. Unknowingly, he had already mobilized all the power in his body. In this state, his power became even more vigorous. He took a step forward, and with every step he took, he felt as if the path behind him had disappeared. He felt as though he was standing on the edge of a cliff at all times. At this point, he had no right to retreat. The only thing he could do was keep moving forward. Otherwise, he would die. Unknowingly, Su Yan's force bed became even more real and blazing. At this moment, even he himself did not realize that the fusion of his body's strength had unknowingly increased. With the fusion of power, Su Yan's battle prowess would definitely increase. Although his realm would not increase, his battle prowess would definitely increase. As his power continued to change, Su Yan suddenly discovered that the extremely cold power was beginning to enter his body. At this moment, he suddenly realized something. It was the fusion of yin and yang. It turned out that this was what the Godslayer sword had said. Su Yan's power was the most masculine power, whether it was the power of thunder, the power of the sword qi he cultivated, or the scarlet spirit fire. These were all masculine and domineering powers, but at this moment, the cold qi entered his body. Not only did it not affect the aura of his body, but it had also reached a point where they were fused together. This allowed Su Yan's strength to increase even more rapidly. At this moment, Su Yan's aura had become even more harmonious. So that's how it is. Cultivation and sword forging are actually the same principle. They need to complement each other. At this moment, a light of understanding flashed through Su Yan's eyes. Su Yan was actually very lucky. This was because he had encountered too many powerhouses. Whether it was Xue Xingchuan or the sect master of the Taihang sword faction, Zhang Zhe, their strength was far above his own. What was even more fortunate was that these seniors had all given Su Yan pointers on his cultivation, which allowed Su Yan to have a greater understanding of cultivation. However, although the pointers of these seniors were a kind of guidance for Su Yan, there was a saying that one had to experience it personally. Their cultivation was their own, not Su Yan's. Therefore, even though their breathtaking teachings were meaningful to Su Yan couldn't just copy them. All he could do was use them as a reference. However, things were different now. The truth at this moment was something that Su Yan had comprehended himself. This was something that truly belonged to him. At this moment, the aura within Su Yan's body began to change. Originally, the reason why several powerful auras within Su Yan's body could operate peacefully was almost all because of the power of the zenith. For example, the power of the zenith was like a link. If it weren't for the power of the zenith, Su Yan wouldn't have died, but he definitely wouldn't have been as carefree as he was now. However, things were different now. This cold power entered Su Yan's body and began to gradually fuse with the power within Su Yan's body. It immediately reached a point where yin and yang coexisted. Coupled with the existence of the power of the zenith, this power quickly reached a new level. Just like that, the long road slowly became short in silence. White icicles suddenly appeared in the midst of the gale. Originally, having icicles in a snowstorm wasn't something to be surprised about. This was because it was very common. However, at this moment, Su Yan felt a sense of danger in his heart. At this moment, he immediately knew that the real danger had arrived. He immediately activated the invincible golden body. At the same time, a layer of dragon scales appeared on his body. His dragon scales were fine and dense, almost comparable to the dragon scales of a true dragon. Even the dragon scales or dragon blood of ordinary young dragons couldn't compare to his dragon scales at all. He could do this all because of the heart of the great demon dragon. Su Yan's increase in strength stimulated the power of the heart of the great demon dragon. The dragon heart beat, transforming Su Yan's qi and blood into dragon blood. At this moment, of course, Su Yan's blood couldn't be all dragon blood, but it was already terrifying enough. If a dragon stood in front of him, it was very likely that it would treat him as one of its own kind, and a high-level one at that. However, Su Yan couldn't really transform into a true dragon. The Buddha's heart and the heart of the demon god were also producing blood. This blood merged with the dragon blood, making Su Yan even more powerful and terrifying. At this moment, the appearance of the dragon scales and the complete transformation of his aura, Su Yan's strength immediately increased. He looked directly into the distance. His eyes were filled with an indescribable radiance. At this moment, he seemed to be able to see through everything. In the distance, a Bingshan was slowly collapsing, and these flying ice fragments originated from it. The Bingshan gave Su Yan a very heavy feeling, as if it was a god that was about to awaken. Of course, this was an illusion. If it was a real god, Su Yan would have died long ago. But this showed how powerful and terrifying this thing was. It was at this moment that the flying ice crystals suddenly began to condense, and then in an instant, they turned into small ice men one after another. These ice men were only as tall as a child, only reaching Su Yan's waist. But they were releasing an extremely dangerous and terrifying aura. They were extremely powerful, and even the green-faced Shura was no match for them. They were simply monsters. If there were only a few or even dozens of them, Su Yan naturally wouldn't care. But now, the terrible thing was that there were thousands of monsters here. Thousands of green-faced Shura. Even Su Yan was a little scared at this time. As the saying goes, enough ants can bite an elephant to death. Not to mention, these were extremely terrifying things. Before Su Yan could react, these things had already rushed towards Su Yan. They were extremely fast, even faster than the green-faced Shura. What was even more frightening was that these things seemed to be able to merge with the wind. The wind was the best thing they could rely on to hide. Su Yan's divine consciousness was suppressed and terrifying in this place, so he couldn't detect the existence of these things at all. At this time, Su Yan didn't even know how to deal with it. His strength was directly raised to the extreme. At this time, a terrifying aura erupted, and a sword slashed out. The speed of the scarlet sword light reached the extreme. But in the next moment, Su Yan found that his sword light was actually suppressed. It was that snowstorm. That snowstorm not only hindered Su Yan's advance, but also suppressed the speed of the sword light. The strength of the power was constantly decreasing. Su Yan slashed out like this, but it actually did not achieve much effect. At this time, those things were as thin as flies. What a terrifying storm! At this time, Su Yan directly turned his body and dodged the attack of a nearby iceman. After dodging, he directly turned his hand into a knife and then chopped down with his palm. Such a terrifying power fell directly on the back of the iceman's neck. However, Su Yan found that these icemen were not affected at all. Although his hand knife didn't use all of its power, it was definitely not weak. Su Yan didn't underestimate these icemen at all. The power of this hand knife, even an ordinary blue-faced Shura would be injured. As for the green-faced Shura, unless it was a unique and powerful green-faced Shura like Aina Yang, the rest would almost certainly die. However, these terrifying fellows were actually indifferent at this moment. This was simply terrifying, even shocking. And just as he was about to slap his forehead, the little iceman suddenly turned around and then directly hugged Su Yan. Su Yan immediately realized that something was wrong. Get lost. Chapter 1005. Female Literature. At this moment, Su Yan actually felt a kind of fear from this little thing. From this, it could be seen that this thing was definitely extremely dangerous. At this moment, he was actually being approached by this little thing. Even if he had the defense of the invincible golden body, he still didn't think that he would be safe. Therefore, at this very moment, he directly unleashed his own power. A terrifying sword chi appeared. The powerful and awe-inspiring sword chi directly unfolded at this moment, turning into a whirlwind. Under such a terrifying sword chi, the iceman was finally directly strangled to death. However, it was also at this moment that Su Yan discovered that there was an extremely powerful energy brewing in the ice crystal formed after the iceman's body was shattered. It seemed that it would immediately explode in the next moment. The power of the explosion of an ice crystal was naturally not strong. However, if thousands of ice crystals exploded at the same time, the terrifying power was enough to imagine. No matter how strong his body was, there was still a limit. At this moment, even a powerhouse like the King of Destruction would die here. However, this time, his reaction was quite fast. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would really have to pay a huge price. Su Yan was really frightened and broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, an extremely strong light was released from his eyes. At this moment, the Eye of Truth was fully unfolded at this time. At this moment, he couldn't let himself face such danger anymore. When the Eye of Truth was unfolded, he could clearly see the ice crystals in the storm. These ice crystals passed through the storm and also absorbed the power of the storm, then formed special icemen. These icemen were not bloated. On the contrary, they were extremely fast and their attack power was terrifying. The most important thing was that they had suicidal attacks. The source of these ice crystals was all the awakening godlike Bing Shan. At this moment, the God-Slayer Sword's voice sounded, "It's there, go to that mountain." Hearing the God-Slayer Sword's words, Su Yan only felt bitter in his heart. Originally, when he saw Bing Shan, his first thought was to stay away from it. After all, he really couldn't afford to provoke such a powerful and terrifying existence. But at this time, the God-Slayer Sword asked him to go there. "Kid, I know what you're thinking. That mountain is indeed very powerful for you. However, if you don't go there, I bet that you'll never be able to find the heavenly heart of the cold jade. You might even die here." The God-Slayer Sword said. Upon hearing the God-Slayer Sword's words, Su Yan immediately guessed the crux of the matter. Han Yu Tianxin is actually on that mountain. If that was the case, then Su Yan couldn't leave because he was here to find Han Yu heavenly heart. Besides, the God-Slayer Sword must have calculated something. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't have done this to himself. At the thought of this, Su Yan no longer had any other thoughts. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to push his strength to the maximum. Then he charged forward. Even though Su Yan had already pushed his strength to the limit. It was just that the snowstorm here was too terrifying, and there was also the appearance of the iceman, so Su Yan couldn't increase his speed at all. This section of the road was the most dangerous of all the roads he had ever walked. Moreover, at this time, Su Yan still had some worries in his heart, and that was that dragon. How did such a powerful dragon die? Even from the majestic aura emitted from the skeleton, it could be seen that this dragon's strength was far greater than his own. But it still died. Although there was also a possibility that the dragon didn't even have time to enter this place and had already died. However, this possibility was very small, and Su Yan wouldn't put his life on this possibility. But since he was already here, there was no turning back. At this time, he had to succeed or die trying. When he first came here, he already felt that this place was abnormal. It was very likely that the distorted space corridor was a one-way path. In other words, it was impossible for Su Yan to go back the way he came. After many difficulties, Su Yan finally arrived in front of the huge and majestic Bing Shan. And after this period of time, this Bing Shan has already stood up at this time. Although it was very strange, it was the truth. Two thick and long legs had grown out from the bottom of the iceberg, supporting the entire mountain. With just a slight movement of his body, he could cause the surroundings to constantly tremble. He saw the arrival of Su Yan, then stopped moving. "Oh, it's actually a cute human boy, hello." Su Yan. This voice is full of vitality and exaggeration. What is going on? Su Yan suddenly felt that his brain didn't seem to work well. This standing Bing Shan, no matter how he thought about it, should be full of murderous intent. After seeing him, he should immediately suppress him, or even cut him into pieces. Why did he greet him so exaggeratedly? What does he want? Not talking? It seems that you are a silent and shy human boy. Not bad, not bad. You are similar to the old me in the past. Su Yan. He didn't know how this strange Bing Shan saw his shyness, and what the hell does he mean by similar to the old me in the past? Can this Bing Shan not be like this? However, Su Yan was also shocked. At this time, he still had the appearance of Shura. When he transformed into an Azura, it wasn't just his appearance that changed. Even the aura emitted from his body was the same. If one wanted to know his true identity, they would have to check his soul. His soul was guarded by the God-Slayer Sword, so the Blood River King and the King of Destruction couldn't see through it. However, this huge mountain peak was able to see through him in an instant. This mountain was 1,000 meters tall, and Su Yan couldn't even be compared to an ant in front of it. What was laughable was that this giant was greeting Su Yan with a smile on his face. At this time, Su Yan didn't know what to say. Haha, it's fine, don't be nervous, this old man is very good at livening up the atmosphere. The huge Bing Shan let out a long laugh, but his laughter was like a terrifying whirlpool. Although it wasn't directed at Su Yan still felt that his body was about to be blown away. At the same time, Su Yan raised his hand to block the ice shards falling from the sky. At this time, Su Yan suddenly realized that his skin was no longer blue. He naturally knew what this meant. This meant that he had returned to his human body. However, he didn't come into contact with it, so why did such a change happen? At this moment, the god-slaying sword's voice rang out, "Haven't you noticed? In this place, there's a power that goes against the origin. Or rather, this is a land of truth. Your disguise is meaningless here." At this time, Su Yan was really shocked. Before today, he had never heard of such a power in this world. Previously, he thought that since he had the power to transform into a Shura, he wouldn't have to worry about anything in the Shura realm, but at least he wouldn't have to worry about it. However, he didn't expect that there would be such a place in this mountain. If such a power could appear here, didn't it mean that it could exist in other places as well? If he exposed his identity in front of the powerful Shura, he wouldn't even know how he died. At this time, the Godslayer sword's voice sounded again. There are many things in this world that you don't know. If you think that you can sit back and relax just because you have some ability, you might not even know how you died one day. However, you don't have to worry too much. At least, before reaching the Emperor realm, it's impossible to use such an ability. The most important thing now is to ask about Hanyu Tianxin's whereabouts. Su Yan secretly remembered it. At this time, the laughter of the mountain finally stopped. At this time, not far from Su Yan, there was a squirming sound. Then, a head appeared. Young human, you seem to be very melancholic. Come, tell me, are you heartbroken? I'm the best at helping people solve emotional problems like this. Su Yan, isn't this a mountain? Why did it say that it was heartbroken? Su Yan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. At this time, he was clear that if he followed the rhythm of this Izwashan, then he was afraid that his Chunibyu would break out in the next moment. Senior, I would like to ask, do you know where Hanyu Tianxin is? Su Yan finally chose to ask directly. Of course, at this time, Su Yan was already prepared. If the mountain suddenly attacked, he could directly escape. After all, Hanyu Tianxin was a treasure that anyone would be tempted by. The moment Su Yan said that, the stone eyes formed by the huge face actually flashed with a ray of light. Su Yan even heard a ding sound. Boy, in that case, are you also here for Hanyu Tianxin? The mountain didn't do anything else, but his aura changed in an instant. It was as if he had turned from a Chunibyu into a cold and elegant man. The change in aura made Su Yan feel a little heavy. However, at this time, he could only brace himself and say, "Yes, senior, I am here for Hanyu Tianxin." Good, I like honest children like you. Since you are here for that thing, let's play a game. If you win, that thing is yours. If you lose, you will be thrown out by me. Chapter 1006. Female Literature. At this time, Su Yan really felt powerless. He really couldn't understand why there would be such an indecent mountain in such a place. However, in the next moment he suddenly calmed down. Was it thrown out? That dragon, was it you who threw it out? Su Yan couldn't understand why the dragon died in that place. Why would such a powerful dragon die in this mysterious space? This position was too much of a coincidence, but at this moment he immediately understood. His death was most likely related to this mountain peak. Bing Shan, who was still so serious at this time, once again lost the cold aura that he tried so hard to pretend to be. His bold and unrestrained laughter directly sounded at this time. Young man, not bad. You can tell that your grandpa Shan is a mighty and extraordinary person. Not bad, that dragon was thrown out by your grandpa Shan. This guy lost the game, but he wasn't serious and actually wanted to provoke me. so Grandpa Shan had no choice but to throw him out directly. At this moment, Su Yan saw the shining light in his magma again. At this time, the God-Slayer sword suddenly made a sound. Damn it, why is there such an ugly mountain in this world? And his laughter is so unpleasant to the ears. No, I can't take it anymore, I'm going to smash him. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that this God-Slayer sword was not a decent existence. However, at this time, he cleverly avoided this topic and only asked, "Senior, then tell me the content of the game." The aura of the dragon after its death was enough to shock Su Yan. The devourer worm could become so powerful after devouring the dragon's bones. This meant that the strength of this dragon when it was alive was very likely to be stronger than he imagined. But now, this terrifying and powerful dragon had died here, so Su Yan didn't think that he could resist this powerful Grandpa Mountain. Of course, if the God-Slayer sword really found him to be an eyesore and decided to jump out, then Grandpa Mountain would definitely be reduced to a pile of slag. But the problem was, Su Yan did not think that the God-Slayer sword would suddenly go crazy and attack him. Therefore, there was only one path left for him, and that was to play a game with this Grandpa Shan. As long as this Grandpa Shan was happy, he might still have a chance. As for whether this Grandpa Shan would keep his promise, he could only take one step at a time. Alright, since that's the case, then let's play the first game, which is rock, paper, scissors. The bold and unconstrained Grandpa Shan said directly. When Su Yan heard these words, he immediately felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Rock, paper, scissors. F***ck, what the hell is going on? Why does such a game exist in this world? He felt that he couldn't even breathe properly. It was at this moment that the Grandpa Shan suddenly grew out an arm. Compared to his thick and big legs, this arm was really too thin. This arm was almost as thin as Su Yan's own arm, but his length was already a few hundred meters long. It was like a long snake constantly twisting and turning. Su Yan didn't even have the mood to complain when he saw such a scene. Ah boy, when you see your Grandpa Shan's perfect appearance, you immediately feel infatuated. Don't be discouraged, as long as you work hard, then one day, you will also have a pair of slender and beautiful arms like this Grandpa Shan. He didn't know why this Grandpa Shan was so confident in his pair of slender arms. His arms were even constantly swinging at this moment. Su Yan tried his best to calm down, then he said very seriously, "So, Senior, are you going to use this slender arm to play a game of rock, paper, scissors with this junior?" This huge Bing Shan immediately let out a rumbling laugh. Yes, you are really a smart boy. Seeing that you are so smart and witty, your Grandpa Shan will let you have your way. Then let's begin. Remember, we have to move at the same time, absolutely not deliberately slow down by half a beat. This huge Bing Shan emphasized at this moment. Su Yan could only nod helplessly. He really didn't have anything else to say about this existence. At this moment, the slender arm was ready. And Su Yan was also ready. Should I use scissors, rock, or paper? This Bing Shan, will it have the powerful ability to read people's thoughts? Will it be able to guess what I am thinking and then win by surprise in an instant? Although this was a child's game, Su Yan found that he couldn't help but feel nervous at this time. Yes, now it seems that this simple game of rock, paper, scissors is definitely not a simple thing. In a battle between practitioners, the strength of the divine sense has already played a huge role at this time. If it directly invades me with its powerful divine sense and spies on my thoughts, then I will almost lose. At this time, the God-Slayer sword's voice sounded again. Su Yan, use paper, you must use paper. Su Yan didn't expect that the God-Slayer sword would actually come at this time, and at this time, it was still so confident. Su Yan couldn't help but believe it. But Senior, could it be that you've already seen through his inner thoughts? Has your divine sense recovered to this point? Su Yan asked. The strength of the God-Slayer sword was naturally powerful, but because it was injured, its divine sense didn't seem to be so strong. His divine mind did not seem to be that strong. After all, that mountain did not look like a weakling. His strength was probably much stronger than the Dragon King's. Just believe in me. At this time, the Godslayer sword in Su Yan's sea of consciousness flashed with an extremely confident light. At this time, the Bing Shan's corner cried out. Then young man, let's start 1, 2, 3. In an instant, the slender arm that was hundreds of meters long and Su Yan's arm fell at the same time. Su Yan had indeed produced a piece of cloth, but this slender arm had produced a stone. So powerful, Senior actually spied on its inner thoughts. At this time, Su Yan couldn't help but think. To be honest, after the Godslayer sword said its thoughts, Su Yan also wanted to use his divine sense to investigate the mountain's thoughts. However, his thoughts dissipated when they reached the mountain's surroundings. There was an extremely powerful pressure and fluctuation around the mountain. In front of this powerful pressure, Su Yan's divine sense was nothing, let alone spying on the mountain's thoughts. At this time, the Godslayer sword said earnestly, Su Yan, it seems that you are still a little lacking. Don't you know that you have to observe carefully? Haven't you noticed that this guy's hand can only spit out stone? The Godslayer sword said calmly. Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan's gaze couldn't help but fall on the top of the slender arm. Sure enough, although the great Bing Shan grew a pair of slender arms, he didn't have palms. At the top of the slender arms were two huge stone balls. At this time, Su Yan felt that he was in a bad mood. It seemed that he was really too nervous just now, so he forgot to look. The Godslayer sword didn't even waste its divine sense to observe. No matter what, we won. Then, let this mountain tell us the answer. At this time, the Godslayer sword showed its wise side without a doubt. At this time, Su Yan really didn't have anything to say. At this time, Bing Shan suddenly laughed loudly. Wah, sure enough, the great Uncle Mountain has won the game once again. I am indeed invincible. Invincibility is so lonely, invincibility is a kind of emptiness. Inexplicably, on this ice mountain, the thick and sturdy legs began to stride cheerfully while he hummed that incomprehensible song. What made people even more speechless was that countless green leaves appeared on top of his head and surrounded him. Isn't this Bing Shan? Why are there green leaves? Su Yan, Godslayer sword, did Dashan make a mistake? At this time, Su Yan used all his strength and shouted as loudly as he could, because he was afraid that the mountain couldn't hear him. Wait a minute, Senior, you can celebrate later. Did you see wrongly? You are clearly a stone, and I am a piece of paper. I should have won. Su Yan felt that at this time, he had to argue with reason. Could it be that the mountain had bad eyesight? Did he think that his piece of paper was a pair of scissors? At this time, the huge Bing Shan's eyes slowly turned and he said directly, I know that you used paper, so I won. His tone was so natural, so self-righteous. At this time, Su Yan suddenly remembered what Bing Shan said earlier. That damn dragon, he clearly lost, but he still wants to act shamelessly. He is courting death. Su Yan finally understood why the dragon wanted to flip the table. Paper wins stone. Senior, you must have made a mistake. Su Yan refused to accept it. The moment he finished speaking, an overwhelming chill rushed towards Su Yan, and Su Yan immediately felt that he was under great pressure. So, you want to act shamelessly? Chapter 1007. Female Literature. At this time, Su Yan suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This giant Bing Shan is so angry at this time. It's as if it wants to swallow him directly. But in the next moment, Su Yan immediately came back to his senses. Wait a minute. The person who should be angry at this time should be me. What do you mean by I'm going to go back on my word? You're obviously the one who wants to go back on your word. Senior, you're the one who wants to go back on your word. Everyone knows the rules of rock, paper, scissors. How can you be the one who won? Su Yan said seriously. At this time, he really likes this Bing Shan to be able to recognize his mistake. Because only in this way can everyone continue to chat happily. But it seems that Bing Shan is not willing to do so at this time. Wow, as expected, I thought that a human child like you should be a good thing, but now it seems that you're not a good thing at all. If that's the case, you also want to provoke my majesty like that dragon. In that case, go to hell. At this time, Bing Shan has already made his move. His slender arms directly went towards Su Yan at this time. It's clearly a rock arm, but it's unimaginably flexible. As his arms moved, a mighty ice storm immediately appeared. Su Yan is naturally afraid of this Bing Shan to the extreme, because he won't forget that those ice people from before appeared from his body. Those ice people are already so dangerous, so he, as the main body, is naturally even more terrifying. Those slender arms flew down at an extremely fast speed. At this time, Su Yan didn't dare to be careless. His thoughts were directly condensed to the extreme, and then he directly used the regal sword escape technique. In the blink of an eye, his body had already disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the back of the iceberg. However, just as Su Yan's figure stopped moving, he immediately discovered that there was actually a force directly appearing behind him, attacking him. At this moment, even he felt a trace of panic. Damn it, how could this be? At this moment, he felt as if Bing Shan's slender arm was waiting for him. Such power could be said to be extremely terrifying and valiant. Just imagine what it would feel like to be hit by a mountain. Even if it was only the slender arm of a mountain, it was definitely not something that Su Yan could withstand. At that moment, Su Yan once again activated his regal sword escape technique. His speed was raised to the extreme at this time, but Su Yan found that he still couldn't get rid of him. Moreover, his movements were becoming more and more difficult. Waves of cold air appeared on the iceberg's body. The cold air was even more terrifying than the blizzard from before, causing Su Yan's speed to slow down. This wasn't a good sign. Once Su Yan's speed was completely sealed, then Su Yan would be a fish on a chopping block. Damn it, you little human doll, you dare to not admit your loss. People like you should die. I'm going to throw you out, just like that dragon. After a while, Su Yan could no longer hold on. At this time, the huge iceberg was still talking nonsense with a serious face. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword in Su Yan's body suddenly scolded, "Damn it, I can't take it anymore." Su Yan still didn't understand what it meant. In the next moment, he immediately felt a force enter his body. "Su Yan, let me do it." Although Su Yan didn't know why, it was for the best that the God-Slayer sword was willing to help him at this time, because he had to admit that he couldn't hold on for much longer. Damn it, do you know that I hate people like you who talk nonsense with a straight face the most? Go die for me. At this time, an extremely angry and arrogant voice came from Su Yan's throat. His body stopped in the air. When the slender arm came, he didn't move at all. At this time, Bing Shan shouted angrily, "Do you want to repent? It's too late. Even if you don't move, I'm going to throw you out. Do you know that your grandpa Shan hates people like you who don't have a gambling sense the most?" The slender pair of huge rock arms directly wrapped around Su Yan's body. "Shut up. I'm the one who hates it the most when people talk nonsense with a straight face. Your ugly arm, shatter it for me." In an instant, countless sword chi burst out from Su Yan's body. The sword chi was simply terrifying to the extreme. In an instant, everything was turned into nothingness. Bing Shan's slender and extremely long arms were crushed just like that. They turned into the most primitive ice fragments, leaving nothing behind. What? My arms, my perfect arms. A loud rumbling sound was heard again. Bing Shan began to howl in pain. After all, in his opinion, his arms were the most satisfactory part of his body. However, this human had actually crushed his arms directly. "I told you to shut up, you bastard. Your sense of beauty is a mess, and your worldview is a mess. If you open your mouth again, I'll crush you directly. Hurry up and tell me, where is the cold jade heart?" At this time, the God-Slayer sword was furious. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the damned iceberg was still muttering about his arm. He found it even more unbearable. In the blink of an eye, his body flickered as if he was teleporting. Unlike Su Yan's previous movements, Su Yan had only been moving extremely quickly. However, after the God-Slayer sword took control of Su Yan's body, what he did this time was real teleportation. "Shut up, I'm asking you a question." He raised his hand and a huge sword chi immediately appeared. This sword chi could truly be considered majestic. The terrifying sword chi was as long as 2,000 meters. Such a sword chi directly slashed down from the sky. Young man, you actually want to flip the table in front of me. When this sword chi appeared, Bing Shan seemed to have felt a huge sense of danger. There was a flash of light in his eyes. Then, the ice on his body protruded layer by layer. The extremely terrifying power directly collided at this time. The powerful aura at this time was displayed to the extreme. Bing Shan's power was indeed terrifying. If it was Su Yan himself, at this stage, Su Yan would not be able to win no matter what. It would even be difficult for him to escape. However, at this time, the Godslayer sword couldn't stand it anymore, so it made a righteous move. How terrifying was the Godslayer sword's full power when it unleashed all of its power. Last time, when so many Dragon Kings attacked at the same time, he was able to kill one of the Dragon Kings and then leave. After that time, the Godslayer sword fell into a deep sleep. However, Su Yan could feel that after that time, he seemed to have become stronger. Perhaps it was because he had comprehended the revered sword soul, or perhaps it was because of the Shura realm, but the Godslayer sword's combat power was stronger than before. Of course, it seemed to be more Chunibyu than before. That huge Bing Shan was directly cut in half without a doubt. That huge sword chi fell straight down until it cut into the belly of the mountain, only then did it stop. What did you just say? You said flip the table? I'm not just flipping the table, I'm going to flip the mountain now. At this time, Su Yan's body flashed violently, and at this time, he had already appeared at Bing Shan's feet. At this time, Su Yan's own consciousness was hidden in his sea of consciousness. When he saw what the Godslayer sword did, he immediately said in surprise, "Senior, are you really going to flip the mountain?" This Bing Shan was huge, and this was not an ordinary Bing Shan. It must be filled with extremely terrifying energy. If that was the case, just how heavy was this mountain? But at this time, the Godslayer sword actually said that it was going to flip the mountain. Su Yan, it's not a good thing to doubt my ability like this. Just watch me flip this thing up. Damn it, I'm going to flip it upside down. While talking, the Godslayer sword had already taken control of Su Yan's body and made a move. At this time, Su Yan was actually dumbfounded. He really could not understand how the Godslayer sword could think of something like flipping a mountain upside down. Crazy, this world must be crazy. First, Bing Shan wanted to play rock, paper, scissors. Now, this sword wanted to flip a mountain upside down. Was there still a normal person in this world? After Bing Shan was injured by the Godslayer sword's powerful sword chi, he seemed to have realized how powerful it was. At this time, he naturally sensed Su Yan's movements. He immediately shouted, Hey, human brat, what are you doing? Think carefully. I am the great Sky Heart Mountain. If you offend me, you will end up very miserable. Shut up, I'll let you know the consequences of speaking nonsense in front of me. The Godslayer sword did not seem to be interested in Bing Shan. As it spoke, 5 huge sword chis appeared at the top of the sky. They directly fell from the sky and pierced Bing Shan. In the previous head-on confrontation, Bing Shan was directly crushed by the Godslayer sword. At this time, Bing Shan could not defend against any of the 5 sword chis. My body is actually broken. You damn thing, you deserve to die. Bing Shan let out a miserable and angry cry. However, after that, he became even more panicked. At this time, the Godslayer sword attacked again. After his slender arms, the pair of thick legs that he was so proud of were directly shattered. Chapter 1008. Female Literature. At this moment, the Godslayer sword was simply too cruel. My thighs, my beautiful thighs. Bing Shan began to roar. His body suddenly became heavy. Countless pieces of ice were constantly shaking at this moment, and a terrifying force was about to fall down in an instant. Damn it, you damned human, you actually cut off my legs, then I will crush you to death, I will crush you under this iceberg, I will make you sink into oblivion forever, go die for me. At this time, his strength had already swelled to the extreme. At this moment, he had once again entered his cold mode. Although the Godslayer sword was controlling his body, Su Yan still felt an extremely terrifying weight. At this moment, the surface of his body began to release a ray of light. That was sword chi. Su Yan never thought that sword chi could be controlled like this. At this moment, the sword chi had practically turned into an armor. Moreover, this was no ordinary armor. It had already fused with his body and bones. When this thing appeared, the huge pressure suddenly decreased by a lot. It doesn't matter how heavy you become. Now fly for me. The God-Slayer's sword roared angrily. Then, it suddenly threw its hands into the air. This huge Bingshan actually flew directly into the sky at this moment. Su Yan, it really flew. The God-Slayer sword is so powerful. Although the God-Slayer sword had already displayed its extremely terrifying strength the last time, Su Yan really felt admiration for the God-Slayer sword this time. Its strength was really too strong. Flying sword. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword ignored Su Yan's admiration. It once again displayed its strength. An even more terrifying sword chi than before appeared. This sword chi immediately went against the heavens. It directly pierced the huge Bingshan from below. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt a trace of coldness behind him. At this moment, Bingshan howled in pain. I heard that you want to throw me out? I heard that you like to not admit your mistakes? At this time, the God-Slayer's sword did not forget to educate this Bingshan, letting him know his mistake. However, this Bingshan was simply the epitome of the death-seeking world that Su Yan knew. At this time, not only did he not realize his mistake, he even boasted shamelessly. You damn thing, what right do you have to talk to me like this? You want to die, you want to die. Although his body had been pierced by the long sword, he still did not feel that he was wrong. I am so stubborn, what can you do to me? This is his persistence. Good, very good. I like to drink and appreciate your bad temper the most. At this time, Su Yan, who was possessed by the God-slaying sword, suddenly shouted, Ha! At this time he began to bombard his fists. Su Yan's fists were too small compared to this Bingshan. Perhaps they were not even comparable to a piece of ice on the mountain, but at this time his fists were full of terrifying power. Every punch had an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. The powerful energy fluctuation was constantly rampaging, and the terrifying power was constantly rising. The powerful aura at this moment was simply powerful to the extreme. That terrifying power continued to burn at this moment, almost drowning everything in its path. At this time, Su Yan's aura also began to rise. In fact, being possessed by the God-Slayer sword and then fighting was an extremely lucky thing for Su Yan. Because at this time, under the operation of the God-Slayer sword, his body's affinity with power would reach a new level. To put it bluntly, at this time, Su Yan was an invincible Su Yan. His power would reach a true unity. At this time, Su Yan, who was in the sea of consciousness, watched his body constantly erupt with power. Punch after punch, he actually bombarded such a huge mountain into the sky. What a powerful and terrifying power this was. Su Yan had already begun to feel apprehensive. Such an aura was simply incomparably terrifying. At this moment, his body was condensed into a godlike brilliance. At this time, Su Yan suddenly had a thought in his mind, and that was, he suddenly admired himself. Beggar, Su Yan. At this time, Bingshan seemed to finally know what fear was. Under the impact of the punches, his huge body began to slowly collapse. This was the rhythm of the end. This script was not right at all. He was abnormally strong. Back then, how strong was the dragon? It had reached or even surpassed the level of the Emperor Shura. However, after struggling for a while, it was still easily thrown away by Bing Shan's grandfather. But now, this human boy was clearly so weak at the beginning. When talking to Su Yan, the considerate grandfather Bing Shan even slowed down his breathing. He was afraid that if he breathed too hard, he would blow away this human child who had finally arrived here. But why was it like this now? Why was he being sent flying by the punches of this young human child? Also, what was the deal with those huge sword chis that were sticking into his body like incense sticks? It was over, it was really over this time. You clearly lost, but you're still acting shamelessly. You're still abusing me. At this time, he was really unconvinced. When Godslayer heard this, he was even more enraged. I lost? Say it again, I lost, you damned thing. His punches had become even more powerful. His terrifying and powerful punches had become even faster. Bing Shan kept shouting at this time, I won in the first place. The rock is the most powerful thing in the world. I threw the rock, so I won. You're acting shamelessly. Su Yan, Godslayer sword, the rock was the most powerful thing in the world. He threw the rock, so he won? What kind of logic was this? Bastard, how could anyone win with this kind of rule? If everyone threw the rock, then there would be no winner. At this time, the Godslayer sword couldn't be bothered to argue with this stupid Bing Shan. You stupid guy whose head is blocked by a rock. I don't want to talk to you about this anymore. Tell me where Heavenly Heart Han Yu is. At this time, the Godslayer sword's aura became a little scary. His eyes flickered with an extremely dangerous light. Even Su Yan felt a chill run down his spine when he sensed the light. At this time, Bing Shan's grandfather opened his mouth again. Why are you talking nonsense? My head is made of rock, so of course it's blocked by a rock. You despicable guy, not only are you acting shamelessly, but you're also being racist. I don't accept this, I don't accept this. Su Yan was finally speechless. God knows why this Bing Shan was so weird. He would rather everyone fight fair and square. Even if he was beaten to a pulp, it would be more pleasant. At this time, Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, suddenly let out a loud sound. At this time, he directly formed a seal and then shouted, "Flip!" The moment his voice fell, the huge mountain actually started to flip over. Terrifying, what a terrifying power. At this moment, Su Yan was in a state of panic. Such a terrifying power was really too shocking. He thought that the Godslayer sword only had sword energy, but now he realized that he was wrong. His understanding of the Godslayer sword was still too shallow. At this time, the Godslayer sword's eyes flashed again. It said to Su Yan earnestly, "Do you think that just because I'm a divine sword, I can only slash around like a sword? Your understanding is still too shallow. I'm a divine sword, and I'm going to transform into an invincible divine sword that surpasses the gods. I know more things than you can imagine." At this time, Su Yan was speechless. However, the other party was indeed an existence that could shake the heavens. When the Godslayer sword said to Su Yan, "You know nothing about me," Su Yan was actually speechless. Rumble, rumble. The loud sound resounded through the world at this moment, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. The cracks shattered one by one, and the ground cracked open. Such a scene was simply shocking. After an unknown amount of time, everything finally calmed down. At this time, Su Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. At this time, he realized that this huge Bing Shan had really come to life. If one looked at it from a distance, they would realize that this was actually a huge triangular Bing Shan. It was just that when Su Yan arrived, this ghostly Bing Shan had grown hands and feet. But now, this Bing Shan's hands and feet had been directly cut off by the Godslayer sword. Not cut off, but completely destroyed. Only his body was left. At this time, his mountain was on the ground, and the bottom of the Bing Shan was suspended high in the air. Su Yan, who was temporarily borrowed by the Godslayer sword, stood at the flat bottom of the mountain, which was floating in the air. He patted his hands and even touched his sweat. Then he happily said, "Okay, I look much better now." Ha! Chapter 1009. Female Literature. The Godslayer's sword laughed proudly. You grave egg, I curse you, quick, put me down, I don't want to be like this, I'm a serious Bing Shan, I don't want to be like this is too shameful. At this moment, Bing Shan was finally scared. At this moment, his arms were gone, his thick thighs were also gone. If this guy didn't help him, would he always be like this? This would make him lose face. He really didn't want to be like this. Even if he died, he didn't want to be like this. Okay, then it seems like we should talk. Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, directly said calmly. Okay, let's talk, I was wrong, I admit I was wrong, cloth is bigger than stone, next time I will definitely realize this mistake. In this situation, even the unyielding and principled Bing Shan had already realized his mistake. But this answer was not satisfactory. Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, directly jumped up and then fiercely kicked down. As expected of the body possessed by the deity-slaying sword, such a small body actually contained such power. After this kick landed, Bing Shan's mountain peak residence pierced a few inches into the ground. The cracks on the ground nearby became even more severe. Bastard, did I ask you this? I want to know where Hanyu Tianxin came down. Tell me, where is Hanyu Tianxin? Is it hidden in your body? I advise you to tell me honestly, if not, then I will directly dissect you. Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, said coldly. Bing Shan. My God, why is this human boy so cruel? Wasn't he very friendly at the beginning? My impression of him was so good, I even wanted to become good friends with him, and even when he was acting shamelessly, I was actually considering whether to really throw him out. But now, this human boy was actually abusing me like this. Dissection? Wouldn't that mean that he would be cut into pieces? No, he definitely didn't want that. I really don't know. I only know that I'm from the Heavenly Heart Mountain. I really don't know what the Heavenly Heart Cold Jade is. At this time, Su Yan couldn't help but send out his thoughts. You're lying. You clearly said that as long as I win, you'll tell me his whereabouts. You said the same thing to the dragon back then. At this moment, Bing Shan was startled. He finally realized that the two voices were different. This time, the voice belonged to the young man from before, but when he was turned over, his voice was different. Human young man, why can you make two voices? Although it's very crazy, it's very cool. Can you teach me? Su Yan, this was not the time to be concerned about this. What is this mountain thinking? At this time, Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, jumped up again. Rumble, accompanied by Bing Shan's grandfather's screams, the tip of his mountain pierced a few more inches into the ground. At this time, Bing Shan felt very wronged. Yeah, if I lose, I'll tell you that I don't know. Didn't I say it already? What are you trying to do? Bing Shan's grandfather said righteously. At this time, Su Yan was really speechless. What was this extremely Chinibu Bing Shan thinking? The ice shards that came out of his body could become extremely lethal ice men, but why did Bing Shan, as the source, have to be so Chinibu? After everyone met, they immediately fought to their heart's content. After the victor was decided, they would tell each other what they knew. Wasn't that better? Why did they have to be so Chunibu? At this time, Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, jumped several times in a row. At the same time, he directly shot out 5 sword chi. I can't help it, I really should dissect you. 5 sword chi appeared, and the extremely terrifying power at this time showed an extremely terrifying majesty. Such a powerful force flew out at this time, and the sharp sword chi directly pierced into the mountain. Under the effect of the sword chi, the mountain finally began to slowly split open. Ah, I'm splitting open, help, I'm being dissected, help, the mountain is being killed. Bing Shan's grandfather's cry for help was really sad. But unfortunately, Su Yan did not have any intention of softening at this time. In fact, he even felt incomparably delighted. At this time, he suddenly remembered the dragon outside this secret realm. This powerful dragon was actually killed by such a Chunibu mountain and thrown out. How sad was that? If that dragon saw this scene at this time, he would definitely feel very sad. At this time, as the cracks increased bit by bit, a light was suddenly released from Bing Shan. The light was still very weak at first, but in an instant, it turned into tens of thousands of rays of light, directly filling the sky. The moment the light appeared, dark clouds immediately gathered in the sky, and ice and snow filled the sky. At this time, Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, refracted an extremely wise brilliance from the corner of his eyes. Sure enough, this thing really exists in his body. Ah, help, I'm Grandpa Shan, but I'm actually having a baby now. Help, I don't want to have a baby. Su Yan, in this world, how could there be such a Chunibu like Bing Shan? Right now, he did not want to pay any attention to this guy at all. At this time, Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, directly rushed into the sky. Because at this moment, within the light, the heavenly heart of the cold jade had directly rushed into the sky. Its speed was simply too fast, and Su Yan did not notice at all. Fortunately, at this time, the Godslayer sword was controlling the body. Otherwise, Su Yan would have missed this heavenly heart of the cold jade. Where do you think you're going, the will of the gods, the might of the heavens? At this time, the Godslayer sword directly threw away the Chunibyu aura from before. It had truly become the incomparably cold Godslayer sword, and at this time, its aura was completely released. An indescribable terrifying aura directly appeared at this time. In an instant, it had become so powerful. The extremely terrifying power and aura caused Su Yan to be incomparably shocked. He knew that at this time, the Godslayer sword would display its true might. At this time, the will of the Godslayer sword had turned into the might of the heavens. The heavenly heart of the cold jade was one of the most powerful materials in this world. It was also because of this that he was able to forge a heaven-defying divine sword like the evil sword of the cold jade. The battle record of the cold jade was indeed not as strong as that of the Godslayer sword. After all, the Godslayer sword was an existence that had killed gods and was stained with the blood of gods. However, the evil sword of the cold jade was also incomparably terrifying. It was an existence that had killed saints, and there were definitely more than one or two saints that had died by its sword. Its extremely terrifying sword chi and strength had reached an unimaginable level. Its terrifying strength was simply indescribable. Su Yan's previous feeling was not wrong. After entering the Shura realm, the Godslayer sword's speed of recovery was far faster than before. Of course, this was due to his understanding of the revered sword soul, but Su Yan still felt that the key to this was still this world. At this time, his power was released, and immediately formed an extremely terrifying huge net in the sky. The net appeared everywhere, and it had already sealed off this space. At this time, Su Yan was shocked to discover that the Godslayer sword had become the will of this world. It was the will of this world. That was a kind of absolute majesty that no one could resist. The moment such a terrifying might was released, it was simply terrifying. Under the Godslayer Skynet, the space became extremely heavy. Apart from Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, everything else seemed to have slowed down. At this time, Su Yan finally grasped the trajectory of the cold jade. He finally saw the cold jade heaven's heart clearly. It was a shapeless thing, and Su Yan could not describe it with words. The moment he saw it, Su Yan felt an unimaginable pressure from it. The existence of this pressure made Su Yan feel as if he could not breathe. It was simply too terrifying. If not for the Godslayer sword, not to mention wanting to obtain the cold jade heaven's heart, just getting close to it would probably cause him to be annihilated. At this time, the cold jade heaven's heart seemed to have understood its current situation. Seeing that it could not escape at this time, it decided to stop. At this time, a terrifying power burst out from the cold jade heaven's heart, and an extremely terrifying aura was released at this time. When the aura reached its peak, a power that could fight against the Godslayer Skynet burst out. As expected, you are definitely related to the evil sword. At this time, the Godslayer sword said with certainty. At this time, although Su Yan was in the sea of consciousness, he had already focused all his attention. He knew that the next battle would be far beyond his understanding. A battle of this level was probably more terrifying than any battle he had experienced and witnessed in the past few years. At this moment, the God-slaying sword also said, "Kid, watch carefully. This battle is definitely beyond your imagination. Let the regal sword spirit help me. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll be at a disadvantage." Su Yan did not hesitate. He directly called the regal sword soul into the sea of consciousness, and in an instant, the Godslayer sword and the regal sword's soul merged. At this time, the cold jade heaven's net began to distort under the light. At this time, Su Yan immediately felt a stabbing pain. Even though he was hiding in the sea of consciousness, he still felt a trace of pain. This feeling was so familiar. When he first stepped into the Shura realm, he seemed to have experienced this kind of pain. Chapter 10:10. Female literature, Heaven's will. This was Heaven's will against him. At that time, if the Grand Supreme Sword Soul had not erupted with an incredible power in time and forcefully reversed the situation, Su Yan would have died under the will of heaven. That was the will of the world. At this time, Su Yan felt the same piercing pain again. Is Heavenly Heart Hanyu reversing Heaven's will and killing us? The God-Slayer sword snorted, "You're not stupid, kid. Indeed, this is why Heavenly Heart Hanyu is so terrifying. Since it's Heavenly Heart, it can naturally communicate with Heaven's will and release its strongest power. Otherwise, where did the word, Heavenly Heart, come from? But don't worry, it's not just him who can reverse Heaven's will." At this time, the God-Slayer sword showed unprecedented confidence. At this moment, Su Yan, who was possessed by the God-Slayer sword, immediately pulled out the Scorching Sun sword. "Heavenly Heart Hanyu, today I will fuse you into this sword." In an instant, his body released endless brilliance, and an extremely powerful force rushed into the sky at this time. At this time, the heavenly net that had been reversed was once again forcefully reversed. This had become an extremely terrifying battle between heaven's wills. The most terrifying light continued to explode at this time. That terrifying power had reached an extremely terrifying level at this time. Such an intense and resplendent radiance was truly terrifying to the extreme. This power continued to expand at this time. This was indeed a completely new battle. Even the leader of the Taihang sword faction, Zhang Zhe, could not use such a method. This was because this was a battle that had reached heaven's will. Perhaps only a saint, or even someone at that level, could use it. Of course, the battle between the God-Slayer sword and Heavenly Heart Hanyu was not a complete battle between heaven's wills. The battle between the two sides was only within an extremely small area, and it was unable to affect the entire world. This was because the difference between the God-slaying sword now and when it was at its peak was just too great. Heavenly Heart Hanyu was also not complete. From the God-Slayer sword's words, it could be seen that Heavenly Heart Hanyu and Evil Sword Hanyu were probably a part of it in the past. However, even if it was such a small-scale battle, it was already terrifying enough at this time. In the cultivation world, it had always been said that one's realm was the foundation of everything. This was definitely not a joke. In this battle, even if Su Yan's battle power was 100 times stronger, so what? In such a terrifying clash between heaven's wills, only death would await him. At this moment, it was impossible for Su Yan to grasp or even comprehend such a power. His realm had not reached that level, so it was impossible for him to understand it. The only thing he could do now was feel. He wanted to remember the changes in this battle between heaven's will. At this stage of his growth, this was actually not very useful, because he was too far away. However, if one day, if he could surpass this realm, then his strength would become extremely terrifying. He might even be able to comprehend heaven's will. Of course, this was not something that Su Yan could know, but the God-Slayer sword could. This was why it wanted Su Yan to feel it and remember it as much as possible. At this moment, Su Yan was constantly remembering it. This was actually an extremely painful process. The changes in heavens will seem to be tearing his soul apart at every moment. However, there was the green lotus bright moon in his consciousness, as well as the aura of the revered sword soul, which allowed him to be safe. At this time, the sky had become a world of ice and fire. Such a terrifying change had a terrifying might that could destroy heaven and earth. If this place was not in the ruins but in the Shura world outside, it would have attracted many extremely powerful existences. There would definitely be extremely terrifying existences in the Shura world. Emperor Shura was a powerful existence that could contend against human saints. Fortunately, such an aura was blocked in this small world. At this moment, the cracked mountain peak really wanted to cry. This human was actually so strong. Moreover, why didn't he know that there was such a thing in his body? This world was so terrifying, and he only wanted to be a quiet snow mountain. However, this seemed to be a bit difficult. The battle in the sky had become extremely terrifying. Every time they clashed, the rules of filling in the correct answer would be affected. This terrifying power made people feel despair. The changes in power were as terrifying as the changing of the seasons. After a series of battles, the Godslayer sword finally gained the upper hand. The heaven's will that it controlled was slowly eating away at Hanyu Heavenheart's heaven's will. When Hanyu Heavenheart's laws completely disappeared, it no longer had the power to struggle. At this moment, a phantom suddenly appeared in Hanyu Heavenheart. With the Godslayer sword's will, Su Yan could clearly see that it was a drop of blood. The moment the blood appeared, the Godslayer sword's advantage was instantly extinguished. That terrifying blood seemed to be letting out a terrifying demonic roar. It was an extremely terrifying will. The appearance of this sound almost caused the entire small world to shatter. Destroy, destroy, destroy. At this moment, Su Yan could feel the Godslayer sword's pain. He was under immense pressure. It's actually that guy's blood. You're actually stained with that guy's blood. I understand now, I understand now. The Godslayer sword was extremely furious. Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, was trembling. His body was already covered in blood. After all, it was impossible for Su Yan's physical body to reach such a level. Although he had the protection of the Deity Slayer sword's power, when the Deity Slayer sword could not withstand it, the power of the protection became extremely weak. The demonic blood's power was truly terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, Su Yan only felt that his spirit was about to be completely devoured. He even felt that this world was beginning to fall. However, at this moment, Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, suddenly threw the scorching sun sword directly into the sky. You think you can beat me like this? You're just a dead man. What can you do with 1 or 2 drops of blood? The Supreme is infinite. The soul technique is boundless. At this moment, the Godslayer sword suddenly activated its power. Kid, watch for yourself. This is the power of the supreme power of the Supreme. At this moment, the light in its eyes began to fade. Even its aura had undergone a direct change at this moment. That kind of terrifying power became extremely terrifying at this time. Rays of light began to sway like swimming dragons. The sky of this small world was originally dyed red with blood. However, at this moment, the endless bright red color began to be torn apart bit by bit. At this moment, the terrifying power continued to surge. Then, one dragon's roar after another was heard. According to legend, dragons were the beginning of the world. After the world was created, the first creatures to appear were dragons. Therefore, from ancient times until now, no matter which world it was in, the dragon was a great legend. It represented the supreme power. Even now, whether it was the infinite world or the Shura world, as long as it was related to dragons, it was synonymous with power. However, the dragons of today were different from the dragons of ancient times. This difference was something that even the dragons themselves were unaware of. At this moment, Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, emerged from the body of the most primitive dragon aura. It was the supreme dragon. The dragon's might was vast and boundless. The moment the supreme dragon appeared, Su Yan immediately felt his body burning up. At that moment, even the blood of the great demonic dragon was suppressed. That was the ancestor of everything, Taishang, the supreme Taishang. If it weren't for the supreme sword soul, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. But today, I'll get some interest first. At this moment, the supreme aura condensed and formed. An extremely terrifying power changed at this moment. It was at this point that the terrifying power had reached an inexhaustible level. The power of the Most High appeared, and wherever it passed, the blood energy would scatter. At this moment, the Godslayer sword was unwilling to back down after gaining the upper hand. He took a step forward and that extremely terrifying power rushed towards Hanyu Heavenly Heart. The moment the Supreme Sword Soul's power was activated, the outcome of this battle was already decided. At this moment, Su Yan truly understood the power of the Supreme Sword Soul. He knew that the Supreme Sword Soul's power must be extremely powerful and mysterious, but he didn't know the specific concept at all. This was because his understanding of the Supreme Sword Soul was too little. Apart from the few Supreme Sword moves, he didn't understand the true meaning of the Supreme Sword Scripture. Su Yan didn't give up, but it was as if there was a tall door outside of the scripture that blocked him outside. In fact, there was nothing he could do about it. Su Yan's realm was simply too high. Now that the Godslayer sword was activated, the power of the Supreme Sword Soul was immediately activated. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood why the Godslayer sword cared so much about the Supreme Sword Soul. Invincible Supreme, suppress. Actually, it was reasonable when he thought about it. Su Yan's transmigration and his growth were all thanks to the Supreme Sword Scripture. If his power wasn't strong, how could he have reached such a level? This time, the Supreme Sword Soul directly covered up the Shura realm's heaven's will, making it impossible for the Shura's will to sense Su Yan's existence. This was an incredible power. In fact, the greatest treasure had always been Su Yan. It was just that Su Yan didn't know how to truly unleash the power of this treasure. Chapter 10-11. Female Literature, Heavenly Frost Jade Heart, Still Struggling? The Godslayer sword roared again. At the same time, his God-slaying sword will also burst forth. This Heavenly Frost Jade Heart and the Evil Sword Frost Jade Heart were originally the same piece, but for some reason, they were split into two. The bigger piece eventually became the Evil Sword Frost Jade, while the smaller piece ended up in the Shura world. The Frost Jade Heart existed in Bing Shan's body. Because of this, Bing Shan was gradually born, and even became an extremely Chunibyu Bing Shan. Moreover, even Bing Shan himself didn't know that the Heavenly Frost Jade Heart existed in his body. Today, the Heavenly Frost Jade Heart was finally suppressed. At this moment, Su Yan, who was possessed by the Godslayer sword, began to erupt with power. His aura had reached an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, that ray of light had reached an invincible state. At this moment, his power could be said to be incomparably terrifying. He suppressed the Heavenly Frost Jade Heart with the power of the Great Supreme, and then used his Godslayer sword intent to seal it. At this moment, he began to form countless seals, and the Scorching Sun sword soared in the air and flew towards the Heavenly Frost Jade Heart. The Heavenly Frost Jade Heart erupted with its last bit of power, as if it wanted to struggle. Unfortunately, the Godslayer sword wouldn't give it such a chance. Dragon of the Great Supreme, seal, suppress, Heavenly Frost Jade Heart, fuse. At this moment he roared angrily. Then that powerful force began to fuse with the Heavenly Frost Jade Heart. At this moment his power had reached an extremely terrifying level. That extremely powerful force trembled at this moment. The Scorching Sun sword began to tremble violently. Scorching Sun Frost Jade, fuse, Great Supreme, help me. The Godslayer sword roared again. At this moment, the power of the Great Supreme roared. Then, it forcefully restrained the Frost Jade Heart and fused it with the Scorching Sun sword. At this moment, the drop of terrifying blood on the cold jade heavenly core immediately erupted with boundless power. Godslayer shouted, "How dare you resist? You're courting death." A moment later, Su Yan felt his body lighten as a phantom appeared in front of him. At this time, Su Yan finally regained control of his body. At that moment, his scarlet parting sword case flew out as well. The scarlet parting sword box was made from a fragment of the Godslayer sword. It was extremely powerful. The shadow in front of him was the Godslayer sword's own sword soul. At this moment, the 10,000 strands of sword chi transformed into threads. Those terrifying threads seemed to be everywhere, everywhere. The blood was actually entangled by the threads. A powerful force began to erupt. Then, it directly restrained the blood and began to move towards the sword soul. At the same time, thousands of long swords appeared from the scarlet parting sword case. At this moment, the sky had turned into a sea of swords. 10,000 swords into a sea. The Great Supreme has no limits. Su Yan, today I'll teach you a sword formation. You must remember it well. No matter what, Su Yan had learned a lot today. The moment the sword formation appeared, Su Yan felt an extremely terrifying power. He did not dare to be distracted at all because he knew that this would be a great benefit for him. As long as he learned this sword formation, his combat strength would become even more terrifying. Although he would not be able to fully unleash the power of this sword formation like the Godslayer sword in a short period of time, he would not be able to do it. However, its power would not be weak. When that time came, it would be another one of his abilities. At this moment, 10,000 swords chimed together. Between the 10,000 swords, there seemed to be a huge sea. The appearance of that terrifying sea was simply terrifying. At this moment, such a terrifying power was constantly roaring and lingering. At this moment, the power between heaven and earth seemed to have reached a certain limit. Under such sword chi, the drop of blood finally quieted down and finally merged with the sword's soul. True demon blood. Very good. After obtaining this true demon blood today, my strength will recover much faster. I can even break through the past and reach an unprecedented level. Good, good, good. At this moment, the God Slayer sword was really proud of itself. Its power continued to rise to the peak. At the same time, its body began to change continuously. Rays of light were constantly trembling at this moment. Its aura was even more terrifying. Its thoughts were clear. At this moment, the heavenly heart of the frost jade was finally swallowed by the scorching sun sword. At this moment, Su Yan's body shook. The scorching sun sword had been gifted to Su Yan by the ugly uncle from the very beginning. Over the years, Su Yan had fought alongside this sword and had already established a connection with it. At this moment, he clearly felt the scorching sun sword's light chime. Yin and yang become one, ice and fire complement each other. If you don't transform now, when will you? The God Slayer's sword roared. At this moment, a yin and yang radiance immediately appeared around the scorching sun sword. The yin and yang radiance looked exactly the same as the Supreme Dragon. At this moment, the scorching sun sword began to transform. When the ugly uncle passed this sword to Su Yan, although he left instructions, he actually didn't have much hope in his heart. At that time, his ambition was higher than the sky. He wanted to forge a divine sword. Unfortunately, the stronger his swordsmithing skills were, the more he felt that divine swords were superior. That was the domain that determined the strength of the strong. It was a place that people like him couldn't touch in their lifetime. It was because of this that he finally came to the Five Counties continent and became an ordinary swordsmith in the burial sword tomb. Then he died in depression. He gave the sword to Su Yan and left instructions only because he was unwilling to accept it. However, back then he didn't expect that today it would actually become a reality. This sword had finally been successfully forged in Su Yan's hands. At this moment, this sword finally gave birth to its own divinity. Su Yan could sense a mature intent within this sword. However, this will was still very vague at this time, and it seemed that it was unwilling to get along in contact with Su Yan. However, this wasn't important. To Su Yan, this was a good start. With this divine sword, his cultivation would definitely take another step forward. At the very least, his combat strength would become even more powerful. The scorching sun sword was floating quietly. Su Yan could sense the existence of this intent within it. This intent made Su Yan feel a little unfamiliar. However, there was also a sense of familiarity within this unfamiliarity. In short, this was a feeling that he couldn't describe. However, he was certain that his scorching sun sword had completely transformed. At this moment, the God Slayer shouted again, "What are you still standing there for? Don't you want to subdue this sword? Hurry up and burn your blood so that you can fuse with it." Su Yan didn't know that the divine sword had its own divinity. When a divine sword's divinity was formed, it was like a person's thoughts had already taken shape. At that time, even the person who forged the sword might not necessarily treat it as its master. It would act according to its own thoughts, just like the evil sword Cold Jade. However, the moment before the divine sword was formed was an extremely critical moment. If one could refine their own blood into it at that time, this divine sword would have its own bloodline. From then on, this divine sword would be like one's own child, connected to one's bloodline. Even if the divine sword still had its own thoughts, everything it did would be based on the premise that it would protect its master. This was also why the God Slayer had asked Su Yan to quickly refine his own blood into the sword. Most people didn't know about this, not even the powerful swordsmiths. Back then, the expert who forged the evil sword Cold Jade was like this. After he forged the evil sword Cold Jade, the evil sword Cold Jade sensed his strength, so it didn't resist and always followed him into battle. However, after a great battle, this powerful saint was severely injured, so the evil sword Cold Jade seized the opportunity and launched a sneak attack without hesitation, killing the saint and becoming a true evil sword from then on. Of course, Su Yan naturally didn't know about this secret. However, since the Godslayer sword asked him to do so, Su Yan would do as he was told. At this moment, the Godslayer sword and Su Yan had an extremely special relationship. Back then, the Godslayer sword let Su Yan become its scabbard, hoping to strip Su Yan of his power. The so-called scabbard was no different from a sword slave, so it worked hard to cultivate to make the sword stronger. However, when the Godslayer sword entered Su Yan's body, it realized that the power of the regal sword soul was far beyond its imagination. It wasn't easy for it to enter its own consciousness. Later on, it had to give up on this idea. Later on, it had the opportunity to communicate with the regal sword soul, and at that time, it had established an extremely mysterious connection with Su Yan. It seemed to be a connection that transcended fate, and it was because of the regal sword soul's existence. However, Su Yan himself didn't know that this was also the reason why the Godslayer sword had helped Su Yan time and time again after arriving in the later Liang. If it weren't for this relationship, the Godslayer sword wouldn't have done this. Of course, although Su Yan didn't know this, his vigilance against the Godslayer sword had unknowingly weakened a lot. There were even many times when he instinctively listened to the Godslayer sword's advice. At this moment, the Godslayer sword said again, "If you want to smelt the Godslayer sword, ordinary blood won't do. You must have hot blood in your heart. You know what I mean." At this moment, even Su Yan was stunned. Whether it was a powerful cultivator or a terrifying demonic beast, the blood essence of the heart was the most important existence. Just like the time when Su Yan obtained the Oriole and the double-winged heavenly tiger, it was because of the blood essence of their hearts that he obtained. Chapter 10-12. Female Literature. Su Yan even gained something new from the heart's blood essence. It was at this moment that his strength increased. Rays of time changed at this moment. After this feeling appeared, Su Yan no longer hesitated. He directly pierced his own body. It was the location of his heart, and it was not the heart of the demon dragon or the heart of the demon god, but the Buddha's heart. At this moment, his body was completely different from that of ordinary people. There were 3 hearts in his body. However, whether it was the heart of the great demon dragon or the heart of the demon god, although they had merged with his body, they were still not his. However, they were ultimately not his. Their existence had both advantages and disadvantages to him. However, the Buddha's heart was different. It was the inheritance of Buddha, and it directly fell on his heart. Only this heart was his. At this moment, Su Yan did not hesitate to pierce his own heart. The moment his heart was pierced, Su Yan immediately felt a sense of powerlessness and threat. However, he still endured it. It was at this moment that a power slowly floated over. It was the power of the Godslayer sword. This was already an extremely dangerous thing. If the Godslayer sword wanted to kill Su Yan, it would only take a thought. However, at this moment, Su Yan did not have the slightest bit of vigilance against the Godslayer sword. Instead, he approved of its behavior. The heart's blood essence appeared. Su Yan's blood contained an extremely large amount of energy. At this moment, the Godslayer sword slashed again. The Supreme Dragon immediately swam over, and then directly held Su Yan's blood in its mouth. At this moment, it looked like a dragon playing with a pearl. Under the powerful pressure of the Supreme Dragon, the blood finally slowly merged with the newly born divine sword. At this moment, Su Yan only felt his sea of consciousness shake violently. A sword actually appeared in his sea of consciousness. This sword twisted and changed, and in the end, it turned into a pattern. When he saw the pattern, Su Yan almost cried out involuntarily, "Taiji!" 1 yin and 1 yang, forming a pair of fish. The yin-yang fish swam slowly. Wasn't this the Taiji diagram? At this time, the Godslayer sword frowned slightly because he had never heard of the 2 words Su Yan said before. However, he felt that these 2 words must have a great origin. But at this time, he didn't choose to ask. He clearly knew that this was an extremely crucial moment for Su Yan. His heart's blood essence had been injected into this power. However, his will had yet to completely fuse with this divine sword. This required a process, and it was also the most crucial process. During this process, it was a process of a person refining the sword. Conversely, it was also a process of using the sword to refine the person. If this step was not carried out properly, it would definitely not benefit Su Yan in the future. But on the contrary, if this step was taken well, it would greatly benefit Su Yan's future strength. Unknowingly, he had become Su Yan's teacher, guiding Su Yan to constantly move forward. At this moment, Su Yan's power was constantly increasing, and his aura was also changing. Originally, the power of Shura and his original power had become the third power, which was extremely powerful. However, it was indeed lacking in purity. While the third power existed, there was also instability. But now, it was different. The aura of the divine sword directly began to link with Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan finally realized the benefits of a divine sword. Under the guidance of the divine sword, his aura had become much stronger. Moreover, the flow of his aura had become much smoother. The divine sword seemed to have become two of his bodies. What was even more rare was that this sword was smelted by Su Yan's aura since it was a sacred sword. This sword was very compatible with Su Yan. Even the Godslayer sword was surprised when he saw this. It had to be known that the birth of a divine sword was like the birth of a brand new soul. When it was born, it was very high and very powerful, which naturally led to it being extremely powerful and arrogant. Under such circumstances, not to mention that Su Yan's combat power was weaker than it, even the extremely powerful swordsmiths would have to spend a lot of effort to suppress the divine sword. Others did not know that when the Godslayer sword was first forged, it was even more lawless. It almost wanted to kill its own master. Fortunately, the person who was able to forge a divine sword like this must have been a very powerful person in the world. That was why it was directly suppressed. He originally thought that even if Su Yan had been using this sword since it was a sacred sword, it was integrated with the heart of the cold jade. It was already considered a brand new body, and it would definitely reject Su Yan. However, he did not expect that at this time, the divine sword and Su Yan would be so compatible with each other. This kid's luck is really not bad. Taisheng, you are really powerful. He sighed with emotion as the Godslayer's sword won continuously. In fact, he knew that although Su Yan's luck was one thing, the more important thing was probably the power of Taisheng. Because of the existence of Taisheng's power, the sword was like this. At this time, Su Yan's strength began to increase at an even faster speed. The divine sword was the same. After an entire day, this process finally stopped. At this time, the Scorching Sun sword had completely changed. The Scorching Sun sword from before was completely a red sword. It was filled with a fierce and overbearing aura. However, at this time, it was completely different. At this time, the Scorching Sun sword had become extremely ordinary. It was like an ordinary iron sword. The divine sword has just been born. Let's give it a name. The Godslayer sword's sword spirit began to return to Su Yan's body. Naturally, Su Yan knew that he had gained a lot this time. Other things aside, he had directly devoured the blood of the true demon. Su Yan naturally did not know what kind of existence the true demon was, but the power that the drop of blood had erupted with was terrifying. It was a terrifying power that could change the color of heaven and earth with a slight movement. Although this was only a small world and the power of space was not complete, it was already terrifying enough. In this world, there was probably no other power that could compare to it. Su Yan said, this sword was originally named after the Scorching Sun. It walks the path of the purest yang. At this time, the heavenly heart of the cold jade fused with it. Yin and yang complement each other, so let's call it Taiji. Taiji? Yin and yang complement each other to form Taiji? Ha, good, that's a good name. The Godslayer sword seemed to understand something, and then it laughed loudly. At this time, the color of heaven and earth changed again. Terrifying tremors were everywhere. Su Yan was not unfamiliar with this situation. This was because the secret realm had collapsed. He had experienced this kind of secret realm more than once. This small world existed for the heavenly heart of the cold jade. Now that the heavenly heart of the cold jade was gone, there was naturally no need for it to exist. Moreover, the battle between the two sides earlier was so terrifying that it had already caused everything to start collapsing. This power was no longer enough to maintain the power of this place. It's time to leave. The God-Slayer sword returned to Su Yan's body. At the same time, a crack appeared in front of Su Yan. That was a spatial crack. Since Su Yan was in control of the Taiji sword and the heavenly heart of the cold jade had been refined, he could naturally open spatial cracks. At this time, there was no need to stay any longer. It was time to leave. Oi, 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 wait a minute, young man, human young man, you can't let me stay in this embarrassing position, I beg you, take me away. At this time, the unreliable ice mountain began to yell and scream. Only now did Su Yan remember that Bing Shan was really a Chunibyu. Speaking of which, this Bing Shan's life force was really tenacious. He had been split in half, but he was still alive. Furthermore, he didn't seem to be doing too badly. Judging from the series of shouts that were filled with energy, he was still a very energetic Grandpa Shan. Su Yan did not want to pay attention to such a Chunibyu. After all, this was a hard-to-serve master. One had to know that if the God-Slayer sword had not exploded, he would have been thrown out by this Grandpa Mountain. As for whether he was alive or dead, he did not know. The God-Slayer sword could not control his body at all times. Even if the God-Slayer sword could, he would not be willing to do so. As such, this thing became a huge landmine. If he lost his temper, he would play rock, paper, scissors again. Su Yan doubted whether he could hold on. However, if he did not take him away, he would be dead for sure. He was born in this space. If the space collapsed at this time, then he would be dead for sure. After all, the destruction of a space was extremely terrifying. Su Yan did not doubt this at all. At this moment, God-Slayer said, "Forget it. Let's take him away. Since this mountain gave birth to the heavenly frost jade heart, he must be useful." At this moment, God-Slayer said again, "I can take you away, but your body is too big. And I don't need a mountain right now. I just need a suitable scabbard." As soon as God-Slayer finished speaking, the ambitious and principled Grandpa Bing Shan immediately shouted, "No problem, but you have to let me get out of this embarrassing state first." Su Yan was speechless. What happened to being a man of integrity? At that moment, God-Slayer moved with a thought. The huge sword chi that had pierced into the ice mountains suddenly began to emit crackling sounds. Not long after, the huge Bing Shan was flipped upside down. At this moment, Grandpa Bing Shan did not dare to talk nonsense. Although he was upside down, he still saw this terrifying battle. This young man was really too scary. Chapter 1013. Female Literature. He actually fought with his own child to such an extent. It was as if the entire world had collapsed because of their fight. Heavens, what kind of monsters were they? Why were they so terrifying? These guys weren't humans, they weren't humans. At this moment he only wanted to roar. How was he going to let this mountain live? At this moment, his heart was on the verge of collapsing. However, at this moment, he didn't dare to play any tricks anymore. What a joke! This world had already collapsed, let alone a mountain like him. Besides, he wasn't stupid enough to forget the scene of him being directly split in half. He was such a handsome and unattainable mountain peak. But not long ago, he was split in two, and it was the kind of split in half. His body flew up, and then he gently rotated. At this moment, he immediately transformed into a scabbard. At this moment, Su Yan threw the Taiji sword in his hand into the scabbard. It had to be said that the size was just right. Su Yan was very satisfied. The God-Slayer sword was also very satisfied, and Bing Shan's grandfather was also very satisfied. It seemed that he had finally survived. Being able to live was better than anything else. Su Yan finally began to leave this small world. When he reappeared, the huge dragon skeleton was still lying there. Su Yan looked at this huge dragon and felt that this dragon's death was really unjustified. This might be the only expert in history who died because of a game of rock, paper, scissors. Really, it was a cowardly death, and Su Yan looked at the scabbard in his hand. He didn't want to remember this matter. The lake water was still cold, but at this moment, there was no bone-piercing feeling. Instead, Su Yan felt that it was somewhat gentle. At this moment, he directly flew towards the sky. At this moment, rays of light flickered, and he felt a different power. At this moment, Su Yan tried to sense the demon tiger's location. However, he found that the demon tiger didn't respond at all. He couldn't sense the demon tiger's location at all. He didn't care about the demon tiger's life or death. After all, it was just a monster that he had just subdued. However, he had planted a puppet seal in the demon tiger's body. Once something happened to the demon tiger, he should be able to sense it. Even though he had just experienced an extremely terrifying battle, it was impossible for him to not be able to sense anything. There was only one reason for this, and that was that there was an existence with extremely powerful spiritual energy that had directly isolated the demon tiger, causing the two to be unable to communicate with each other. Su Yan left the cold pond. Just as he had expected, Aino was gone, and so was the demon tiger. It was as if they had never appeared in this place. It's actually gone. How strange. Su Yan opened his spiritual will and scanned the surroundings. In fact, Su Yan was already familiar with this place. Although spiritual will was suppressed in this place, Su Yan's spiritual will was still extremely powerful. As long as it was a place that he had passed by, he would be able to remember everything. At this moment, Su Yan frowned slightly. This was because he had discovered a phenomenon, and that was the location of that place. At this moment, he could already tell that the devouring insect had definitely returned. This was because he had sensed the other party's aura. It would be strange if he still couldn't sense the other party's aura at this point. Su Yan did not find it strange that the devouring worm would come back to kill him. However, the devouring insect's target should have been the gigantic dragon bone. Why did it take the Shura, demon tiger, and Aina away? What was his purpose for doing this? This was a question that Su Yan couldn't help but consider. However, he finally suppressed the doubts in his heart. He had already made up his mind. Since he wanted to know, he would go there directly. After this adventure in the secret realm, Su Yan's strength had increased again. After obtaining the divine sword, Su Yan's combat strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, he was confident that he could even fight the King of Destruction directly. The power of the divine sword was definitely not just for show. Moreover, at this moment, Su Yan had roughly guessed that the devouring worm had left his aura behind because it wanted to bait him. Since the devouring insect wanted to bait him, he would see if it was strong enough to drag him down. At this moment, Su Yan directly displayed his speed. At this moment, he realized that although his realm hadn't increased, his perception was completely different. This inadvertent step was simply powerful and terrifying. In this state, if he had to use a word to describe himself, it would be invincible. Previously, when Su Yan was fighting against the devouring worm, he was still having a hard time. In the end, although he won, it was an extremely difficult victory. However, it was different now. He was confident that the devouring insect wouldn't even be able to withstand one move from him. Moreover, this was definitely not blind confidence. Su Yan's movements became even more effortless. Almost in the next moment, he had already appeared at the place where the devouring insect's aura had left behind. At this moment, his divine consciousness became even more intense. Su Yan's perception was not wrong. This thing was indeed deliberately luring him to come here. Every once in a while, he would definitely leave behind an extremely shallow aura. Interesting. I'd like to see what tricks you have up your sleeves. Towards this devouring worm, Su Yan was actually extremely fearful. He had already fought with this monstrous thing and naturally understood it very well. The existence of this thing was simply a natural destroyer to this world. It could be said that it was the enemy of the world. In the ancient times, many races had ganged up to attack it, which was enough to prove this point. This was just a larva, but it was already so difficult to deal with. After an unknown period of time, Su Yan suddenly stopped. This was because at this moment, he realized that the area in front of him had changed. At this moment, there was a chaotic land beneath his feet. Decadent weeds were spreading and thorns were growing. However, not far in front of him, everything had changed. It had actually become a barren land. Yellow sand. Endless yellow sand. Moreover, the strange thing was that the two places were clearly separated. It was as if there was a line that separated the two places. Such a change would inevitably make one panic. How could a normal place be like this? However, at this moment, Su Yan was bold. He didn't care. After pausing for a while, he immediately stepped into the sand. It was at this step that Su Yan felt the difference. This place was actually a life-stealing land. As soon as he stepped into this place, there was a power coming from under the yellow sand. It was this power that wanted to take away his life force. Of course, that little bit of power was simply a joke to Su Yan. There was an aura around Su Yan's body at all times. It was this aura that blocked the devouring power. Interesting place. The Shura realm. This is really a delightful place. At this moment, God Slayer suddenly spoke again. Su Yan originally thought that the God Slayer sword would be quiet for a while. In the previous battle, God Slayer had used up a lot of energy. Although he had obtained the blood of the true demon, Kucha should be recuperating for a while. However, at this moment, the God Slayer sword had no intention of doing so. Its vitality was exuberant and terrifying. Su Yan, you have to be careful. There should be something troublesome here. This time, I won't make a move because I need to refine the blood of the true demon. For the God Slayer sword to say that it was troublesome, one could imagine that the existence of this place was definitely not simple. Su Yan said, "Okay, I will be careful." At this moment, Su Yan quickened his pace. Because at this moment, he felt the aura of the puppet seed inside the Shura demon tiger. Su Yan's speed became faster and faster. He also went deeper and deeper into this world. Unknowingly, the black smoke in this place became thicker and thicker. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly said, "God Slayer, do you have some kind of relationship with the Shura realm?" Su Yan sensed that it would still take a while for him to reach the Shura demon tiger. Of course, he didn't plan to speed up at this time. Since the other party didn't kill the Shura demon tiger at this time, it obviously didn't plan to kill him directly. In this case, Su Yan didn't need to be in a hurry. Since the God Slayer sword said those words before, it was obvious that this place wasn't simple. He still needed to save some strength to be able to better deal with unexpected situations. The God Slayer sword said, "Boy, your perception is really sharp. If you want to talk about a relationship, there is indeed a relationship. But my affairs are not something that you can inquire about right now. So, let's continue. It seems that the master has come here to welcome you." Speaking of this, Su Yan's expression became serious. After a while, he also sensed the so-called master. The devouring worm. It was the devouring worm. At this time, the devouring worm walked step by step in front of Su Yan. At this time, its appearance changed again. Su Yan could see that its body had an additional layer of snakeskin. As for his tail, it seemed to have become thicker and sturdier. At this time, the Shura demon tiger was hanging on its tail. The Shura demon tiger could be said to be extremely miserable. Its body was full of bloody holes. Su Yan's divine telekinesis could see that there were actually small insects on it. Su Yan didn't dare to underestimate these insects because he knew that they were definitely devouring worms. These were devouring worms that had just hatched. This guy actually treated the Shura demon tiger as food and let these devouring worms eat it. How dare you? Su Yan released his killing intent at this time. He didn't hide it at all. At this time, the devouring worm spoke. "Very good, you're finally here. I was worried that I couldn't let you see this tiger's miserable appearance before it died. Fortunately, you've seen it now." At this time, its tail swung lightly and the Shura demon tiger was directly thrown to the ground. With such a movement, the white insects that had just hatched on its body continued to eat it. At this time, the Shura demon tiger was in extreme pain. Su Yan's sword intent directly spread out in front of him. At this time, the dragon-devouring worm sneered, "Do you think I'm still the same person? I just want to tell you that this is your end, Shura." At this time, its power directly went towards Su Yan's sword intent. It had fought with Su Yan before and was very confident of Su Yan's strength. That time, it had fled in a sorry state and had no choice but to return to this place. After devouring an extremely powerful monster, its strength had improved further. It was now confident that it could kill Su Yan directly. Then, as if it was enjoying other prey, it directly devoured Su Yan. In an instant, the two forces directly collided. The expression of the devouring insect that was grinning from ear to ear immediately changed drastically. Because at this moment, the energy of sword intent had actually directly dispersed his attack. His own power was so pale and powerless in front of this power. In just an instant, it had been directly destroyed. There was no chance for him to survive. Your strength. At this time, even a fool would know that Su Yan's strength had greatly improved. However, it couldn't figure out how Su Yan's strength had improved so quickly. The feeling now was on a completely different level compared to before. How could it know that after Su Yan and the divine sword were the same, the quality of its sword intent had increased by more than one level? At this time, it didn't care about its injured body and directly swung its tail. At this time, its long tail directly spread out. Then, it immediately rolled up the Shura demon tiger. At this time, the tip of its sharp tail was cut open, becoming a huge hole. Damn thing, I'd like to see how you can save your demon tiger. After this attack, it already knew that it was no match for Su Yan. Therefore, at this time, it had to do one thing, and that was to devour the Shura demon tiger. In this way, its strength would be able to increase again. After all, the bloodline of the Shura demon tiger was not weak. It was the direct descendant of the Tiger King. Chapter 1014. Girls' Literature. After all, the Tiger King was a powerful creature that had reached the level of a king. The Shura demon tiger did not seem to be weak either. Devouring it would at least increase his strength a little. Although it would not be much, it was better than nothing. Moreover, the most important thing was to make the Shura angry. At the moment, he could not defeat the Shura, but it would be good to make the Shura angry. His movements were too fast. In the blink of an eye, the huge black hole had already shrouded the Shura demon tiger. At that moment, the Shura demon tiger let out a roar of despair. After being devoured by the devourer bugs that had just hatched, it did not even have any strength left. If it was not for the extreme fear and pain it was in, it would not have been able to even roar. No matter what, it used to be a powerful existence that could hunt down the blue-faced Shura. At that moment, even a small Shura that had just been born would be able to kill it. At that moment, it had already given up hope of survival. It would be better to die than to suffer such pain. That was what it was thinking at that moment. However, at that moment, a bolt of lightning flashed and disappeared. That bolt of lightning was so fast that it had completed the process of appearing and disappearing in almost an instant. The devourer bug only had a slight illusion. It was not even sure if what it had just seen was real or not. However, it already knew the answer. Plop. A dull sound was heard. That was the sound of the Shura demon tiger falling to the ground. Corresponding to that was half of its tail. One hit. In just a single blow, his tail was cut off. Such an unforeseen event was truly terrifying. It was only at that moment that it let out a roar of extreme pain. For the devourer bugs, no matter how they changed, their tail was their core. That part was more important to them than the heart was to humans. However, at that moment, its tail was cut off by Su Yan. I, Wan Yao, will kill you. I will definitely kill you. The moment his tail was cut off, his body began to change continuously. At the same time, an extremely dense aura was released from his body. However, at this moment, Su Yan turned a blind eye to this extremely terrifying aura. In just an instant, he had already arrived in front of the devouring worm. It was also at that moment that he struck out with an uppercut. This was the simplest punch, and this punch directly landed on his face. At this moment, a terrifying power erupted. That seemingly light punch actually erupted with such a powerful force at this moment. At this moment, the devouring beetle's body was clearly filled with an extremely massive amount of energy. However, under Su Yan's punch, it was still sent flying backward at an unbelievable speed. In the next moment, it crashed into a huge mountain. Su Yan looked at the Shura demon tiger. He could feel the pain of the Shura demon tiger. He could even see the demon tiger's despair and will to die. At this moment, Su Yan gently stroked, and a flame appeared. However, this flame did not harm the Shura demon tiger. Instead, it directly burned the devouring beetle in its body. These devouring beetles that had just hatched were the future demons. As long as they were given enough time, they would be able to grow directly. In the end, they would become the most terrifying demons. Su Yan had never thought of keeping this terrifying and troublesome creature alive. At this moment, Su Yan turned his head. His gaze fell on the devouring beetle. At this moment, the devouring beetle's power had become even stronger. This is the troublesome part of these things. After they devour life, there is a part of the energy that they can't digest. This energy will be accumulated in their body. If one day they feel that their life is coming to an end, this energy will be used in the end. The final use was naturally to perish together with their enemies. The power accumulated in a powerful devouring beetle's body was extremely terrifying. When this power exploded, even an extremely powerful existence would not be able to withstand it and would have to pay a huge price. In fact, the devouring beetle was a huge disaster in the ancient era. After that war, the ancient era was silent for a long time. Only then did it enter a period of prosperity. At this moment, Su Yan had cut off its tail. In fact, it could no longer live. The devouring beetle wanted to kill Su Yan directly. Su Yan directly raised his hand. At this moment, the four corners seal suddenly appeared. You want to perish together with me? You have to have the qualifications to do so. At this moment, Su Yan's strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level. If the devouring beetle had not been injured, it might have been able to fight against him. However, at this moment, it no longer had the qualifications. When the four corners seal appeared, it directly enveloped the devouring beetle. At this moment, the four corners seal's four corners seal immediately came into play. When the four corners seal appeared, the devouring beetle's energy was directly imprisoned. All of your energy belongs to me. The four directions seal was able to contain an endless amount of power. The power of the devouring beetle's self-destruction was indeed terrifying. However, it was of no use to Su Yan. At this moment, the extremely terrifying aura spread. At this moment, the energy was gradually being devoured. The devouring beetle was known for its extremely terrifying devouring power. However, at this moment, it was being destroyed by the four corners seal's devouring power. Perhaps this was the so-called reincarnation of heaven and karma. Of course, it would be an extremely long process to completely refine the devouring beetle. However, Su Yan did not care about it. He went to the Shura demon tiger's side and said, "There's no need for this. Since you have become my demon pet, how can you die without my permission?" At this moment, Su Yan directly operated his aura. Then, 2 drops of essence blood flew out from Su Yan's body. These 2 drops of essence blood were the essence blood of the double-winged tiger and the blood-winged dragon. The double-winged tiger was Su Yan's demon beast. At this moment, the double-winged tiger was in the Wuji realm. After the previous incident, its strength had increased again. However, the blood-winged dragon was a traitor. Although Su Yan never felt that the blood-winged dragon should risk its life for him, it had joined forces with the few old dragons on Dragon Island to ambush him and almost killed him. This was a debt that he would not forget. Of course, Su Yan was also clear that he did not have the strength to directly run to Dragon Island and kill a bunch of people. However, his strength was improving, and it was improving very quickly. One day, he would be able to do it. Of course, this was not the matter at hand. When the 2 drops of essence blood fell, the Shura demon tiger clearly did not know what was going on. However, when the 2 drops of essence blood fused into its body immediately changed. Originally, its body was already somewhat withered. Although those devouring worms had just hatched, they spared no effort in devouring life. They were very vicious. Therefore, the Shura demon tiger was already very miserable. It was almost completely withered. However, at this moment, when the 2 drops of essence blood entered its body, it immediately felt an extremely huge force entering its body. This feeling was like a withered tree coming back to life. However, to be precise, this was far more powerful than a withered tree coming back to life. It, who was originally very dispirited, immediately came back to life at this moment. Not only that, it could feel that its energy was very vigorous at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan said, "All right, don't lie down and pretend to be dead. With these 2 drops of essence blood, your strength will definitely increase. Moreover, your future path will also become wider." Su Yan's words were definitely not empty words. The double-winged heavenly tiger was a sacred beast. A true sacred beast was extremely powerful. Its terrifying battle strength was even above that of an Emperor Realm Master. The Shura demon tiger's ancestor was only a Tiger King, an existence on the same level as a Dao Master. The power of such blood was naturally a great supplement for it. That was not all. The essence blood of the blood-winged flying dragon was truly powerful for the Shura demon tiger. With this essence blood, it could achieve the unification of dragon and tiger. At that time, its battle strength would reach an extremely terrifying level. Of course, this would take time. All in all, this was a blessing in disguise for it. At this moment, Su Yan said, "All right, leave this place first. Go back the way you came and wait for me at the cold pond." Aina was still inside, so Su Yan still planned to go deeper. He originally thought that the devouring worm he saw might be the only one in the world, but now it seemed that the situation was definitely not so. He had a feeling that this existence was a huge threat to him. Of course, if he could not fight against the other party, then he would leave when the time came. After all, even the Godslayer sword had said that there seemed to be something very troublesome inside. At this time, the Shura demon tiger stood up. He shook his body and immediately found that his current condition was indescribably good, although he was still a little weak at the moment. Although it was still slightly weak, a kind of confidence directly appeared in its body. "Great Master, your lowly servant can still fight for you." The Shura demon tiger, who had recovered its strength, began to be complacent again. At this moment, it felt that it had incomparable strength. Moreover, it seemed to have improved a lot compared to before. Because of this, its heart was naturally even more high. At this moment, a glimmer of light suddenly flashed in Su Yan's eyes. It was a feeling of foresight. Chapter 10:15. Girls' Literature. All right, why aren't you scramming back? Have you already forgotten the fear of being dominated? Su Yan angrily kicked him. He knew that this demon tiger was also a little Chunibyu. He didn't know if it was because Chunibyu was contagious. Hearing Su Yan's words, the Shura demon tiger's head shrank. At this time, he indeed remembered the fear of being dominated. Such power was simply terrifying. He didn't even know how he was caught. Thinking of this, the Shura demon tiger simply walked away. The Shura demon tiger left at an extremely fast speed. However, this long distance caused him to set his eyes on the depths of the place. What a strong pressure. It's indeed worth taking the risk to experience it. At this time, Su Yan directly put down all the thoughts in his mind and immediately went forward. Now, his strength had improved a lot. His combat strength could directly compete with a king. It could be said that at this time, both sides were closing in on each other. After a short while, a whistling whirlwind blew directly towards Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan frowned. This wind was not an ordinary wind, but a cold wind. He seemed to hear countless wailing sounds in the wind. Those sounds were simply hair-raising. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes directly shot out a ray of light. Undead creatures. Today was different from the past. Su Yan had experienced a lot. Whether it was demons or shadow creatures, he had already fought with them. Therefore, he would not be like before, making a fuss about nothing. Back when he was in the 5 counties, he had already come into contact with undead creatures. However, at that time, the undead creatures were just some low-level zombies. But now, what appeared in front of him was clearly an extremely high-end undead creature. The roar in the cold wind directly turned into a substantial existence at this time, as if it wanted to directly bite Su Yan to death. However, Su Yan wasn't afraid at all. Light flashed in his eyes, and the light of flames appeared. It was not the Shura fire, but the scarlet spirit fire. The path of soul was the most terrifying scarlet spirit fire, which had an extremely strong and terrifying power. It could be said that the scarlet spirit fire's ability to restrain one's soul was not inferior to that of the thunderbolt. As soon as the flames appeared, countless souls were turned into smoke in an instant. At this moment, Su Yan formed a sword with both of his hands. A ray of light flashed and disappeared. "Get the hell out here. Since you're already here, what's the point of hiding?" The sword beam suddenly erupted. At this time, Su Yan was already different from the past. His strength had long been raised to a whole new level. Su Yan's strength had always been very strong. After possessing his own divine sword, his sword energy and the divine sword were connected, and he was constantly cultivating. This caused his strength to reach an extremely terrifying level. At this time, his strength was completely ignited, and the terror of his strength was simply incredible. This level had even closed the gap between the realms. At this time, his strength surged out, and a powerful and terrifying light flashed directly at this time. The power of this sword was really amazing to the extreme. At this time, the terrifying power directly fell at this time, and there was a terrifying majesty of a mountain pressing down. When such majesty was displayed, the mysterious existence that had yet to appear immediately felt a great threat. An extremely sharp hissing sound was heard, and at this time, a black shadow was directly enlarged. The black shadow rolled, and in the end, it became a terrifying ghost face. The ghost face changed, as if it was crying, and also as if it was roaring crazily. This was a kind of terrifying power that could capture people's hearts, but at this time, Su Yan didn't care much about it. If that's the case, then die for me." At this time, his strength directly rose to the peak. "I don't care how many changes you have, I only need one sword to kill you directly." This was Su Yan's domineering and strength. As long as one's strength reached a certain level, the thoughts in one's heart would naturally be very different. It was very righteous and awe-inspiring. The change in one's aura would also cause one's strength to be twisted and changed, and this was Su Yan's strength at this time. At this time, Su Yan's strength had reached the peak. When the two forces collided, the result was self-evident. Su Yan's sword chi directly slashed apart that jet-black ghost face. That mysterious ghost was immediately severely injured, and its entire body shrunk. Seeing that it couldn't beat Su Yan, at this time, it turned around and left. At this time, Su Yan was in no mood to hesitate. He leaped forward and chased after the ghostly being. Su Yan's speed was getting faster and faster. At this point, Su Yan no longer relied on the power of the dragon wings. Instead, he used the regal sword teleportation. He had already integrated the regal sword teleportation into his every move. The regal sword teleportation was his foundation, and it had an unimaginably powerful strength. When Su Yan's cultivation of swordsmanship became more and more powerful, the terrifying power of the regal sword teleportation was also gradually stimulated at this time. At this time, Su Yan still couldn't directly tear space. But if he didn't fight with a real Dao master or an expert of this level, there was no difference between his speed and space movement. This was because he had reached the peak. Are you trying to bait me? Now that I'm here, I want to see what you're capable of." At this time, Su Yan's aura was directly stimulated, and the violent power was overwhelming, directly oppressing the opponent. His strength was already very strong, and at this time he relied on his extremely terrifying speed to directly appear in front of the ghost. This blow was even more powerful. This dead spirit creature obviously didn't expect Su Yan's speed to reach such a level. Its eyes were still filled with astonishment. However, at this time, Su Yan had already directly slashed down with his sword. Su Yan wanted it to die, so it had to die. Death was such a fast process. After slashing the thing in half, Su Yan was stunned. At this moment, he didn't have any joy, because at this time, he had already seen that this thing was actually not a real existence. In other words, he had spent so much effort only to kill a doppelganger. Interesting, it's actually a doppelganger, and even I couldn't see it. Su Yan's divine thoughts had always been very powerful, but this time, he actually couldn't see that he had killed a doppelganger, which really surprised him. From this, it could be seen that the strength of this thing's original body was definitely not to be underestimated. Come. At this time, a voice was transmitted from afar. The voice was very soft, as if a woman was calling in his ear. There was an inexplicable force in the voice, urging him to go to the end of the voice. Soul summoning technique? Su Yan immediately recognized it. This was a method of using the soul, which was a technique that ghost cultivators were good at. This voice could invade the soul unknowingly. Once it succeeded, the ghost cultivator would immediately have the upper hand, and even had the victory in his hands. However, Su Yan's sea of consciousness was very powerful. Unless this soul-summoning technique was more than 10 times stronger, Su Yan would not be affected at all. However, since this thing called out to him, Su Yan didn't mind going to see what it was that was pretending to be mysterious. In the end, Su Yan's heart was still inclined to take risks. At this moment, Su Yan's speed reached its peak. In just a short while, he had already arrived at his destination. This place looked like the location of an altar, and the altar was very big. It was as big as 10 football fields in the top 10. At the edge of the altar, there were densely piled up bones that had already turned pale. Some of the bones belonged to Asuras, while others belonged to monstrous beasts. Being so densely packed together, it gave people an extremely oppressive feeling. Unknowingly, a light suddenly flickered under Su Yan's feet. It was the light of a flame. The light was not eye-catching at first, but in an instant, it had spread to a boundless extent. The raging flames kept rising at this time. This was an extremely dangerous flame, but it was not the fire of the Yang world. Instead, it was the fire of the netherworld. It had an extremely terrifying restraining power on the physical body of a living person, and it was the opposite of the red spirit fire. The moment the flame appeared, Su Yan had already sensed the danger, and his red spirit fire also burned at this time. His eyes flickered with an extremely bright light. The Eye of Truth was activated. Are you looking for me? There's no need for that, because I've already come out to see you. The voice sounded, and then a ghost quietly appeared at this time. When Su Yan saw this ghost, he was actually shocked. He never thought that the undead creature that appeared in front of him at this time was actually a dragon ghost. Moreover, if Su Yan was not mistaken, this was clearly the soul of the dragon in the cold pool. At this time, the huge dragon soul slowly appeared, and an extremely huge pressure directly descended at this time. The moment this pressure appeared, the surrounding altars began to sink directly. At this time, the dragon ghost sighed faintly and said, "After so many years, Ashura has finally stepped into this place again. How fortunate." His words seemed to be filled with endless desolation. However, at this time, Su Yan was extremely afraid of this thing and looked at it coldly. Chapter 10:16. Girls' Literature. It couldn't be helped. This dragon ghost gave Su Yan a very strange feeling. Su Yan was sure that this dragon ghost was the dragon soul that died in the cold pond. However, there seemed to be a difference between them. Dragon ghost, where's Aina? Su Yan asked directly. He came here to save Aina. Although he had the intention to save him if he could and give up if he couldn't. However, this was his goal after all. Dragon ghost? This name is interesting. Not bad, I quite like it. As for the Aina you mentioned, is it this Shura? At this moment, a pitch-black door suddenly appeared beside him. The moment the door appeared, Su Yan immediately felt a force pressing down on him from within. Aina. However, at this moment, Aina was in a miserable state. There was a dim light outside his body. The jade-green light enveloped him, and at this moment, it seemed to be devouring something within his body. Su Yan wasn't an idiot. He immediately saw the key point. You're stripping away the Shura king's inheritance? He saw it clearly and knew that it must be so. That's right. This kid is no small matter. He has a lot of good fortune on him. Now that he has fallen into my hands, everything he has will belong to me. Of course, it's the same for you. He spoke very calmly, but under this calmness, there was an unquestionable feeling. This was his decision. Since that was the case, no one could go against it. At this moment, Su Yan sneered and said, It's just a dead dragon ghost. You think too highly of yourself. Su Yan didn't hold back at all. At this moment, his sword aura rose again. This sword aura suddenly appeared and directly slashed towards the sparkling dim light of the dragon ghost. This sword aura was not inferior to lightning. However, at this moment, the dragon ghost coldly snorted. That sigh was as thick as thunder. Hee hee, you're quite capable. No wonder you could kill the devouring worm. At this moment, his voice turned into an invisible dragon claw and directly fell on Su Yan's sword. The power of this move was really dense and terrifying. The two forces collided directly. Su Yan's sword aura was dissolved just like that. Even Su Yan had no choice but to admit that this old dragon was indeed terrifying. However, this was just the beginning. The previous time couldn't even be considered a test. At this moment, Su Yan didn't have any intention of talking nonsense with him. There was one thing that he was very clear about, and that was that in this world, everything was fake. The only real thing was his own strength. Therefore, before the real outcome was decided, there was no point in saying anything else. This time, Su Yan directly approached the dragon ghost. This move could be said to be extremely bold. However, Su Yan was not afraid at all. At this moment, his aura was directly pushed to the extreme. The sword aura fell directly like a thunderbolt. At this moment, the powerful and terrifying aura turned into a small whirlwind. When this whirlwind appeared, it immediately displayed endless power. At this moment, the powerful and terrifying aura immediately filled the sky. At this moment, the light rose up like a dragon's light. This terrifying power was many times stronger than Su Yan's sword aura. Su Yan's own strength increased rapidly. However, he also knew that if he followed the prescribed order, he didn't know how long it would take for him to slash out this sword aura. The majesty at this moment was all because of his Taiji sword. This Taiji sword had fused with his heart's blood essence and could be said to be one with him. Therefore, this was not a kind of external force. At this moment, Su Yan's strength had reached such a level, so naturally he was full of confidence. Therefore, when facing such a strong enemy, Su Yan did not have any fear or retreat. At this moment, his sword became extremely terrifying. Sword aura constantly shone at this moment. In a breath, there were already 13 sword auras flying out. Each sword aura was very shocking. At this moment, a trace of surprise flashed in the dragon ghost's eyes. He did not expect that Shura's strength had reached such a level. Moreover, Su Yan's attack was too decisive. He did not give him any chance at all. It was rare to see such a ruthless person. However, his strength was obviously very terrifying. His huge body swayed. It seemed like he was moving slowly, but in fact, an extremely terrifying power directly appeared at this moment. An extremely terrifying aura directly suppressed at this moment. It was like a terrifying light directly fell from the sky. The battle between the two began again. Su Yan's purpose was very clear. He wanted to force the dragon ghost. Every attack he made was aimed at Aina. However, what made the dragon ghost depressed was that Su Yan was clearly going to save him, but he did not show any mercy when he attacked. It was as if Su Yan wanted to kill this Shura directly. Damn it, they are clearly companions, but what is this kid trying to do? At this time, the dragon ghost really could not understand Su Yan's thoughts. He clearly felt that Su Yan wanted to save the Shura called Aina, but why did he use such a killing move? Of course, he thought that it was very likely that the kid was deceiving him. If he did not defend, the kid would definitely stop. And he did try to deliberately not defend. He wanted to take advantage of Su Yan to directly give Su Yan a fatal blow when Su Yan stopped. However, he was depressed to find that Su Yan did not have the slightest intention to stop. The dragon ghost could only directly protect the Shura. From that blow, he had already seen that Su Yan was not deliberately pretending. He really wanted to kill him. Although he had already attacked just now, Su Yan's sword chi still hurt Aina. It almost cut off Aina's head. "You brat, what kind of mentality do you have?" At this time, he directly shouted. Su Yan did not pay attention to him. Instead, he waved his sword even more rapidly. At this time, Su Yan directly displayed his indifference to the extreme. In fact, of course, he wanted to save Aina. Otherwise, he would not have come here. However, Su Yan knew that the more he was afraid of attacking, the more impossible it was to save Aina. This dragon ghost was not the devourer from before. The dragon ghost's strength was extremely terrifying. Under the situation where the Godslayer sword did not attack, it was extremely difficult to defeat him. At this time, no one really used their true strength. Su Yan wanted to directly defeat him like before and then save Aina, but it was simply impossible. Su Yan saw through this guy's intention. He wanted to devour the Shura Emperor's inheritance in Aina's body. Even if this dragon ghost's cultivation was extremely terrifying, a Shura Emperor's inheritance was not something to be underestimated. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Isn't he living a life worse than death after falling into your hands? If that's the case, then I'll send him to the afterlife. Su Yan's calm words directly entered the dragon ghost's ears, which made the dragon ghost furious. Does this guy still act like a friend? Damn it. However, he had already seen that no matter what kind of mentality Su Yan had, he would never be soft-hearted. This was a difficult person to deal with. He took out Aina and began to devour the Shura Emperor's inheritance in Aina in front of Su Yan to anger Su Yan and distract Su Yan. This way, he would be able to go all out. However, he did not expect that Su Yan would be so cold-hearted. Not only did he panic, but he even directly killed him. At this time, he had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own foot. At this time, he was restrained in every way. Unfortunately, he was not willing to accept this. He knew that if he continued like this, he would be in a very passive position. What's more, the Shura Emperor's inheritance was naturally good, but it would not be easy for him to devour it. A king-level existence would set up a trap after leaving behind an inheritance, let alone someone like the Shura Emperor. Therefore, the dragon ghost suddenly roared and directly sealed Aina. At this time, the most important thing was to deal with the Shura Emperor. No, your strength is not right. At this time, the dragon ghost suddenly said, the devouring insect said that your combat strength is not much stronger than him at that time, but now you can easily kill him, and you can even compete with me. At this time, the dragon ghost's eyes reflected an extremely dazzling light. Humph, you're not stupid. Su Yan knew that the other party had guessed that his strength had improved, but he did not care at this time. After all, at this time, it didn't matter anymore. You actually got the inheritance from that place. At this moment, the dragon ghost's endless resentment directly broke out. At this time, the dragon ghost was really unwilling to accept this. Why did he become like this? It was because of the extremely important relationship with the thing under the cold lake. This was his pain, and also the reason why he was able to live until now. In the past, when he occupied the cold lake, he accidentally found the entrance to that small world. At that time, he was the overlord of this place, and even the emperor of this place. Therefore, at that time, he directly broke into the small world, and then he encountered the extremely shameless Bing Shan. The powerful dragon was actually crippled by Bing Shan. Thinking of that Bing Shan, the dragon ghost felt his liver hurt. In the past, he clearly won, but that shameless Bing Shan, he actually cheated. That damn thing, how could he do this? How could he do this? Chapter 10:17. Girls' Literature. But in fact, that damn guy really did it. Back then, he was actually thrown out by a mountain. Dragon Ghost's experience was actually very bumpy. When he was thrown out, he was actually not dead. He was just seriously injured. In Bing Shan's words, it was because that dragon was too jumpy. If that wasn't the case, Grandpa Bing Shan would have just thrown him out. However, not only did the dragon deny that he lost, but he also fought back. The dragon was really strong, so even the powerful Grandpa Shan had to go all out when facing that dragon. And when Grandpa Bing Shan went all out, the dragon was almost beaten to death and was directly thrown out. At that time, the dragon could only painstakingly heal at the bottom of the cold pool. As for what happened in the future, the dragon didn't want to think about it anymore. Now, he was very concerned about the fact that Shura actually brought out the treasure from that small world. What did he do to be able to do something that even he couldn't do? At this time, he looked at Su Yan and said coldly, "You actually took out the treasure. That damn Bing Shan, he actually gave the treasure to you. damn it, all of you deserve to die. At this time, he noticed that Su Yan was looking at him strangely. Su Yan sighed and said, Dragon Ghost, are you very depressed? Back then, you clearly won, but Bing Shan insisted that you lost, right? Su Yan felt that this dragon was a pitiful one, so he decided to tell him the truth. Of course, the truth was a bit cruel, and Su Yan was still afraid that he couldn't bear it. Oh, you also encountered the same situation? But how did you take out the treasure? That devouring insect wouldn't lie to me. Your strength definitely wasn't so strong back then. Furthermore, even with your current strength, you are no match for that fellow. However, Su Yan didn't answer his question. Instead, he continued to ask, Then let me tell you. With your strength, according to common sense, you won. Unfortunately, Bing Shan's perception is wrong. As far as he knew, a rock would always be the biggest. So, if the dragon ghost still had a body, he would have spat out a mouthful of blood. For so many years, he had always felt that the bastard was deliberately acting shamelessly, but he never thought that the truth would be so laughable. At this moment, an extremely furious dragon roar was released. Sound waves trembled continuously. Seeing him like this, Su Yan's lips curled into a cold smile, although this method seemed to be a bit cruel. However, many things in this world were cruel to begin with. This was something that couldn't be helped. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly had an indescribable sense of achievement. Of course, this was just a bad taste. As someone who had experienced it personally, he naturally knew how angry and crazy he was at that time. At this moment, his eyes turned slightly again, and then he said, Oh right, there's one more thing to tell you. In fact, even if you won and he admitted that he was wrong, he wouldn't tell you where the treasure is. Because that fellow doesn't know what it is. Su Yan's indifferent words fell, but at this moment, he completely went berserk. Don't talk about it anymore. It's useless, Chun-Chun. Since you've already obtained the treasure, then it's the best thing. Since that's the case, why do I have to make a trip myself? The faint light was directly transmitted. Obviously, at this moment, he was planning to kill someone and steal the treasure. This was his style. Killing people to get more treasures. It was much more effortless than trying to break through again. You want to kill someone and steal the treasure? But I feel that you don't have the ability at all right now. Su Yan said with certainty. As the two of them spoke, their auras were crazily rising. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the ghost dragon's aura. This indescribable aura made Su Yan feel very uncomfortable. Devouring worm? Are you the devouring worm or the dragon ghost? Su Yan had never understood why the dragon ghost and the devouring worm could be together, but at this moment, he finally understood that this dragon ghost wasn't the real dragon ghost at all. He had the aura of the devouring worm on him. Your senses are sharp. Actually, there's no harm in telling you. That stupid devouring worm actually wanted to devour me, but unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough. Not only did he fail to devour me, but he also became nourishment for my soul. As a result, my soul fused with the devouring worm. This experience was very unique. Su Yan never thought that he would have such an experience. At this moment, he directly said, Then, how many devouring worms are there with combat power? The dragon ghost no longer answered Su Yan's question. He directly roared, and an extremely terrifying pressure directly pressed on Su Yan. None of this has anything to do with you. All you need to do is to die here quietly. The violent pressure spread out at this time, and a terrifying power rolled out. In an instant, an extremely dense aura of death boiled at this moment. Such power was simply shocking to the extreme. Even Su Yan's eyes directly reflected a light at this moment. The moment this ray of light appeared, he clearly saw an indistinct door being directly pierced through. If he guessed correctly, this was the legendary 9 Underworlds door. It was an extremely dangerous aura, because this aura was originally contrary to this world. It was a world of death, a world of completely different attributes. Heaven and earth were yin and yang, and the world was the same. Su Yan, be careful. After the 9 Underworlds, there seems to be an extremely powerful existence. Be careful of his will descending. At this moment, the Godslayer swords will directly transmit it. In fact, Su Yan also had an extremely uneasy feeling in his heart, but he couldn't tell the specific source of this feeling. At this moment, the Godslayer sword immediately pointed out his uneasiness. Su Yan nodded solemnly, then said solemnly, "Okay, I'll be careful." At this point, Su Yan no longer held back. This dragon ghost was difficult to deal with. Moreover, there might be something even more terrifying behind him. He didn't care about the safety of the Shura realm. This kind of thing should be left to the truly powerful Shura realm. But in front of him, he had to fight first. Since he came to save Aina, he definitely didn't want to return empty-handed. "Dragon Ghost, have you forgotten the fear of being dominated by Bing Shan?" Su Yan suddenly asked. This sentence was really a bit unreasonable. The dragon ghost thought that Su Yan was deliberately provoking him, but at this time, Su Yan directly threw out an object. When this object appeared, the dragon ghost's heart actually fluctuated a bit. There seemed to be a familiar feeling, but he still couldn't remember. "Yo, little Long Long, we meet again." A deep but enthusiastic voice sounded. The moment he heard this voice, the dragon ghost only felt a little pain in his soul. Damn it, this voice, he would never forget. Damn it, this is definitely the voice of that hateful Bing Shan. However, he soon saw the object flying in the sky clearly. It was clearly a scabbard. "Ah, little dragon, are you so surprised to see me?" It was at this moment that the scabbard suddenly changed. A huge shadow appeared, and an extremely huge mountain directly pressed down at this time. That terrifying power was definitely at a level that was shocking. Bing Shan, damn it, it is indeed that Bing Shan. I can't be wrong, I can't believe I can still see him in my life. At this moment, the dragon ghost's aura crazily increased, and his will was almost raised to the extreme. This guy finally appeared in front of him. "Damn Bing Shan, you deserve to die." Seal of the Netherworld Dragon King. A terrible roar sounded, and an extremely terrifying power suddenly erupted. At this time, one seal after another went against the sky. Seeing such a scene, Su Yan was very surprised. What a powerful power! If he were to suddenly meet this force head-on, he might be injured by this extremely terrifying force. He had never thought that this fellow would be able to erupt with such terrifying strength. This was simply terrifying. This kind of power was simply too powerful. That kind of supreme aura was far stronger than the power that the dragon ghost had shown before. This guy was sinister enough. He was indeed pretending before. Fortunately, Su Yan had an idea and directly took out the Bing Shan that had turned into a scabbard. Speaking of which, with this Bing Shan's strength and abnormal power, it should be able to easily receive this attack. Su Yan thought silently in his heart. "Ah, help, help, it's over. It's over." However, just as he thought this, the Bing Shan in the sky roared loudly. "It's over, it's really over." His voice was constantly roaring. That kind of despairing mournfulness had already reached an extremely tragic level. "Su Yan, where did the Grandpa Bing Shan who fearlessly challenged the Godslayer sword go? This was just a small scene, why was he so anxious?" At this time, the Godslayer sword spoke. "Su Yan, you think too highly of this Bing Shan. Don't you realize that the current Bing Shan is much weaker than when you first met him? On one hand, he was once cut open by me. Of course, the most important point is that the source of power in his body has disappeared." Chapter 10:18. Female Literature. With that, Su Yan immediately understood. The reason why Bing Shan was so strong was because he had Han Yu Heavenly Heart in his body. He didn't know, but Han Yu Heavenly Heart was the source of Bing Shan's power. It was because of Han Yu Heavenly Heart that he was so strong. If it wasn't for the Godslayer sword, Su Yan wouldn't have been able to defeat him. But now, Han Yu Tianxin had already created her own Taiji sword. Iceberg might still be strong, but he was far weaker than when he was arrogant and insufferably arrogant. At this time, Su Yan was asking him to fight the dragon ghost, who was using all of his power. At this time, Bing Shan's grandpa was crying. "Ah, I don't want to. This world is so scary. I just want to be a sword sheath." That voice was really old and miserable. He had already forgotten that he was an iceberg. His dignity had long been thrown away by him. But at this time, the Godslayer sword continued, "Of course, you don't need to worry. After all, he created the heaven's heart-cold jade. His body is very strong. Except for me, who is so strong, what in this world can hurt him so easily?" At this time, Su Yan clearly saw a light flash in the Godslayer sword's eyes. Su Yan's mouth twitched. This guy was clearly saying that he was the strongest existence in this world. "Senior Godslayer sword, can you be a little more shameless? Can you at least be a little more reserved?" At this moment, the terrifying power of the 9 underworlds almost engulfed the iceberg. That terrifying aura continued to roar. This kind of power was truly beyond the limits of the world. At this time, Su Yan, who had seen this power, suddenly attacked. In the endless darkness, a sword light quietly appeared. The moment the sword light appeared, an extremely terrifying power flashed. This light had reached the pinnacle. An extremely powerful force roared at this moment. "Heaven and earth severing sword." Su Yan's voice was incomparably cold, but it also contained an extremely dense killing intent. The terrifying killing intent pressed towards the other party. Such power was enough to make one's scalp go numb. At this moment, his aura flickered continuously. At this point, Su Yan's aura was already too powerful. Because at this moment, he had used the divine sword. When the divine sword was unsheathed, even the mysterious altars seemed to have suffered a terrible impact. The bones placed around the altar actually began to flaunt their wealth. A terrifying force erupted at this moment. It was obvious that it wanted to suppress Su Yan directly. At this moment, the light between Su Yan's eyebrows flashed. "Get out of my way." In an instant, sword chi rippled and boundless sword chi rushed out like a tide. Such a powerful and terrifying force seemed to be able to annihilate everything. That terrifying aura constantly trembled and surged at this moment. Endless brilliance surged at this moment. At this moment, everything between heaven and earth seemed to have calmed down. This was an indescribably powerful aura. Such power had already reached the pinnacle of power in this world. At this moment, Su Yan's brilliance had reached an endless level. His willpower and strength were constantly displayed at this moment. That terrifying power rippled with an extremely terrifying aura at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan chose to fight with his life on the line. Since he wanted to fight, then he would fight to his heart's content. The moment the sword chi erupted, his fighting spirit instantly rose to the extreme. Dragon Ghost was already furious. He had already decided that no matter what price he had to pay, he would directly blast Bing Shan into pieces. At this moment, he actually felt a huge threat. It was a threat of death. Even he had to admit that under such a powerful and terrifying pressure, his entire body had begun to tremble. What is this? However, at this moment, he obviously didn't have time to think too much. At this moment, he directly condensed his power, and the endless power of the netherworld directly turned into a shield at this moment. Under the threat of life and death, the so-called hatred naturally meant nothing. The two forces directly collided in an instant, and an extremely terrifying power directly spread out at this moment. The violent power constantly trembled, and the terrifying brilliance at this time exploded to the extreme. In Su Yan's eyes, there were rays of light flickering. At this moment, his eye of truth was fully activated. This was because at this moment, he was analyzing this very unfamiliar but extremely powerful force. At this moment, the aura of the battle at this moment was completely different from before. This was a true battle between kings. Su Yan was only able to discover his own inadequacies in the continuous fierce battle. After obtaining the divine sword, Su Yan's sword chi had indeed become extremely terrifying and powerful. However, this was ultimately not enough. This was because his power was still not natural enough. The current Su Yan should be considered to be at the beginning stage. If he wanted to become stronger, he still had a long way to go. His aura was rolling like thunder, but there were still many areas where it was shaky. Of course, Su Yan understood that the reason for this was because of his realm. At this time, if his realm was strong enough, it would definitely not be like this. However, there were some things that couldn't be helped. The path of the realm was inevitably a process of accumulation. In any case, it was impossible for him to achieve it overnight. Of course, he had a way to make up for the shaky feeling. That was, to constantly fight. As long as his strength reached a certain level and he experienced countless battles, the use of power would become an instinct. Only in this way could his strength become more powerful. The aura of Su Yan's divine sword flickered. Yin and Yang complemented each other, and each sword had an extremely sacred feeling. The power of the netherworld was an extremely deep sea. At this time, the two forces were constantly surging. The violent power was like a huge wave that was constantly surging. Su Yan and Dragon Ghost had already reached a point where they were extremely engrossed in the battle. At this time, how could they be distracted at all? At this time, Bing Shan, who was originally very miserable under the impact of the power of the netherworld, suddenly moved. His two round boulder eyes directly emitted an extremely deep light. Little dragon, do you think you can escape from the fear of being dominated by me? You must be dreaming. Bing Shan's suppression. At this time, Bing Shan directly flew up and immediately suppressed Dragon Ghost. This action was like an extremely standard aerobics exercise. Bing Shan even gave himself full marks for this action of his. He felt that he was really amazing to be able to make such a perfect action. At this moment, even he was moved by his own actions. And this time, what he received was an extremely angry roar from Dragon Ghost. Su Yan's sword was originally not easy to deal with, although he had the support of the extremely powerful power of the netherworld. However, Su Yan's divine sword was still too terrifying. The sword light itself seemed to have an attribute that could cut through everything. His strength was already very strong. Coupled with that attribute, it immediately made him suffer. Under such a powerful force, he almost gritted his teeth to endure. However, at this time, that familiar and hateful voice sounded, followed by a huge yin and yang. That despicable iceberg, he actually dared to launch a sneak attack at this time. Roar! Bang! Two sounds sounded one after another. The huge body of the ghost dragon was suddenly smashed down by Bing Shan. Bing Shan's grandfather was very satisfied with this feeling. To be able to suppress an enemy under his own body, this feeling was simply perfect. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. In this gloomy world, Bing Shan's grandfather's laughter was so soul-stirring. Su Yan, this damn Bing Shan, as expected, would bring him enough surprises. Now, he felt sad for the dragon ghost that was being suppressed under him. When he was alive, he was ravaged by Bing Shan. At this time, there was a huge reversal in the strength of the two, but he was still the one being ravaged. How could they still have fun like this? He silently exhaled in his heart. How could there be such a Chunibu iceberg in this world? Ah, you damn Bing Shan, I'm going to completely crush you. The dragon ghost's angry roar came through the ground, and then the entire ground began to shake. Su Yan could completely imagine how angry the other party was. He could also completely understand the source of this anger. I'm going to fly. At this time, Bing Shan's exaggerated cry came again. In the next moment, he was directly sent flying into the sky with a bang. My great master, you have to save me, I'm just a pitiful scabbard. Su Yan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Today, his liver was a little painful. At this time, the dragon ghost's body suddenly emitted a blazing flame. That was the ghost fire. Igniting the ghost fire meant that it was determined to kill. Haha, interesting. Su Yan, this clown is good, I like it, huh? The God-Slayer sword's wanton laughter came. Su Yan silently nodded. This world really made it impossible for people to play. In the next moment, he directly rushed into the sky, and at this time, a sword light was directly released. That extremely powerful sword gleam immediately surged out at this moment. Go back for me. Su Yan first waved his hand, and the scabbard that Bing Shan had turned into immediately fell into his hand. At the same time, his Taiji sword drew a sword chi in the sky. After the sword chi appeared, it did not immediately fall. Instead, after a moment of silence, it actually changed. Chapter 1019. Female Literature, One ray of sword aura turned into 2 rays of aura. The sword aura kept changing. One was yin and one was yang, one was red and one was blue. They kept entangling in the air. At this point, that ray of sword light was already extremely powerful. Endless rays of light were evolving at this moment. This ray of power wasn't overbearing, nor was it very sharp. However, his aura was filled with an indomitable and powerful force. At this moment, Su Yan didn't know that the Godslayer sword was observing everything with great interest. This ray of power was very novel even for him. Among the divine swords or subdivine swords he was familiar with, both the divine wind sword and the Taixing divine sword were known for their sharpness and overbearingness. This included the evil sword, cold jade, and himself. However, the Taiji divine sword in Su Yan's hand was different. Although it was very powerful when it was displayed at this moment, it felt a little soft. However, the Godslayer sword didn't dare to underestimate this ray of power. Although this power wasn't strong enough at this moment, what kind of existence was he? His vision naturally saw things that others couldn't see. If this power was displayed to the extreme, then he would create a whole new domain. That was a domain where yin and yang were balanced to the extreme. He thought about it carefully. After so many years, no one had explored this path. There were countless mysteries surrounding Su Yan. This was also the reason why he followed Su Yan. This was the so-called miracle and power of the so-called child of destiny. You would never know what kind of miracle would happen to him in the next moment. At this moment, there was an extremely solemn light in his eyes. That gaze seemed to be able to see through everything in this world. At this moment, Su Yan's power of yin and yang had already suppressed it. Such a power was like endless thunder roaring, and also like flowers blooming and wilting in a mystic realm. In short, there was nothing that could not be achieved. At this moment, the Godslayer sword knew that the outcome of the battle between Su Yan and the Dragon Ghost had already been decided. The strength of the Dragon Ghost was naturally formidable, but unfortunately, the strength of Su Yan's sword was too terrifying. Of course, this was also because of the divine sword. If it wasn't for the divine sword, Su Yan's strength definitely wouldn't have reached this level. At this time, Su Yan's power was constantly surging. It felt like an endless river was crashing into a boulder. The ghostly power of the ghostly dragon was like a boulder or even a mountain that blocked the river. However, it was useless. In front of the power of the river, no matter how powerful it would be completely crushed. At this moment, the dragon ghost's body suddenly swayed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He never would have thought that his power would be so easily shattered by Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan was high up in the air. His eyes were fixed on the dragon ghost. The moment he slashed out with his sword, he felt as if his soul had become transparent. This was a new experience. Not to mention the Godslayer sword, even he himself was extremely unfamiliar with this power. Tai Chi, this is the Tao of Tai Chi. There were many things that one might already know the truth of, but when one encountered it personally, the feeling was extremely different. Unknowingly, Su Yan saw a new path. Yin and yang coexisting. This accommodating power was very similar to the power of the exalted. However, after this attack, although the dragon ghost was seriously injured, he was not dead yet. At this moment, an extremely vast power surged into his body. After taking Su Yan's attack, his body had clearly dimmed a lot. However, at this moment, his body actually began to burn with light again. His strength began to rise directly. This increase had even reached an extremely terrifying level. It had already surpassed his original aura. If this continued, not to mention recovering from his injuries, it would not be impossible for his strength to increase again. At this time, Su Yan did not dare to be careless. However, at this time, Su Yan did not have the intention to take the opponent's life. His eye of truth directly pierced through an area. After that darkness, he finally found Aina. At this time, Aina was much better than before. At the very least, the power that bound him had lessened a lot. In fact, Su Yan knew that this was all thanks to the powerful battle between him and the dragon ghost. The dragon ghost could not spare any more thoughts. Naturally, It could not do anything about the means set up by the Emperor Shura. Therefore, Aina could be safe at this time. After discovering Aina's location, Su Yan did not stop for a moment. The Taiji sword trembled, and an extremely powerful sword of Nirvana burst out at this time. The power of the sword of Nirvana flashed at this time. Its power was naturally unimaginable. This sword of Nirvana was now heading towards the darkness that imprisoned Aina. This was a formation that the dragon ghost had set up in this altar. Its power was not weak. However, at this time, Su Yan was much more terrifying than before. It was impossible for such a formation to stop Su Yan. Even so, Su Yan directly broke through the bindings and finally broke through. Stay! The dragon ghost's huge consciousness directly appeared at this time. Aina was related to the inheritance of the Emperor Shura. He would never let Aina escape. And Su Yan was even more important to him. Su Yan had obtained the treasure he wanted. Moreover, he had taken that hateful Bing Shan as his servant. This was the biggest provocation to him. Therefore, no matter what, he had to completely kill Su Yan. Only then could he be at ease. At this time, Su Yan's power was still rising. The terrifying radiance at this time had reached an extremely exaggerated level. Such power was constantly changing at this time. When the dragon ghost's terrifying attack arrived, Su Yan had finally reached Aina's side. He did not say anything and directly reached out to grab Aina. At this time, countless electric arcs suddenly flashed around Aina's body. The power of the electric arcs kept flashing, as if they wanted to directly devour people's souls. Thunder rumble. Su Yan knew that it was the Yin thunder, the thunder of the 9 underworlds. It was extremely insidious. Once contaminated by this thunder, there would definitely be no good ending. Even though he was very confident in himself, he did not dare to give this thunder any chance. After all, he did not want to die yet. At this time, his power directly erupted at this time. Thunder rumbled. It was the thunder of the Yang world. Yin and Yang directly began the most direct collision. This kind of terrifying aura was simply terrifying. However, Su Yan, who was in the midst of this terrifying power, was indifferent. The moment these two thunderbolts collided, a powerful force once again tore the boundary. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yan directly jumped up. Dragon Ghost, I have remembered today's matter. If there is a chance in the future, I will properly settle this account with you. After Su Yan finished speaking, he immediately retreated towards the exit. At this time, the Dragon Ghost's power suddenly increased. With such a terrifying power, Su Yan already knew that it was impossible for him to resist. If he continued to stay here, he would only be courting death. This was because this power did not come from the Dragon Ghost, but from the 9 underworlds realm. That was an extremely powerful existence, even exceeding Su Yan's knowledge at this time. Therefore, there was no need for him to fight with such an existence. At this time, he got the opportunity to go as far as possible. But at this time, the Dragon Ghost was not willing to give up. Extremely angry dragon roars rose and fell at this time, one after another, trembling unceasingly. A terrifying majesty was directly released at this time. 9 underworlds hell, seal. At this time, in order to make Su Yan stay, the Dragon Ghost actually wanted to seal this place directly. The speed of the sealing of the space was extremely fast. At this time, Su Yan was indeed in a bit of danger. However, Su Yan's methods were not bad either. Taiji sword, assist me. Use the regal sword escape technique with all your strength. At this time, Su Yan realized that he absolutely could not fight this power head-on. Moreover, he had already done what he wanted to do now. Aina was in his hands. Since he had already rescued him, there was no need to continue fighting at this time. After all, this was the Shura realm. To the Shura realm, he was already an invader. It was not his turn to protect this world. At this time, an extremely terrifying and powerful aura was constantly flashing at this time. It was a power that came from the depths of the underworld's body. This power wanted to directly seal the entire 9 underworlds, including Su Yan. This Dragon Ghost's idea was very simple, which was to completely imprison Su Yan in this world. In this way, he could do whatever he wanted to Su Yan. However, although his idea was good, Su Yan would not give him the chance. Su Yan knew that this was an extremely dangerous time, so he did not delay or hesitate. In an instant, he had already activated the power of the Taiji sword. Although the Taiji sword was only a subdivine sword at this time, it could not be compared to terrifying and earth-shattering divine swords like the God-slaying sword and the Frost Jade. Its power was not even comparable to an existence like the Taixing sword. However, its power was already strong enough. At this moment, sword chi rushed to the sky. That kind of power was simply unimaginable. At this time, Su Yan had completely calmed down. This was because at this time, he already knew that after using the power of the divine sword, he would definitely be able to escape from this place. Chapter 1020. Female Literature. The whole process lasted for a very short time. In fact, it didn't take more than a few breaths of time. But in these few breaths of time, Su Yan had already left the place shrouded in the aura of death. The sun of the Shura realm directly shone on Su Yan's body. Although Su Yan didn't think highly of the scorching sun of the Shura realm, he had to admit that at this time, Su Yan actually felt very happy. No! That extremely mournful voice was still roaring. The dragon ghost was naturally unwilling to accept that his prey was taken away just like that. This was something he couldn't tolerate, but now he had no choice but to do so. Because his current identity had already determined that he couldn't set foot in the human world. He was already an undead creature. If his strength didn't reach a certain level, he wouldn't be able to live under the scorching sun of the Shura realm. When Su Yan completely left that place, he breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he was also shocked just now. The power that suddenly erupted in the Netherworld realm was really unfathomable to the extreme. He originally thought that after this time, his strength would increase and he would be able to fight the king of the Shura realm head-on. No matter how he looked at it, his strength wasn't bad. With this kind of strength, he could already move unhindered. But this time, it gave him a head-on blow. His strength had indeed increased, and it was an extremely terrifying increase. But there were always powerhouses in this world who were stronger than him. Just like this time, in fact, it was because the Godslayer sword had already told Su Yan that there was an extremely powerful existence inside, so Su Yan paid attention to it. Otherwise, Su Yan would have already taken a tumble by now. After all, when that mysterious existence finally erupted with its power, it was almost silent. It wasn't until that power began to pour into the dragon ghost's body that it descended like thunder. Huff, huff, no matter what, we managed to save Aina this time. Speaking of which, Aina was truly depressed. In order to break through to the blue-faced Shura, and to become an extremely powerful blue-faced Shura, he had finally arrived at this place with great difficulty. However, he did not expect that he would be ambushed by the devouring worm. He did not even have the strength to fight back before he was directly subdued. Later on, he was captured by the ghost dragon, and even his inheritance of Emperor Shura was about to disappear. Fortunately, he had been good to Su Yan, and Su Yan had reluctantly recognized him as a friend. That was why Su Yan had saved him at all costs. All right, I did not disappoint you. At that moment, a huge shadow suddenly rushed toward Su Yan. As that shadow moved, it emitted an extremely terrifying aura that was filled with majesty. Even an ordinary blue-faced Shura wouldn't have such a powerful aura. Of course, Su Yan did not care about this aura at all. Oh, stop showing off there. Hurry up and get over here. Su Yan said in annoyance. Hearing Su Yan's words, the shadow obediently came over. Of course, this was the Shura demon tiger. However, at this moment, the Shura demon tiger did not look defeated at all. There were even traces of blood on its sharp claws. It was obvious that it had just experienced a battle. "Oh, great master, you're finally back." The Shura demon tiger's thoughts were transmitted over. After this time, its thoughts were much more complete than before. It was obvious that its strength had increased tremendously. You're quite energetic." Su Yan chuckled and then threw Aina onto the Shura demon tiger's back. At this moment, the Shura demon tiger said, "I'll stretch my muscles and bones and get rid of a few old enemies." As the Shura demon tiger spoke, It suddenly lowered its head and dropped a few things on the ground as if it was presenting a treasure. When Su Yan saw it, he was immediately stunned. It was actually the Shura's crystal. Only those blue-faced Shura-level demon beasts could condense such a crystal. It turned out that after the Shura demon tiger left the secret realm, he found that his strength was constantly increasing. The power of the 2 drops of blood was extremely powerful. In just a short while, he felt that he had an inexhaustible power. At this time, his strength also became more and more powerful. At this time, his thoughts began to move. In this place, he was not an existence that could be called a king. There were several enemies that he could not deal with. When his strength increased, the Shura demon tiger immediately thought of them. At this time, wasn't it a good opportunity to use them to practice? In any case, Su Yan did not come out. Therefore, he could not wait and went straight to those few enemies. After going through a series of changes, the Shura demon tiger not only became stronger, but also his intelligence increased by a lot. After a few battles, those pitiful things finally died in his hands one by one. This guy also had some thoughts. He still kept a few crystals and gave them to Su Yan. After all, Su Yan had become his master at this time. This was something that could not be changed. Moreover, if it was not for Su Yan, he might have died in this surprise attack. Su Yan immediately knew what this guy was thinking. However, he could at least leave a few crystals for himself. Su Yan did not stand on ceremony and directly accepted it. These crystals were now very difficult to directly increase Su Yan's depression. However, it was still very beneficial for accumulating energy and healing his injuries. Su Yan took a deep breath. At this time, the crystals moved without wind and flew up on their own. Then, from the crystals, there was a breath that directly went into Su Yan's nostrils. At this time, the Shura demon tiger realized that Su Yan's speed of absorbing energy was actually very fast. As a monster, he swallowed the energy in these crystals directly and then slowly digested them. However, he was able to discover that the moment Su Yan breathed in and out, the powerful energy of those crystals had completely disappeared. What a terrifying thing this was. Originally, because his strength had increased, he was a little less in awe of Su Yan. However, after seeing this scene, the little bit of awe that disappeared was immediately magnified like a mountain. Unknowingly, his body even shrank back a little. In his heart, Su Yan had long become a monster. However, Su Yan did not pay any attention to this fool. His gaze was fixed in the direction of Nine Nether. Just a moment ago, the entrance still existed. However, at this time, the entrance was completely sealed. However, even though the entrance was sealed, Su Yan still heard an extremely terrifying roar from inside. "I will definitely come back. I will definitely come back." Obviously, that existence was not convinced at all. He still wanted revenge. Su Yan shook his head. This time, the dragon ghost did not make him stay. In that case, he could forget about it in the future. He knew that the dragon ghost would definitely become stronger with the help of the Nine Nether. But so what? He, Su Yan, had the help of the divine sword. His cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. However, at this time, he faintly sighed. At this time, the one he was most worried about was Lu Lan. Although he knew that the time of the 2 worlds was not synchronized, he did not know how much time had changed. At this time, whether Lu Lan was safe and sound, or whether she had already been killed, he did not even have the slightest bit of news. Was he already very strong? No, it was far from enough. His strength had not increased fast enough. That was why he was so passive. No matter what, he would definitely not give up. "Alright, let's go back." At this time, Su Yan calmly said, since the main purpose of this time had been achieved, then at this time he should return to the Blood River City. He brought Aina back for Nana Ray. It could be considered as returning a favor. Of course, he could see that Nana Ray took care of him because of the Blood River King. However, this did not matter. Su Yan did not mind returning this small favor. Of course, after returning to the Blood River City, he could also start his next plan. That was the Shura Cave. For the other powerful existences in the Shura world, Su Yan did not want to pay attention to them. What he needed now was the Shura Cave. and then through the Shura cave to return to the limitless world. The sun was leisurely and the setting sun was lazy. Those wandering hunters outside the Blood River City, at this time, could only continue to wander around. For them, every day they lived was a day they earned. Even outside the Blood River City, there were also those powerful demon beasts that attacked them. Here in the Shura world, there were people dying every day. Only by entering the city could they ensure their own safety. But unfortunately, if they did not reach the level of blue-face Shura, if they want to stay in the city, they have to pay the Shura fee. Not every Shura was so generous or so rich. There were many Shura who clearly had enough Shura fee but were reluctant to spend it, and still chose to wander in the outer area. Of course, their prey, in addition to those demon beasts, were more Shura. At that time, Su Yan had already encountered it once. But at this time, no one dared to do so. Because at this time, Su Yan's skin was blue. Blue-faced Shura, these words represented high and mighty. Even the Blood River City was respectful to the blue-faced Shura. In the eyes of many Shura, some were fearful, some were envious. Su Yan took the Shura demon tiger and walked into the city unhurriedly. Chapter 1021. Female Literature. At this time, no one dared to stop Su Yan from entering Blood River City. Su Yan had already proven his strength with his actions. At that time, Bareface personally took action, but he couldn't do anything to Su Yan. Instead, he and Su Yan were locked up together. And at this time, Su Yan had already become a Blue Mask Shura. From Blue Mask Shura to Blue Mask Shura, it might be a lifetime journey for most people. But Su Yan had already finished in this short period of time. At this time, there was a commotion outside the city gate. Some Shura who didn't know what was going on were still standing in the middle of the road, but in the next moment, they were forcibly expelled. Su Yan stopped because this person in front of him came for him. Su Yan's face was very calm. In fact, for this person's appearance, Su Yan was a bit surprised. Bareface, he actually appeared here? Of course, if he appeared, then he appeared. In fact, it was not a big deal. At that time, Su Yan was already not afraid of Bareface, let alone now. But the strange thing was that this guy should already know that Blood River King valued him, but he still appeared here. What does he want to do? Isn't this asking for a snub? Bareface looked at Su Yan standing in front of him. In fact, at this time, his heart was not calm at all. How long has it been? Last time, this guy seemed to be just a Blue Mask Shura, and according to his understanding, this guy transformed into a Blue Mask Shura when he entered Blood River City. But now, Blue Mask, this kid has actually become a Blue Mask. No wonder Blood River King valued him so much. At this time, Su Yan had already opened his mouth. Bareface old dog, you blocking in front of me, do you want to die? Although Su Yan's words were not heavy, they showed his arrogance incisively and vividly. Do you want to die? These words made the surrounding people suck in a breath of cold air. Many Shura already knew about the grudge between Bareface and Su Yan, but Bareface was a veteran powerhouse in Blood River City. His strength was second to none under martial Shura. However, Su Yan pointed at his nose and scolded him. Old dog? Hee, how could Bareface endure such a name? This kid is simply courting death. However, at this time, Su Yan didn't care. He didn't only scold him, but also kill. Su Yan was definitely not a person who would repay evil with kindness. Since this guy in front of him wanted to kill him, then he should be prepared to be killed by him instead. Originally, Su Yan might not have thought of settling the score with this guy. After all, he had to admit that he was very busy right now. The only thing he cared about now was the Azura Cave. Only through the Shura Cave, and then return to the everlasting world, this was what he wanted. As for Bareface, that was just a matter of convenience. But today, Bareface ran in front of him. Kid, you actually became a blue-faced Shura? The Azura God is truly unfair. However, it doesn't matter. Today, I will definitely kill you. At this time, he directly roared at Su Yan. Su Yan raised his eyelids. He didn't say much nonsense. The spear already appeared in his hand. At this time, he had no interest in talking nonsense with such a trash. Since he wanted to fight, then let's fight. Just kill him. Different strength, naturally different, by the way, And by the way, different thoughts and thoughts. A person's thoughts are naturally different according to his position. If it was in the past, facing this guy, Su Yan would naturally have to face a formidable enemy. However, at this time, there was no need for that. Su Yan's strength had far surpassed the opponent's. At this time, Bareface thought that although Su Yan had become a blue-faced Shura, he was after all a veteran Shura. His strength must be above Su Yan. He wanted to take advantage of this time to directly kill Su Yan. He thought that Su Yan would say a lot of things, such as whether he was not afraid of Blood River King's punishment or something like that to delay time. However, he didn't expect that Su Yan's move would be so decisive. When that word fell, his voice was still echoing, but Su Yan's spear light had already arrived in front of him. At this moment, he even felt the hair on his body stand on end. Terrifying. At this time, Bareface's heart was dripping cold sweat little by little. Su Yan's attack was so fierce and decisive. According to reason, shouldn't he be the one to make the first move? After all, there was a rule in Blood River City that one couldn't fight in the city. Last time, this iron law had been told to everyone once again. This time, the reason why Bareface dared to come out was because he was ready to challenge this rule. What he didn't expect was that before he made a move, there was someone who was faster than him. This person was Su Yan. How dare he do this? How dare he do this? Even at this time, he still couldn't believe that Su Yan actually made the first move. However, Bareface was also a person who had experienced hundreds of battles. At this time, he immediately threw away these surprised thoughts directly. Because he was very clear that at this time, there was no point in thinking about it. The real important thing at this time was to deal with Su Yan's spear. This was a stunning spear, even he had to admit. He originally thought that although Su Yan had become a blue-faced Shura, he had just stepped into this field, how strong could his strength be? In front of him, he was just a piece of trash that he could casually slaughter. However, he never expected that Su Yan's first attack would give him such a huge surprise. Of course, he didn't like such a surprise. When the spear was in front of him, his eyes immediately flashed with an extremely dense light. Before Su Yan's attack arrived, Bareface's strength directly rose to the extreme at this time. Such a surge of power, such a terrifying power, simply made him feel incomparably frightened. His palm directly changed at this time. At this time, it turned into a huge furry bear's paw, and there was an extremely dense evil aura in the bear's paw. This was why he was so powerful and terrifying. In the face of his powerful strength, everything was fake. At this moment, his strength directly erupted and immediately bombarded Su Yan's spear light. It was also at this moment that his expression turned incomparably ugly. He felt the power coming from the spear, so he didn't dare to underestimate this attack at all. However, what he didn't expect was that even though he didn't have any intention of underestimating his opponent, the power that erupted from this blow was still beyond his imagination. He had just blocked the first wave of power, but in the next moment, the second wave came directly at him. Compared to the first layer of power, the second layer of power was more overbearing and sharper. This bear paw of his was obtained from an extremely powerful great demon's paw, and then he fused it with his own Shura aura. It had an extremely terrifying destructive power. His name of the bear-faced Shura came from this. In the past battles, he couldn't be said to be invincible, but he rarely met a worthy opponent. However, this time, Su Yan's spear almost directly penetrated his bare paw at this time. What kind of terrifying power was this? How could this kid be so powerful? Last time, Su Yan didn't hesitate to prepare to detonate the Shura's seal, which made him very afraid of Su Yan, and it was precisely because of this that he immediately appeared and wanted to kill Su Yan. But he didn't expect that at this time, Su Yan's strength had already reached such a level. He didn't use the Shura's seal, but he already had the strength to defeat him. After this attack, the bear face immediately retreated. Su Yan, stop, I have already entered the range of the city, you dare to attack? At this time, the bear face immediately shouted angrily. Now he was really afraid, so he didn't dare to let Su Yan continue to attack, and directly shouted angrily. Although he was the one who wanted to attack first, but now the situation was completely different. Humph, idiot. Although Su Yan didn't know why this guy was so crazy, actually blocking him at the entrance of Blood River City, but since he came out, then he can only die. This guy was also interesting. After failing to attack, he immediately retreated into Blood River City. For many Shura, the city gate was the boundary between life and death. Outside the city gate, the killing was cruel, but once inside the city, it was not allowed, otherwise it would be a challenge to the dignity of the Blood River King. The bare face blocked outside the city gate to avoid this rule, but at this time, his action became his way of saving himself. But then something unexpected happened again. Su Yan's spear shook again, and then he actually directly rushed at him with the spear. How dare you! At this time, he was really afraid. Su Yan's strength was beyond his expectations, and he originally wanted to use his strength to give Su Yan a thunderous blow, to let him know how strong he was. But he didn't expect that at this time, the situation would reverse so quickly. So at this time, he had no choice but to hide in Blood River City. Although it was very embarrassing, but compared to his own life, pity was really nothing. But Su Yan actually ignored the rules and directly rushed into the city gate. You want to rebel against the Blood River King, you can only bring about your own destruction. The moment he saw Su Yan rushing in, the bare face's heart became heavier. Of course, he knew that Su Yan was a madman, otherwise, why would he so decisively detonate the Shura King's seal? And now, Su Yan had become a madman with terrifying strength, which made him even more frightened. Chapter 1022. Female Literature. Bareface's heartbeat sped up a lot. A look of horror had already appeared on his blue face. Su Yan's killing intent was too decisive. At this moment, he knew that he had to escape. Without any hesitation, he immediately ran to the back. But how could Su Yan let him escape? In terms of speed, Su Yan would never lose to anyone in the waiting realm, not to mention that his strength had long surpassed his opponent. Today, you're courting death, so don't blame me. Since you've already jumped out, then go to hell. Su Yan's voice was so cold, and his will directly impacted Bareface Shura's ears. That was not all. When the voice entered his ears, it immediately turned into an extremely terrifying thunderclap that exploded directly. At this moment, Bareface only felt that his head was constantly shaking. This kind of power was really too terrifying. He did not understand how Su Yan's strength could be raised to such a level. Not much time had passed before a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Holding a spear, a pair of eyes were as cold as snow, staring straight at Bareface. This kind of power was really terrifying to the extreme. This kind of deterrence was really powerful to the extreme. Bareface, the leader of the blue-faced Shura, was actually filled with fear at this time. If you dare to kill me, I'll fight it out with you. After the initial shock, Bareface also knew that today's matter could no longer be settled peacefully. Su Yan wanted to kill him, but how could he just let himself be captured without a fight? At this moment, his aura directly rose, and his cultivation was directly pushed to the extreme. Facing Su Yan at this time, he had no choice but to do so. Of course, he also hoped that at this time, Tenna Rusty could sense the movement here and directly come out to stop it. In the face of this sudden burst of power, Su Yan just sneered. In this way, it's a bit more interesting to kill you. Su Yan's spear did not change, and the terrifying aura at this time had reached the extreme. This kind of rainbow-like light was truly terrifying to the extreme. The two forces collided directly. At the moment when the spear arrived, a huge shadow appeared outside the bear's body. It was the shadow of the terrifying gray bear. This shadow contained an enormous amount of power. This was also the method that made him famous. The collision of the two forces immediately set off waves of frenzied waves. Under the impact of this force, the ground under their feet was directly lifted up. As for those who wanted to watch the show, they were already far enough away. However, they still underestimated the power that erupted at this time. At least 10 Shura were directly killed by the impact of this terrifying power. The existence of the Blood River City was to protect the Shura, and to make the Shura rely on the Blood River City. Then, a kind of power would be generated, and this kind of power was similar to faith. This was the foundation of Blood River King's cultivation, And it was precisely because of this that Blood River King would never allow anyone to break the rules of Blood River City. If one could kill at will here, then what was the difference between this place and the outside world? Therefore, last time when Bareface, as a blue-faced Shura general, wanted to kill a green-faced Shura, Narue immediately took action and even directly used the power of the origin of Blood River City. At this time, Su Yen at this time, made a move at this time, which was a violation of the ban, and at this time, many Shura had already died. Kid, you're finished. He was proud of himself. Could it be that this kid was crazy, or that he was arrogant because of Blood River City's appreciation of him, so he could be fearless? Blood River City was the foundation of Blood River King's cultivation. No matter who it was, no one could be an exception. At this time, an extremely powerful force directly appeared. A bloody light directly rushed over. It was the will of Narue. Impudent, you are not allowed to fight in Blood River City. At this time, Narue had already arrived, and the will of Blood River City surrounded him. He naturally noticed the two sides at this time, and at this moment he frowned. Ever since the last invasion by King of Destruction, his life had actually been threatened. Therefore, for now, it was best for him to slowly recuperate. However, the heavens did not listen to his wishes, and at this time, a dispute broke out in Blood River City again. When he saw these two people, he naturally knew in his heart. After all, the reason why Su Yen left these few days was something that he was very clear about in his heart. Moreover, he had just seen Aina on the Shura demon tiger's back. Obviously, Su Yen had rescued Aina. However, at this time, Bareface appeared here, and in a flash, he had already understood the situation. Bareface, how dare you violate the king's rules? In his opinion, Su Yen had killed Bareface's son, and Bareface was a veteran powerhouse, not to mention that he already had a criminal record, so this time, Bareface must be the first to make a move. At this moment, killing intent surged in his body, and at this time, he actually had the idea of killing Bareface directly. Bareface immediately cried out, "Nagui, don't slander me. It was that boy who started the fight in the city, and I was just passively defending." This was indeed the truth, and a trace of doubt flashed in Narue's eyes. At this time, Su Yen opened his mouth. "City Lord, let's talk about it later. Let me kill this bastard first." After Su Yen finished speaking, he actually directly attacked in front of Su Xiu. A powerful force rose again, and a terrifying flame appeared. Narue's expression changed greatly. At this time, the aura that Su Yen burst out had reached such a level. He originally thought that Bareface was just talking nonsense. After all, with Su Yan's strength, how could he be that guy's opponent? But he never thought that Su Yan's strength had reached such a terrifying level. "Su Yen, this is Blood River City. Don't make a mistake here." Although Narue was shocked by Su Yan's strength, he was after all the city lord of Blood River City. What he did was the will of the Blood River King. As long as he was alive, he would not let anyone destroy this. However, at this time, Su Yen had no intention of giving him face. Since Bareface dares to stop me at the city gate today, he should be prepared to die. At this time, Su Yen was really arrogant to the extreme. Even if Narue was in front of him, he had no intention of stopping. At this moment, Su Yan's strength suddenly changed. At this moment, his control of power had reached an extremely terrifying level. With a move of his will, the power left by Aganda Shura was directly stimulated. That terrifying aura was simply like an army at the city gate. At this moment, it wasn't just Bareface who was intimidated. Narue was too. In the face of this power, Luo Xiu didn't dare to make a move. This was because he could sense the power of a king within Su Yan's body. Su Yan's intention was very clear. If Narue insisted on stopping him, then he would directly kill Narue. Narue felt bitter in his heart. This young Shura was actually so terrifying. But not long ago, when he had just entered the city, he had just become a green Shura. But now, he had become an existence that Narue could only look up to. At this moment, Su Yan's strength was so terrifying and powerful. "No, save me. Scorpio King, save me." At this moment, Bareface felt the threat of death and immediately shouted loudly. But strangely, he wasn't shouting the name of the Blood River King, but the unfamiliar name of the Scorpio King. Na Rui's expression immediately changed when he heard these words. In an instant, he knew that Bareface had betrayed the Blood River King. It was also at this moment that the sky above Blood River City started to darken, and in the dim sky, a huge shadow of light appeared. People with discerning eyes could see that this was an extremely terrifying and huge scorpion. The Scorpio King was also an extremely powerful Shura King. However, his territory wasn't here. Over the years, he, the Blood River King, and the Destruction King had never interfered with each other. No one had expected that this king would actually make a move at this time. At this time, how could Rusty not know that Bareface had actually pledged allegiance to this person in front of him? But did he eat a bear's heart and leopard's guts? He actually dared to do this. One must know that the price of betrayal was never small. Wasn't he afraid of angering the Blood River King by doing this? Of course, this wasn't the time to care about this. Because all these unforeseen events happened too quickly, to the point that people couldn't catch their breath. The huge Scorpio King descended and directly pounced at Su Yan. Die. A will directly descended and suppressed Su Yan. The Scorpio King's full power was naturally extremely terrifying. The Scorpio King's purpose for coming this time was Blood River City. But he didn't expect that such a powerful character would appear in Blood River City at this time. A mere blue-faced Shura was actually able to erupt with such powerful strength. The reason why he chose Bareface was because Bareface's battle strength was definitely in the upper echelon among the blue-faced Shura generals. But even with such strength, he was still unable to withstand a single blow from Su Yan. So how powerful was this blue-faced Shura? The Scorpio King naturally had his own plans for coming this time. What he wanted was to defeat the Blood River King and then plunder his territory. In that case, the powerful Su Yan would definitely be an obstacle to him. In that case, he might as well make the first move and gain the upper hand by killing Su Yan directly. His attack would be the Scorpio Soul Devouring Scorpio.